If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
291. Kuina jumped back before slashing her blade forward, bleeding serpent. A sword slash laced with ice was drawn out of her blade and traveled toward the Blackbeard pirate. And, like expected, the pirate didn't face the attack head-on and dodged it, while making his way toward her. Both of them had taken to the sky, Kuina with Jeppo, Luffy with his wings that sprouted from his back to stay afloat. Howling Serpent. Kuina attacked with multiple swords slash laced with ice as she saw Luffy charging toward him. Multiple arcs of sword slash traveled through the air aiming to cut down anything in its path. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome is usually a fool's way of thinking. Luffy chuckled as he flew in between the attacks, meeting blades with her directly. Wado Ikimonji met Luffy's cane rapier as sparks went off. But that's what everyone does when meeting with someone that's superior to them. The only thing you are superior at anything in is wearing makeup, clown boy. Kuina said as she defended from his attack. Usually, rapiers were used for thrusting and fencing, but with Luffy he found a way to use it like any normal blade. With hacking and slashing at opponents. Kuina ducked under one of the strikes, backing away when the Blackbeard pirate tried to kick him. Luffy's face twitched for a moment. Call me a clown again, and I will rip out your tongue, girl. Kuina smirked. Did I hit a nerve? Luffy took a deep breath before calming down. Let's speed this up. I have places to be and things to do. From the distance, Kuina could see fire and darkness fighting against each other. Ace and Teach were creating quite the destruction due to the fight. She couldn't see the others, but she knew they were having their own battle. You aren't going anywhere, Kuina said before speeding up and attacking. She would have loved to take on her Yuki form, but she needed a bit more time to prepare. And at the same time she needed to conserve her energy as she knew that beating Luffy wouldn't be possible. Call it a fighter's instincts, but she knew Luffy was hiding something and not using his full abilities. And at the same time, something told her she couldn't win against him. We will see about that, Missy, Luffy responded as he attacked. Kuina parried the blow before countering with her own sword. She felt frustrated, the warrior in her felt angry at the prospect of not being strong enough. It was just less than 2 weeks ago that she had faced off against a warlord and came out as a victor. And now she needed to hold off a less-known pirate because she wasn't strong enough. She had to admit it hurt her pride, but she knew not all battles could be won. At the same time she was a bad matchup for Crocodile. His sand having an elemental weakness against her ice, and at the same time, he was slow. Luffy was neither slow, nor did he show any signs of weakness. Both of their blades slammed into each other, creating a shower of sparks as both of them exchanged blows. Each trying to kill the other. For a while Luffy used only his blade before using his wings and legs as well. With armament haki reinforcing his blows, each limb was as deadly as his swords. Kuina was able to match Luffy's speed, but as time went on, she was finding herself on the back foot. Small wounds started to appear on her body, all while Luffy was still without any. The wounds that appeared on her body were mostly not lethal, and with life returned she would be able to recover from them mid-battle. Still, it didn't take away the pain. Sure, after getting injured you could numb the area where you were injured so that it's not a bother. But even doing that took away a bit of your concentration. Also, there was so much punishment she could take. Kuina blocked a knee to her gut only to get punched in the face as her body was hurled to the ground. Luffy cashed in delivering a kick to her back, sending her to the ground. Her body fell, creating a small crater before Luffy came down with an axe kick. She barely had the time to leap away as the attack landed, making a much larger crater and making up a dust cloud. Kuina panted as she rubbed her jaw, a red bruise on it. Why do they always go for the face? She groaned in annoyance. They usually don't, Luffy's voice came out of the dust cloud. And he spoke in an educative voice, at least I don't. I was aiming to rip off your head with that punch, it would have been better if I was able to plant the punch in your neck. But met. I had to do with your face. He said with a sadistic grin. Real funny, Kuina said with a glare. She had to hold herself back from doing anything too risky. The only reason why she was able to avoid any lethal blows was that with all the training she had from much more stronger fighters. The last week had been hectic. Luffy and his brothers had put almost everyone in the crew against them so that they would be able to learn how to hold off much stronger fighters. And it was paying off. Suddenly, Kuina's senses warned her of an impending danger. She was able to read Luffy's intent just in time to dodge a thrust from his blade that would have killed her. Frosty whirlwind. She called out, spinning her blade laced with haki and ice. A small spherical of icy sharp wind stretched around her, intending to cut everything down. The Blackbeard pirate backed off, making some distance. Kuina had little time to recover as the man attacked again. Kuina's main objective was to stall Luffy until she got help. But it seemed it wasn't needed. The Blackbeard pirate was sadistic in nature, and seemed too eager to inflict as much pain as possible. Kuina ducked under the first blow, before putting up her sword to block off Luffy's upward slash. And while she was able to block it, she was sent hurtling in air. Luffy brought his wing forward and slashed. "You aren't the only one with a long-distance attack," he said, with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Multiple sharp white feathers flew through the sky at a fast speed towards Kuina. There were at least a few dozen of them. Luffy also had jumped towards her from the ground to attack her. But Kuina didn't back off. It was a bit late, but she was ready now. Dance of the Yuki-onna. Suddenly a volley of mist exploded out of her body, covering most of her surroundings. The feathers that came in contact with the mist turned to ice, harmlessly falling out of the sky. Luffy, who was near, saw that and quickly backed off, not wanting to get the freezing mist on him. But to his surprise, Kuina suddenly appeared in front of him with a burst of speed, her blade drawn, and ready to decapitate him. She almost hit her mark. Almost. 292. Kuina suddenly appeared in front of Luffy with a burst of speed, her blade drawn, and ready to decapitate him. She almost hit her mark. Almost. At the last moment, Luffy brought his right wing forward to parry her strike. And while it managed to stop her blow, Kuina's sword was able to dig itself into his wing and freeze it. She wanted to follow up with another attack, but the Blackbeard pirate was too fast. Luffy moved quickly, kicking her from the side. She was a bit too slow to react and she felt her ribs cracking from the blow. She was able to protect herself with armament haki, so she only had to worry about fractures. With his left hand holding his blade, he thrust forward his rapier, intending to stab her. "You left yourself open." Luffy grinned. Kuina gritted her teeth, unleashing her stored energy outside of her body. Freezing mist. She growled out as her body exploded out the freezing mist. Luffy grunted, quickly flying back, only to find himself falling from the sky. His left wing was wounded and along with his left arm had gotten frozen, taking away his flying ability momentarily. And Kuina pounced on the chance, using her leg-based technique to get near him and kick him in the jaw. "Take that, bastard!" Ugh! Luffy was left hurling back and, so she had to opt for a more destructive approach. Ice sword style, dancing of the moonlight blades. A wave of white sakura leaves made out of ice smashed into Luffy's body, before all of it smashed into the ground, creating a crater laced with ice along with destroying anything nearby. A dust cloud of ice and destruction surrounded the area as Kuina noted her enemy. Her breathing was ragged, but she held herself strong. She knew the battle with Luffy was far from over. She needed to hold him off before others got here. "You are quite annoying," Kuina heard Luffy's voice from the frost cloud, and with a flap of his wings, it cleared. There, in the middle of the crater, Luffy remained unharmed. "Oh, please, you are making me blush," Kuina said drly, feeling frustrated that even with her all-out attack it didn't do anything. Luffy spat out some blood. "Like I said, you're annoying," he said, glaring at her. "Also, Don't think just because you beat a New World reject like Crocodile, that you can beat me. I'm much stronger than him. I am surprised that you know that, though you will end up just like Crocodile," she said with a cold glare. With that, she moved with Jeppo attacking the Blackbeard pirate. Luffy snorted, as he countered her strike. With two hands she swung Wado Ikimonji while Luffy used only one of his hands to hold his rapier to block the blow. The only reason why pirates like Crocodile and Gecko Moria are even warlords are because of the fame that they once held. Surviving against Yonkos are very rare deed. But that doesn't mean they are strong, it just means they are lucky. He said, even most Yonko commanders are stronger than them. Kuina clashed her blade with his, sparks flying as she glared at him. And you think you are stronger than him? Luffy chuckled, lady, I know I'm stronger than him. Also, the sky is my domain. He laughed with his wings and shot multiple sharp feathers at Kuina. Oh, please. You aren't impressing anyone with that. Kuina said, as ice shards also appeared around her, countering his feathers. Luffy hadn't noticed but the broken off chunks of ice were gathering around him. You know, this stalling game is getting pretty annoying, Luffy said as he thrust his blade forward. Kuina was barely able to dodge attack and yet a small wound appeared on her face, not the face again, she growled. Oh, I'm just getting started, darling, Luffy said. Fine, die then. Luffy raised an eyebrow before noticing that ice shards had surrounded him. When did you? With a command from her, they came down from all sides, avoiding Kuina who had backed away. The ice shards crashed into their target for a few seconds before stopping. A cloud of frost covered the view, but when it went away, Kuina saw her target. She clicked her tongue, I have to cut off your wings, they are way more troublesome than they look. She said, a bit of annoyance in her voice. Unlike his body, it was really hard to damage his wings. From the start of the battle, she was barely able to wound him. As the frost cloud cleared, Luffy was seen covering his whole body with his large wings that had protected him from the ice. And with a flip of his wings, the frozen parts of his wings broke off, free. That was quite cold of you. But it won't matter. I was thinking of conserving my powers to use it for later, but I have changed my mind. Luffy said, it seems I have underestimated you, Miss White Lady. Kuina still had her sword up if he tried anything. So, you are finally going to use your full strength? She said, her grip on her sword tightening. Oh, I will, all right, just don't regret it later. He said as already his form started to change, his wings became bigger. The already tall man grew a few feet taller. And at the same time, his muscle mass also increased, giving him a very intimidating look. You see, I don't really like to waste my time with this form, so I will have to make it quick. More feathers started appearing over his larger frame, and his face shifted to the face of a falcon. Talons grew in both his hands and legs, as he grew in size. Before long, his transformation was over. And Kuina was able to recognize the devil fruit immediately, a mythical zoan. He mumbled. Luffy nodded a bit surprised, you guessed well. My fruit is Tori Tori no Mi, model, Griffin, he said, his voice a bit deeper due to his transformation. He didn't fully transform, preferring to use his half-zoan state instead. Still, the physical boost it gave him was quite extraordinary. I'm still new to this ability, it's only been a few months, so if my abilities are lacking I apologize beforehand. With that, Luffy moved, Kuina was wide-eyed as she couldn't even keep up with his speed. She only heard the wind whistling at her side as she twisted her body and held up her blade. Luffy's blade slammed against her, as she was almost swept off her feet from the blow. You are quite the persistent girl, Luffy said, ducking under Kuina's strike before kicking forward, which the girl barely dodged. Though a clawed wound appeared on Kuina's side due to the wind pressure alone. Luffy did have talons on his hands and feet, and they were sharp enough to break through Kuina's ice skin with ease. She might have been able to protect herself if she used armament haki in time. But Luffy's speed had been boosted to a level that even Sanji would have found it hard to compete against. With his wings, Luffy attacked from the side, as Kuina backed off. "You aren't going anywhere, Missy." Luffy chuckled, but it almost came out as a growl due to his half-Zoan form. The pirate followed through, and the ice user found herself exchanging blows with him. Sparks flew, and her frost attacks were now being tanked by Luffy. "In this form, I might look a bit bulky, but it has its uses." Luffy grinned. Not even trying to hide his sadistic nature anymore. "Tank this then." Kuina growled, "Ice sword style, dance of the moonlight blade." A wave of ice made sakura leaves, each sharper than a sword, dawned upon the Zoan user. But with a wide grin, Luffy faced it as he went right through them, his full body turning into a shade of black with the use of armament haki. With his full body covered with haki, he went right through the ice, before appearing right in front of Kuina, sending a punch her way. Kuina brought her armament-clad hand up in time as the fist slammed into it. A sonic boom resounded in the area, and the swordswoman was wide-eyed when small cracks appeared on her blade. And it distracted her just for a moment. Luffy used that chance to deliver an axe kick which Kuina had barely managed to block by raising her own knee. Crack! And while Kuina was able to block off the attack, it still managed to crack her knee. And she was sent flying down toward the ground, going through a few trees before she was able to stop herself. Even though her ice skin enhanced with armament haki should have been able to protect her from taking the damage, the fact was Luffy's haki was too strong. Kuina had little time to think, before Luffy appeared right in front of her and thrust his blade forward. "Falling meteor!" he had called out. And Kuina had to jump back from the spot immediately, barely avoiding his sword as it got past her. Kaboom! As Kuina rushed away, a large crater formed where Luffy had attacked just a moment ago. But Luffy didn't give her time to rest as he moved in again. Kuina took to the sky, sending in a bunch of sword slashes toward where Luffy was. As the sword slashes were hurled his way, Luffy roared, his roar creating a sonic boom that destroyed anything in its path, including Kuina's attacks. From when could he do that? She growled internally. She put the pain in the back of her head, numbing it with life return. "Let me send you away with a few gifts, little missy." Luffy cackled like a madman as he fired multiple dark feathers, each covered with haki, toward Kuina's falling form. Kuina saw the attacks coming and quickly reacted, frosty whirlwind. The spherical whirlwind was able to deflect most of the armament-clad feathers, but two of them managed to get past her attack, and plant themselves in her right shoulder and left thigh. Kuina grunted, rolling back in air and using Jeppo to launch herself out of the way of Luffy, who went in for another attack. Back in the air, she had time to remove the feathers from her wounds when Luffy caught back up with her, locking blades. "What? Going so soon? Didn't you want to stall me?" Luffy laughed, as he attacked with his rapier, with his wings and his legs, moving in an unpredictable way that even confused the girl's observation haki. With his wing, Luffy managed to slam Kuina on the side, sending her to the ground. The swordswoman was able to dig her heels in the ground, stopping herself as she glared at the Blackbeard pirate. 293. "Oh, is little missy angry?" Luffy asked with a cackle of laughter, before dropping down from the sky and landing opposite to Kuina. Kuina's response was just a growl as she was panting from the onslaught of his attacks. "My attacks do nothing to him. I barely even damaged him in this whole fight. The only silver lining of the situation is that at least my haki has improved." It seemed being on the losing end of a death battle really helped with growth. She internally mused at her joke as she coughed, spitting out some blood as she held her sword high and a smirk on her face. "Why are you smirking, woman? Have you gone senile?" Luffy laughed historically. "You have, haven't you? Finally, you gave way to despair. You aren't fully there in the head, are you?" Kuina laughed, but she was ignored. Luffy laughed and he was about to continue when suddenly an explosion went off, bringing in both of their attention. Green flames exploded a bit far from their location, but the trees hid their view of the situation. But even then with observation haki they could see what had happened. Impossible! Luffy said with wide eyes. Kuina had a small smile on her face as she panted, "Ha, so Zoro finally did it," she said moving her head towards Luffy. Her hands shaky, and yet she had an unyielding will. "That's..." Luffy seemed to be lost for words. Kuina didn't say anything, she just smiled. Zoro had gotten stronger, he was already stronger than both her and Sanji. And now he had gotten even better. Zoro had beaten Shiryu, but he wasn't in any position to help her, so she still need to play the stalling game. "Well, at least one of us is having a good time. This changes things," Luffy said to himself as his eyes narrowed, and suddenly Kuina felt a shiver run down her spine, making her put her guard up. "You have to die, and I have to do it quickly. No more playing for me. I need to take care of the situation before things get into a bigger mess. I haven't been able to pick up Van Augur's and Bajis's aura for a while now. And I need to check up on them. Sorry, I have to end it here." With that, he moved, his form blurring right in front of her, and clashing blades against each other. A sonic boom went off as she parried the blow, grunting as her bones rattled due to the attack. Her feet left the ground and Luffy delivered a roundhouse kick to her side that Kuina wasn't able to block. Kuina's body bent sideways as she felt her ribs break under the kick. The swordswoman barely held back a scream as she was thrown to the side. She crashed onto a rocky area, her body skipping a few times before she could stop herself. Her side burned in pain, and along with that came the inability to breathe fully. Due to it, her connection with her powers started to lessen, as her technique was based off of breathing techniques. She didn't have any time to recover as Luffy attacked again. "Eyes on me, girl," Luffy said grinning as he thrust his blade forward. Kuina tilted her head to the side, barely avoiding the blade. She growled, "You sure know how to keep a girl's attention. Acting brave will get you nowhere, just die, bitch." Luffy snorted as he attacked with swift thrusts, which Kuina was avoiding and dodging. Those she couldn't dodge were blocked by armament haki and her ice skin. But even then the wounds were starting to add up. Her arms were shaking from parrying all of his attacks. He was too strong, even her ice skin had cracks all around them. And she was on the losing end, again. "You don't know how much of a fucked up situation you are in, right now. You are going to die, and I'm going to enjoy it." Luffy cackled as he attacked Kuina in close range. "Am I going to die like this?" she wondered, before shaking her head, refusing to let it end like this. "The only one that's going to die is you." Kuina roared as her body exploded in freezing mist as she slashed forward, her black blade shining white, and for a brief moment as it smashed into Luffy's weapon. And to the Blackbeard pirate's surprise, his weapon broke, shattering to pieces. At the same time, Luffy yelped back in pain at the large wound on his chest, that had frozen immediately. Gah! Shit! And also due to being so close his body started getting frozen due to the frozen mist. Kuina saw this as a chance to follow through, but the Blackbeard pirate didn't let him. Sonic roar! Luffy roared forward, his attack blowing away the mist and Kuina's ears rang. "You are much more of a danger than I thought, you have to die. Now!" But Kuina didn't hear anything, the last attack left her ears ringing and even her vision was getting blurry. And due to her senses getting messed up, it made her a bit too late to react to Luffy's attack. Luffy slashed forward with his talons that grew from his hands. Kuina jumped back with Jeppo a bit too late as she felt his claws dig into her sides and rip away a chunk of flesh. The girl hissed in pain, and slashed her blade sideways. She was sloppy and Luffy had used that chance to duck under the attack and deliver a kick to her other side. This time Kuina by instinct used her arm to block the attack. A mistake. Crack! Kuina yelled in pain as her right arm twisted and bent in the opposite direction and her body was hurled down to the ground. She went through a large boulder and some trees, adding more injuries and reopening old ones. The Blackbeard pirate followed through, wanting to smash her face into the ground with both legs. But Kuina at the last second, managed to get herself up and roll away from the attack. Ugh, stop being a cockroach, bitch. Luffy growled inhumanly, as Kuina rolled to the side and stood up, holding her sword with her blade in her left hand. Her right arm hanging limply by her side, and her left side bleeding freely. She couldn't even use life return anymore. She knew if she split her focus now, she would lose consciousness. The girl knew that her dominant arm was useless now, but she didn't back off. She still had some fight left in her. Her left hand was shaking a bit before she calmed herself down. She needed to stall a bit more. If she gave up now, the bastard would target Zoro and the others. She needed to fight him. With the determination of her will, a small mark started appearing on her forehead, drawing in her ice powers. But the swordswoman was oblivious to it. He's too strong, no, I'm too weak, but if I'm going to die, I'm going to take the bastard with me. She thought internally, gathering all of her ice powers in her body. It was a dangerous technique, with gathering all of her powers inside of her and unleashing it at the last moment, she should be able to take him down. But with her haki reserves running low, even with her new and old wounds, she would be put in a very bad spot even if her plan worked. It might kill her opponent, but it would leave her dying as well. But she had to take the chance. The mark started to stretch around her body, silver ice crystal-like marks that spread around her body, unconsciously increasing her connection with the ice. Even with her breathing being uneven, her connection to ice was as strong as ever. Wado Ikimonji cried due to the intention of its user before the now black blade started getting white ice crystal-like patterns in it, intending to follow the command of her owner's last wish. So you still have some fight left in you, eh? And for the first time in the fight, Luffy felt a sense of fear. But rather than getting scared, he smiled, covering his whole body with haki. With that leaped in for the attack with his sword drawn. He blurred right in front of his target and was about to slash down when everything slowed down. The Blackbeard pirate was confused as his surroundings slowed down to a crawl, and at the same time, his observation haki flared up. 6 gunshots penetrated his body, as his body hurled back towards the forest. Kuina, who was about to unleash her attack, stopped, when she felt herself slowing down as well. She also felt small hands grab her wrist. Sparky revealed himself as the invisibility wore off. The 6-armed monkey was standing up on his tail and grabbing her wrist. He was also looking at her, "Don't do it." At the same time, Kuina felt the effects of Sparky's powers go away. I'm sorry." Kuina was cut off when another voice appeared. "Diable jam, Tendern." A flaming object struck down from the sky and struck where Luffy was. The Blackbeard pirate, who was still recovering, slowly found himself getting kicked, laced with flames and thrown back a few meters. "Gah!" Luffy screamed in a slow pace, as he was thrown to the side with his body burning up in flames. Sanji then jumped away with a roll and landed in front of Kuina. He also had an injured Zoro over his shoulders. "Are you all right?" Sanji asked, and wincing when he saw Kuina's state. "Bad question. We have to get you to Chopper immediately." He also noted the odd markings on her body, but didn't question her about it. "No, I can still help," Kuina said, even though her body wasn't fully responding to her commands anymore. She felt a bit of her pain lessen, but she didn't pay much attention to it. Sparky had used his powers to slow down the bleeding from her side and at the same time slowed down her sense of pain. "No, Sanji is right. You are in no shape to fight," Sparky said, going forward towards Luffy. "I will deal with him. Sanji, get her back to the ship, and look for Jin." "What?" Sanji blinked. "You want to take him down alone?" Even Kuina was surprised. Sparky nodded. "Don't worry, I have something that will be able to take care of him. He said, looking at them and flexing his small biceps. Also, I'm strong. Are you sure you can take him on? Kuina asked. I know I am in no shape to fight, but I can take Zoro back to the ship with me. Sanji can help. And Sparky shook his head. Trust me, I don't need any help. And besides, let me have my own fight. I'm going to go all monkey power on his ass. He said, getting small smiles from both of his crewmates. Also, Sanji, Kuina might need some help. Sanji nodded, picking up Kuina over his other shoulder, making the girl yelp a bit before giving him an annoying glare. Though she didn't complain as her body wasn't fully listening to her. Sorry, Kuina-san, Sanji said, Zoro also needs medical attention immediately, we found the bastard bleeding out in the forest. Okay, Kuina said, Sparky, be careful, and watch out for his wings and feathers. His body is quite tough, and he has some kind of sonic scream, watch out for that. Sparky chuckled, giving her a two-finger salute with 3 arms, okie dokie. Now go. Sanji, you also need to find Jin, remember. Sanji nodded, not looking back. Beat him for me, Sparky, Sanji said before jumping away with Kuina and Zoro on his shoulder. The cook would have loved to beat the bird bastard himself for what he did to Kuina, but he needed to do other things. Also, Kuina and Zoro needed immediate medical attention. 294. Sparky watched as Sanji left with Zoro and Kuina. He waved at them as they left, uncaring of the enemy that he was about to face. He watched them for a few seconds before looking at the slowed-down Blackbeard pirate. Sparky felt a surge of anger deep inside of him, but like always he pressed down his animalistic instincts, and smiled, trying to remain level-headed. He was going to make the bastard suffer, but he wanted to do it in a way where he had all the control. Why the fuck am I slow? Luffy growled as he slowly came out from his crater. His voice breaking Sparky out of his thoughts. The man's half-Zoan form had burns thanks to Sanji, along with having a few other wounds. The man's feathered body was now a bit charred with blood along his form. Well, I ate the slow fruit, Sparky said shrugging, if it wasn't obvious, I can slow down anything. Currently, you are 10 times slower than before. Luffy didn't speak as he had already ran from his spot to attack him. But he was too damn slow for the monkey to even bother with him as a threat. Heck, he was running even slower than a snail. It looked quite comical, as the large griffin man was struggling to move toward the monkey. But that didn't mean Sparky would let the Blackbeard pirate get near him. Everyone had an ace up their sleeves, and it would be unwise to think otherwise. Also, for now, Sparky needed to play the waiting game. Luffy was smarter than he looked, and after getting kicked by Sanji he covered his whole body in armament haki. So even though he was slow, he was well protected, attacking him now would be useless, even if he was comically slow. So Sparky just jumped to the side, hanging off from a tree, when Luffy got a few feet near his location. Ho, aren't you a fast one, Sparky mused as he pointed one of his hands at him again, and a yellow wave came out, affecting his opponent yet again. Don't worry, I was just extending your time. Bahahaha. Ack, fucking monkey, come back here. Luffy growled as he looked at Sparky. How about a no? Sparky said, giving a smug grin to the man. For a while, Luffy just glared at him. Why the fuck aren't you doing anything? Sparky scratched his head with one hand before using his other hand to open his backpack and taking out a banana. He started peeling and eating the fruit as he answered, why would I? He asked as he ate the fruit. He then pointed at Luffy with his half-eaten fruit. Your body is still covered in armament haki. And attacking you now would be useless. That's why I'm waiting. He shrugged, before finishing the banana and throwing the peel at the man's face. Luffy was, of course, too slow as the fruit attack landed on his armament-covered face, resulting in him giving Sparky an angry glare. You think I can't keep up my armament haki for the whole day? If so you are. But Sparky cut him off, he already had another banana in his hands. I know you can't keep it up for a whole day. He said, Luffy has better armament haki than you, and he had a lot of creative ways to experiment with his haki. Its flaws, its drawbacks, while full body armament gives you full body protection, it's quite stamina draining. By now you should start feeling weak. I would give you another minute before you have to drop the armament. Luffy gave out a growl at the fact that the monkey knew about his bluff. Sparky gave the Blackbeard pirate a smug look, before tossing the banana peel at the pirate. Luffy was able to dodge the waist just barely this time and it made him glare at him more. If my armament haki has a timer, then so does your slow powers. If I'm not wrong it's similar to Ace's right-hand man's powers, he snorted as he started to shrink back from his half-Zoan form to conserve stamina. You will find that I can last more than a minute. Sparky gave him a 3-arm clap. Wow, you are the first man I saw that's proud of lasting more than 1 minute. I wonder how you woo ladies with that short timer. But, I'm not one to judge. Why you? Sparky laughed, cutting him off, amused by his reaction. You are right, you might last for more than a minute, but I can speed up the process. Sparky said, giving the Blackbeard a smile that made the man feel a bit of fear. Bahaha, don't worry, you will only feel like you are drowning. The Zoan user unconsciously took a step back as his senses warned him of a danger. Sparky laughed at him, before grinning. Luffy said using full body armament too long feels like clenching your butthole to hold back poop. Sparky chuckled, taking out an apple from his bag, and biting into it. Not a very good explanation, but a relatable one. So why don't I increase your struggle a bit? With that, he extended one of his arms, and his slow beams again attacked the Blackbeard pirate. The pirate wanted to jump away, but he was, again, too slow. This time, the moment Sparky's slow beam affected Luffy's body, he turned a bit blue. What did you do? He coughed, struggling hard to breathe. He took a breath full of air, but it didn't help much, the man even started to cough. Luffy glared at him. What the fuck did you do, monkey? Only if you say please, Sparky said, perking up at the show, taking out an apple from his bag, and started eating it as he explained, but I'm feeling rather kind today, so I will tell you. What I did previously was slow down your movement, what I did now was slow down the rate of breathing. It's a bit straining on my powers, but is much more straining on you. Be careful, if you don't do anything then you might die of air loss. Sparky by the end of the explication had finished the apple and threw the waste at the struggling form of Luffy. The monkey grinned, seeing the enemy struggle to catch his breath. He would have loved to slow down his heart rate, but that had a certain drawback. Masked Deuce's powers could stop the heart or the brain, completely killing the opponent. And Sparky had learned the trick as well, as his powers were similar. But stopping the heart or brain was a bit difficult, and only was possible for weaker opponents. Mainly because it was closely linked to one's willpower and they had a good chance on completely breaking off from the effects with haki. The Blackbeard pirate coughed, straining to take in air. What, out of breath? Sparky asked, drop down your armament haki for a second and I might drop my slow. Bahaha. 295. Fuck you. Luffy looked up at him and growled as he shifted his body again to his half-Zoan form. His struggle with his breathing got a bit easier. Sparky blinked. Oh ho, I didn't know that would happen. Interesting, very interesting. Your Zoan transformation was able to ease some of the difficulties, interesting. He said, taking a bite of his apple with one hand and taking out a notebook and a pencil with his other hands. He also took out his reading glasses before he wrote something down in his notebook. He then looked at the Blackbeard pirate, say, on a 1 scale of 1 to 10, 10 being getting strangled to death by a male stripper, and 1 being struggling to hold your poop in. What would you rate your suffering? Asterisk cough, fuck you. Luffy growled, throwing himself again at the 6-armed monkey. This time he was faster than before. But even then, he was too slow to be any threat. Sparky pulled down his eyelid and stuck out his tongue before he changed locations, taking his seat on the top of a large rock. I will add it as a 3. He said, shrugging, as he pushed up his reading glass with a sigh. Honestly, why can't test subjects be more open about their feelings? It would make my job a lot easier. Luffy just growled at him, when I find a way to get out. Cough. I will take my sweet time in ripping out your limbs one by one, before shoving them up your ass. Oh, kinky, he said, but you see I ain't into men, or humans for that matter. But hey, I don't judge. He said as he snickered. So, it's a waiting game. Luffy glared, as he coughed in between. Fine, then answer me this, if you slowed me down, then why can't I speak at a normal pace? Didn't you hear me the first time? Sparky said, taking another bite from his apple, while 2 of his arms polished his guns. I only slowed down your concept of movement. You see, when I first started using the fruit, I was thinking in very simple terms and slowing the whole thing down. But Luffy had shown me a better way of using the fruit. More creative ways. It turns out, if I only slow down one aspect of someone, like let's say, his or her movement, then I strain my powers less. I haven't mastered slowing down complicated concepts yet. But when it comes to movement, I can slow your movements down to a very low level. Hearing Sparky's explanation, Luffy's eyes had widened and he stared forward, only to go into a coughing fit, while Sparky laughed. You can barely breathe, and using that attack only made you lose a few more seconds of your miserable life, he said, laughing while Luffy went through a coughing fit, as he gasped for air. Why don't you fucking shut up, damn it? But, I love hearing my own voice. Sparky whined. Did you know how bad it was that only Luffy could understand me? Speaking took a whole lot longer than I imagined, probably got it from my old man's side. Only the bastard could speak anyways. Anyway, where was I? Oh, yeah, funny thing is, it turns out my slow powers could also be used for training to gain more speed. Luffy said it was kind of similar to gravity training, or advanced resistance training. Hey, now that I say it out loud, all he thinks and talks about is training. He said, rubbing his chin. One drawback of his powers was that while slowing down the target's movements, it wouldn't take away any force or damage capability of the attack the target uses. The punch might be slow, but it would be just as dangerous as the original one. That's why he wasn't getting near his opponent. Sparky could slow down a few other things in Luffy's body to end him quick, but the 6-armed monkey wanted to take his time. Call him a bit greedy, but this was his first fight alone with anyone decently strong, and he wanted it to continue a while longer. And at the same time, he wanted to make the Blackbeard pirate suffer for what he did to Kuina. Luffy, on the other hand, used the chance to throw some of his feathers out towards the monkey. The feathers weren't speedy, by any means, but they were controlled, moving at a low level so that they could hit their target without getting notified. So you are like the pet of the crew. The Blackbeard pirate scoffed, trying to keep all attention to him. Luffy this, Luffy that, you are nothing but a glorified pet. Sticks and stones can break my bones, but words can never hurt me. Or that's how the quote goes. But I don't like what you said. Sparky said, rubbing his chin with one hand before a grin appeared on his face. It kind of rubs my fur the wrong way. It's insulting that you think so low of my crewmates, but then again, why am I bothered by a soon-to-be dead man? You are a pet. Cough, a mutt. Luffy said, starting to throw out insults as the feathers started going towards its targets. Sparky rolled his eyes. I really feel like you are underestimating me, he said before taking out 2 of his guns with his lower arms and shooting down the feathers that were inching toward him. Wow, 16 of them, and here I thought you thought me nothing more than a glorified pet. Luffy clicked his tongue as he thought of ways to escape the situation he was in. Even in his half-Zoan form, he was still struggling to breathe and keeping up armament haki around his body. It was getting a lot tougher as each second ticked by. Sparky wanted to say something but he was cut off when they heard a loud explosion, and the ground rumbling. Both of them looked towards the east where a giant ball of fire was clashing against a dark ball of shadows fighting for dominance. The whole thing exploded with fire coming out of it as a victor, and an animalistic roar could be heard. Sparky frowned. What was that? Luffy smirked. You guys didn't know what you got yourselves into when dealing with our captain. His grin widened. He has powers that are beyond your imagination. Sparky, who was about to jump to the sky to get a clear view, saw Luffy going over them. The straw hat wearing boy gave him a nod before going towards the fight. A small smile grew on his face. Luffy had it handled. If they needed help, Luffy would have called out. As he didn't, Sparky knew they most likely had it handled. He looked at Luffy thinking over things. But still, he needed to speed things up. Hey, ironic. You know, you are talking way too much for a bird that's about to get cooked, Sparky said, giving him a side glance as parts of his body started flickering in and out of armament haki. Luffy's wings came forward to protect himself from any blows as Sparky took out his guns, putting new bullets in them. Sparky grinned, I like me birds spicy. Wah! Luffy wasn't even able to finish his sentence as a bullet was shot right into his eyes, panting the whole area in red liquid. Ag! The birdman screamed, clawing his eyes as he tried to wipe away the spicy sauce from his eyes. But it was a mistake and Sparky used that chance to shoot 2 bullets directly inside of his mouth, making the man cough along with struggling with his breathing. Alabaston Green Reaper, Sparky said, has a nasty smell to go along with it. Took some from Usopp's stash before I left, didn't know it would be this useful. Anyway, your suffering has just started now. Sparky said, cracking his 6 knuckles. Let's get down to business. Luffy, even in his agony, heard him and got cautious, bringing his wings over his body. But he was a bit too late again, as 6 bullets smashed into his body. 5 pierced his wings while 1 managed to dig itself into his shoulder. Now that he didn't have armament haki, Sparky's bullets were able to hurt him. Even without haki, Luffy's body was far more tougher because of his mythical Zoan. So, Sparky's bullets were just able to dig into his skin. But they were no ordinary bullets. Suddenly, Luffy started feeling a lot weaker and his devil fruit powers started to retreat back into him. Shit! Asterisk cough. Sea stone bullets. He grunted as he tried to take out the bullets from his shoulders. But the bullets were stuck to his skin and wouldn't move, making him commit to a useless struggle. The man was on his knees as he felt his power slip away, making him go through a coughing fit again. Rrrrrrrrrr. A grinding noise made the Blackbeard pirate look up and see the 6-armed monkey with a chainsaw and a hockey mask. Specialized chainsaw with sea stone edges. Made it after I saw one of my crewmates have fun with his powers. Honestly, when you put Anchor and Usopp together, you can make some great stuff. Sparky grinned as Luffy started backing off in the opposite direction with fear evident in his eyes. The mask just adds some flavor to your misery, or that's what Luffy said. Bahaha. Mythical Zoans are pretty rare, even rarer than some Logia. We have a good food collection back in the ship. But you have far too many limbs for my liking. Let's fix that. And no. Sparky's eyes glinted as his grin widened in a dark tone. Oh, yes. Come to Papa, Birdie. With that, he started his chainsaw and jumped toward the Blackbeard pirate. The forest was laced with the screams of a man and the laughter of a monkey. 296. Luffy's POV. I jumped through the air, nearing the fight between Ace and Blackbeard. The damn fat bastard was a giant octopus now. Just great. How many devil fruits did the bastard have anyways? Or was the power from the yummy no me? I shrugged. In the series, there were other people who had shown the ability to make animalistic constructs with their powers. But this thing, this kraken-like creature, just felt different. The beast was huge and horrifying, made out of shadows that looked semi-solid in a way. Its large head sported 2 eyes that were pitch black in color, and along with it, it also had a beast-like maw that could easily feed on lesser sea kings. All in all, it was most definitely this world's version of the Kraken. I could clearly see Ace struggling with it even from this distance, his little form jolting from one point to another, fighting the monster. And it seemed like he needed some help. Even though the situation was serious, I ironically found the scene funny. Give Ace a pair of chugs and cat ears. And with Teach's tentacles, this would be a whole other fight, I mused at that scene in my head. I quickly shook those thoughts away as I started to get near them. As I passed through the sky, I saw that Sanji had to go off in the distance, carrying the wounded forms of Zoro and Kuina. Both of them looked quite roughed up. But I couldn't get a better look at them as Sanji had sped away, not seeing me. I didn't mind, my observation Haki picked up Sparky facing off against someone. As I skywalked over them, I gave my 6-armed friend a nod. He was fighting some kind of bird monster hybrid, maybe Burgess? But he shouldn't have a fruit by now. I shrugged, who knows? But I didn't care, Sparky seemed to be in a favorable position. And I didn't want him to cut his fight short. Sparky was the first member of my crew. And he was also my best buddy. He needed some alone monkey time for himself. Sparky's powers are quite overpowering. And over the years, he had refined it to a degree now that he could give even experienced fighters a run for their money. I also knew he was kind of like a glass cannon nowadays as he didn't have armament Haki. Sparky seems to be physically going through changes, his human-like voice wasn't his only change. He's also gained a few inches in height. Maybe he was going through a growth sprout or something. Maybe that's why he didn't awaken his armament Haki. Maybe he was too young for it, or his body wasn't ready for the color of armament yet. Who knows? But at the same time, I also realized that there was no other fight going on. It seems the fight with Aramaki took way longer than I realized. Is that what they say about good times always feeling short? I really took my sweet time ripping him apart. As I neared the fighting location between Ace and Teach, I had to stop mid-air when a pillar of fire rose out from the ground, destroying anything and everything in its path. Boom! Several other eruptions of flames occurred, charring the area. The flames were so great that it literally melted the rocks that were on the ground, turning it into a field of lava. And Teach's Kraken form was right in the middle of the attack. Ack! The large tentacle monster gave out a painful roar that shook the earth. It seems even with the bigger size difference Teach was still feeling pain from Ace's attacks. It also made me realize that it was no shadow construct. Another devil fruit? I actually thought that Ace's attacks would be ineffective against it, since it was made out of shadows and all. But it seems I was wrong. That brought the obvious question of why he's going big like this. What was the benefit anyways? He just painted himself as a bigger target this way. The answer quickly came when the beast roared. Rag! The roar of agony lasted only for a few seconds before red lightning crackled around the monster, sucking the fire inside of him, and taking the power away from Ace's attack and charging itself. Along the way, I could see the ground where the huge beast was starting to rot. That wasn't supposed to happen. Ace said in between his pants, as he stood his ground, he suddenly felt the ground rumble and jumped back. But he was a bit late as a shadowy tentacle came out of the earth and grabbed his leg. Ugh, shit. He wanted to use Enma to cut through it and set himself free, but the fire user was electrocuted with red electricity, making his muscles lock up. At the same time the giant octopus opened its maw, releasing a jet beam of red energy right towards the trapped pirate. I was already moving by the time Ace got tangled in that tentacle situation. With my nameless Naginata covered in advanced armament Haki, I came to the front, with my body in mixed gear, using my fastest air Soru, I came forward, dynamic bull needle. I didn't get in front of Ace, no, I attacked the monster's head, trying to drill through its head. But seeing me suddenly get near, Teach whipped its head back, dodging my attack and cancelling his own. But the bastard released all the stored-up energy in an explosion around it. An explosion of red energy crackled out around it, mixed with electricity as I was pushed back. Luckily I was able to brace myself with Tech High before the attack landed, but still, I was sent flying, and the effects of the red lightning was making my muscles tense up for a few seconds. I grunted as I flew back, spinning through the air a few times before I was able to steady myself and break free from the effects. I had little time on my hands as the kraken-like beast had already sent multiple shadowy tentacles at me. Even just from being near them, I could feel my energy getting drained and my devil fruit powers getting weaker. Shit! I can't let those things grab me. I quickly used airwalk to my advantage to skip around the shadowy appendages, not letting them touch me, and sending multiple wind slashes that made deep cuts into its tentacles. It roared in pain as it glared at me. I smirked, holding eye contact, still in the air. I'm gonna make some takoyaki out of you. It narrowed its eyes and from it, red energy beams came out, zigzagging through the sky. I blinked. When could he do that? I quickly spun my naginata in hand, clad with advanced armament haki. Those energy beams were dangerous, and I didn't want them to get near my body. Good thing I have an advanced form of haki, I didn't need to touch the beams. As the beams slammed at me, I spun my blade at rapid speed, until the beam was no more. To my surprise, my defense didn't discard the attack. No, my nameless naginata absorbed it. My blade shone red as if satisfied by the meal. From when could you do that? I asked aloud, before hearing a large roar. I looked at the kraken-like monster as it charged a blast in his mouth. 297. No time to be amazed, my blade called out, attack. I obliged. As I brought my blade down, an arc of red energy came out of my blade, mixing with my own power before it went towards the kraken-like monster. My attack dug a deep trench as it moved and the giant monster used its tentacles covered in haki to block the attack. The beast was able to block the attack, but he was dragged back from his location. And while it was able to avoid any major damage, one of its tentacles got a deep gash from my attack. It roared as it slammed its tentacles into the ground breaking as several shadowy tentacles waved off like tree vines coming towards me with great speed. Crack! I grinned, the grip around my naginata tightening, as I bit into my free arm. Steam covered my body, as my body physically changed, Gear 4th, Lion Man. With power and haki coursing through my body, I moved forward. My steps in the air creating a sonic boom as I moved. As the shadowy appendages came forward, I went through them like a hot knife through butter with my blade. Slicing and dicing through them. Hey, this is fun! I roared, a grin plastered in my face as I danced in between the shadowy dangers. Cutting through them as I moved. Seeking thrill and glory like a battle-crazed protagonist. Help me, will you? I called out to my blade. Sure, but make sure to be the one that kills it. My blade responded, sparks of black and red lightning coming out of my blade as it took on a reddish-black shine. I snorted, sure thing, mate. Teach had already attacked before I could get too close. It blasted a giant beam of red energy from its mouth toward me. Its size could easily consume me. I knew from instinct that facing the beam head-on would be stupid. So, I quickly jumped up, trying to avoid it, running in the air in a zigzag pattern. But the giant creature had also moved its head, making the beam follow me while destroying everything in its path. But Teach had clearly underestimated my speed as I was able to avoid the beam, until the monster couldn't fire off his attacks anymore. By that time I was already near it. While I was fine, Teach was clearly winded, the giant shadowy octopus was panting. And I used that chance to throw my blade at him. The kraken-like monster had brought one of its larger tentacles up to block my attack, but my blade skewered through its shadowy appendage, pinning it to the side of its head. The nameless naginata was still connected to me by the chain that was wrapped around my arm. Right at that moment, something had smashed into the opposite side of its head. It was Sabo. I grinned. Sabo was grabbing onto the side of the beast with one hand, while his other hand was pulled back in a claw-shaped form with advanced armament haki covering it. It glowed dangerously a yellowish black, indicating its usage. Everything has a core, and I just found yours. With that he plunged his hands right into the side of its head. Internal destruction, Ryu no Ibuki. Internal destruction Leo Rokuo gun. I called out at the same time. Both of our attacks were intended for internal damage and a large chunk of its head got cracks around them. Rack! It roared, and the kraken-like beast's body exploded in red energy, throwing both of us off. While I pulled out my blade with the chain, Sabo was thrown back because of being so close to it. The beast roared in pain as its large tentacles swatted away anything that was near. Sabo, who was clearly vulnerable in the air, would have got hit, but someone had moved through the air, catching him. It was Masked Deuce. While the masked pirate pulled back, Ace had gone past him with his sword out, flames and haki laced in his blade. This fight isn't over, Teach. Ace growled as he went in for the attack. Now that he looked at his brother, he also looked quite roughed up. I felt myself respecting him, even with all three of us. Teach was a tough opponent, but he had been dealing with him alone until now. That took strength. However, it brought the question of why he was so strong. He didn't have any sort of advanced haki. He was fighting us with his devil fruit alone. Devil fruit or devil fruits, it just showed how haki wasn't the only source of gaining strength. I needed to focus on my fruit's powers more. The giant kraken-like monster roared, as it attacked with its shadowy appendages once more. He might be strong, but it wouldn't matter. Now that the three of us are here, we should be able to handle him. Masked Deuce was also here, but he was more or less helping us with a supporter role. It seems his stop-stop powers aren't working on the giant monster. Good thing I didn't bring Sparky here, his ability might also be ineffective. Also, Teach was pissed that my monkey friend killed his doctor, so it's better to not bring him here. Ace fought alone with the kraken-like beast for some time. And a bit later Sabo joined in, but I didn't. Instead, I was observing the giant beast. The kraken was like a giant octopus. Was it just my imagination or did it get smaller? Also, my observation haki was telling me that he was growing stronger at a rapid rate. What was up with that? I was shocked with realization when I noticed that the island around us had turned grey and rotted. The trees, the land, everything was dead and rotten, spreading out from the monstrosity. From above I could see a huge chunk of Jaya's forest getting affected by the kraken's powers. And right then, an explosion of shadow and black fog made me look at the giant monster again. The kraken-like monster grinned as its body started to fade into black smoke, before getting sucked inside at a single point. All of us that were fighting stopped as the giant monster retreated back into itself, revealing a mutated version of Teach. He was bigger now, and his face was twisted in a way that made me remember Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean. One of Teach's hands had the power of darkness, while the other hand glowed red with energy. Zay-ha-ha-ha! Teach laughed as he released a wave of Conqueror's haki. With broken teeth, it looked at us. I'm going to rip you guys apart, and I'm going to enjoy it. I snorted as I released my own Conqueror's haki. Ace also did that at the same time. And, surprisingly, I found Sabo releasing his haki as well. Hey, would you look at that, Sabo also had it. I grinned. You are fucked in so many ways that you can't possibly imagine. I said, charge. I roared, stepping forward first, my brothers following behind. The fight was far from over. 298. With my blade covered in advanced armament haki, I charged, blurring in front of Teach as I swung my blade in a wide swipe. Teach grinned as he punched forward with a red energy-covered hand. Boom! Both of our attacks clashed against each other, fighting for supremacy. Sparks of red and black lightning flashed around our attack, as a sonic boom resounded through the air. The wind from the attack whipped back our air as we struggled. But I was shocked when Teach started to push me back before swinging his darkness-covered hand, punching me in the side. I had protected the spot where he punched, but still, I was thrown back from his location as both Ace and Sabo dropped on him with their own attacks. Zahahaha. You punks made a serious mistake, now die. Teach laughed, coming forward and attacking both Ace and Sabo. Fighting them both for a while, he ducked under Ace's swipe, giving him an uppercut, and jumping back from Sabo's strike and throwing him off with an omega beam from his eyes. Shit! Sabo hissed as he crossed his arms and covered them with haki. The omega beams didn't push him back much, but it didn't let him attack either. Ugh, asshole! Just how many powers do you have? Many. Teach said smirking, while Ace rubbed his chin from the uppercut, growling at the pirate. With all of his powers, Teach was a bastardized version of Darkseid. Teach laughed, as Ace came forward to attack. But he wasn't the only one, Sabo also joined in. Both of the brothers attacked, Ace with his sword and Sabo with his metal pipe. But they were too slow to hit him. Ducking again under Sabo's strike, Teach brought his hand forth trying to grab him. But just before he could grab him, Ace had slashed the space in between them, making Teach pull his hand back. While the Blackbeard pirate jumped back, Ace punched forward towards his location, Heiken. A large fist of flames came out of his hand, striking Teach's previous position. But rather than dodging the attack, Teach grinned, bringing two of his hands forward. Both of them flashed with red energy as he pulled the fire into them, right into his palms. Thanks for the refill, bastard. Teach said. His form blurring right in front of Sabo before he punched forward. Let me return the favor, dickhead. Hike in. At the last moment, Sabo had crossed his arms and covered them in haki. But he was still thrown away. Sabo! Sabo! Both me and Ace called out as the blonde was thrown several meters away with smoke coming out of him. He fell to the ground before doing a backflip, giving us a thumbs up. I'm fine, he said. Both of us sighed in relief, before I gave my brother a stink eye. Seriously, Ace. Don't use your fire directly on him. Be creative, damn it. I'll try, and sorry about that. Ace had little time to hold a conversation as Teach came for him next. Teach punched with his red energy crackling in his arm, while Ace defended against it with Inma. He was thrown back, and before Teach could follow through I jumped him using the fastest version of Soru I knew. Attacking with my own blade, I expected it to at least hit, but he surprised me when he jumped back, avoiding my blow. And as he did, he sent several shadowy pikes towards my location. With a swipe of my blade, I cut them off before going toward him again. At the same time, I could see Sabo going towards him from the opposite side. I knew what to do. I appeared in front of Teach with a fury of strikes that grabbed all of his attention. He got overwhelmed but found a chance to kick me away. I took the hit with a smirk on my face. In Gear 4th, I could tank a lot of punishment. Teach was confused at first, but the man quickly found out the reason for my smirk when he was hit in the back of his head and sent flying to the side. His body skipped the ground a few times as he was smashed into a large rock, forming spider cracks before it broke onto him. Sabo clicked his tongue, giving me a hand as he pulled me up. I was trying to take his head off, but oh well. I snorted, I was reaching my limit with Gear 4th. I needed to recharge, or I would run out of haki. Teach growled as he got out of the crater, bleeding from his octopus-like head. But to my surprise, his bleeding stopped. And I could clearly see the wound being knit together. I blinked. Did he have regeneration? Fuck. No wonder this bastard managed to scar Shanks. Teach might not be the most skilled fighter, but he made it up with his abilities. But even in terms of skill, he was pretty decent. All three of us attacked Teach. This went on for a while, hours passed as we fought. All three of us exchanging blows with Teach. Our forms blurring in and out around Jaya. Our attacks creating sonic booms and large explosions. As we fought, rain had started pouring, making the blood and grime wash off us as we fought in the hard battle. Not only was Teach able to keep up with us, he was also able to strike back and deal damage as well. This wasn't good. Also, I had to retreat every half an hour or so to take a few minutes break as my Gear 4th Lion Man had a timer. Unlike me, my brothers didn't need it. And they could hold him off for a while. I honestly hadn't expected Teach to be this strong. The only silver lining is that as the fight was stretching out, Teach was losing his edge. It wasn't a lot, but even small progress was enough. It seems fighting all of us at the same time was getting to him as well, but this also made him dangerous. He was like a cornered animal. My attacks with my brothers were flawless, days of training together made us quite a good team. You could say, we bounced off each other like rubber. 299. Taking a deep breath, my form again shifted as steam rose around me, going into Gear 4th Lion Man. Get back! I said to my brothers, as I pulled back my fist, Gomu Gomu no King Kong Gatling. Large and small fist, rained down on my enemy like a Gatling gun. My attacks laced with advanced armament haki as they came forward. Teach brought his arms forward and a shadowy construct that looked like fists came forward, matching my attacks. The shadowy fists were also enhanced by the red energy matching my advanced armament haki. Both of our attacks were creating a lot of destruction. For a while we were equal. But slowly I was coming out as the victor. With a roar I pushed through, my right fist planting right in his face while my left fist punched at his side where his kidney was. This would have thrown him off, but I wasn't done. Gritting my teeth, I summoned all of my inner strength, Leo Rokugan. From my fists 2 beams of blue shockwave energy came out, going through Teach's body as he was thrown away with broken teeth and blood. But the bastard was crazy as he had sent multiple shadow spikes before he was thrown away. I had to defend myself from them, but I was also thrown in the opposite direction with a few of them stabbing into my flesh. But I was nowhere near the level of pain that Teach showed. Teach still had that oversensitive body due to the eating yummy yummy no me. I could use that to my advantage. Though with his regenerative abilities, cutting his head off might be the only viable way to end the fight. I could also destroy his heart. I blinked, finally realizing something. Didn't octopuses have 3 hearts? Wait, did that mean Hatchin had 3 hearts? I shook my head. Not the time for intrusive thoughts. I focused on Teak with my observation haki, making a note to look at the changes he had from an ordinary human. Though, even if he did have 3 hearts, cutting his head off would be easier. I remember Marco had said something about Teach's body not being normal. I need to look out for that. Seeing Teach fall to the ground, both Sabo and Ace pounced on him before he could get back up. But they were a bit late as suddenly, Teach's body turned into shadows and slipped into the ground. The bastard reappeared a bit further away with his side bleeding. He had a shaky grin on his face as he wiped the blood from his mouth. He looked like he was in pain, but was trying to hide it. I grinned. "Ah, is the little fat cunt in pain?" I asked. "Don't worry, there's more where that came from. If you are scared of sharp objects, then there's always this." Sabo said, holding his metal pipe. Unlike my brothers, I like to keep things civil and smash my enemies' heads in." I chuckled as Teach snorted. He panted while his wounds were healing. We could have attacked, but we also needed to catch our breath. He wasn't the only one getting injured, we were as well. I quickly used the time to use life return to mend my wounds. While I couldn't do much, it was still worth it in the long run. I wanted the fight to end soon. But at the same time, I prepared myself for a long, drawn-out fight. I could feel at least 2 of my ribs and a few other bones were broken. Sabo and Ace were the same, but they sustained a bit less injuries than me. As unlike them, I could recover mid-fight. Masked Deuce had left soon after I joined in on the fight. None of my crewmates or him would be able to handle Teach. I then realized that I really hated long, drawn-out fights. But in this world, fighting for more than 1 day straight wasn't unheard of. But I don't plan on dragging the fight that long. No, I was trying to figure him out. But I had little success with it. Well, until now, while I was recovering, I started to focus real hard on his body. God, that sounded cringe in my head. I was checking out an octopus dude as a married man. That. I shook my head. No time for intrusive thoughts, Luffy. I told myself. You punks are tough, I will give you that. Teach said, panting, but you can't beat me. We'll see about that, Teach. Ace said, standing by Sabo's side, I will put your head on a pike for what you did to Thatch. Teach snorted, the only reason he died, was because he was a weak little bitch. He then grinned, both of his fists crackling with red energy. In the sea, only the strong survive. What I did was very similar to what Pops did back when he was part of another crew. I did the same damn thing he did, like father like son. He said, smiling with his broken teeth. For all that Newgate makes himself look like a saint, underneath, he's more of a bastard than me. Ace growled, becoming irritated, shut your damn mouth, Teach. He growled, his fists and sword getting covered in his own haki. Humming with power, he wanted nothing more than to blast the man with his fire, but knew that would be counterproductive. What? Don't tell me you don't know what Pops did back when he was part of someone else's crew. He rhetorically asked. Of course, you wouldn't, you were just in the crew for a few years. I was part of it for decades. Is this the part where you reveal that you were planning for years and whatnot? If so, then cut the bullshit. We have no interest in your sob story, I said, cutting him off. Sabo looked at Ace, keep your head in the game, bro. We will kill him, don't go doing something stupid and don't let him get to your head. I nodded at that. While some might call Ace impulsive, and they wouldn't be wrong, but you couldn't blame the guy. Fighting constantly for that many hours, anyone would running on short fumes. For Ace, it was personal. While Sabo was the chillest one amongst us, involve some poor civilian in a bad situation and he would be doing the same as well. Heck, even me, I dared any bastard to even say anything about my wives. Heck, I dared any government bastard to target Robin. We all had some things that we valued and would defend its reputation with our lives. When you have blood pumping through your blood in kilometers per hour, everyone had short fumes. Even Teach. I gave him a mocking grin, and really Teach, while you act collected, remember that even if you somehow survive this, you have no one left. All of your crewmates are dead. I said, I really have to hand it to you, your crewmates really did have some good fruits. I will make sure to give them to good users. Teach growled, it seems I hit a nerve. Teach snarled at me as he readied himself. Sabo also spun his metal pipe as it blackened with haki, while I also prepared blackening my own blade. I could also see from the corner of my eye that Ace did the same. And right after that, we moved. 300. We fought Teach with everything we got. As we fought, I realized something, Teach and me, we weren't that different. He might not be the fanciest looking bastard out there, but he had his own kind of charisma. He was easily able to influence Ace with his words, and to recruit powerful crewmates like that. We weren't much different. Also, as the fight went on, all of us got stronger, even Teach. Our haki were blooming in the midst of battle. While Ace, Sabo, and Teach were getting stronger in armament haki, I was trying to remain calm in the fight, trying to improve my observation haki. Focusing on any unwanted clues that Teach left when fighting, his intent, his aura, his pattern of movement. I wasn't expecting myself to learn advanced observation haki anytime soon, but I could at least improve my observation haki. As I fought, I tried to channel my focus on finding any differences in Teach's body. He looked like something from a half-Zoan transformation, so I tried to focus on where his heart was. Not trying to hear it. No, trying to see it. As we fought, my vision with observation haki improved, and I could see stuff that I wasn't able to see before. My reaction time increased, along with my perception of seeing things in slow motion. Along with it, I started to see aura. It was a slow and lengthy process that took hours. But it was progress, nonetheless. And I was finally able to see Teach's aura, on how his aura moved around in his body. It was odd, there were 3 types of aura inside of him. Brown, black, and red, they came from 3 different sources. And they beat like hearts. I grinned. Finally finding what I was looking for. 3 hearts in 3 places. Disgustingly pumping Teach with power. I also found that 2 of his hearts looked weaker than the 3rd one. The brown one looked strong, while the red and black one looked quite worn out. Almost artificial. It seems his body hadn't fully accepted his fruit powers yet. I grinned, knowing what I should target next. Sabo, buy us some time. I said, grabbing Ace by the shoulder, pulling him back as my brother came forward with his metal pipe. Sabo attacked relentlessly against Teach, buying us some time like I asked. What the? Ace wanted to say something but I cut him off. I might have figured something out, but you guys need to give me an opportunity. I whispered, panting from my overuse from Gear 4th. I had pulled back from my transformation. Also, if you can try going for the heart, Ace, one of them is in the middle of his chest. It might seem weird, but I think he has 3 hearts. I can try something, but you guys need to distract him. Ace just gave me a serious nod, trusting me without any further discussion. He jumped forward and I followed him behind after readying myself. Ace came forth yelling, swinging his blade in wide arcs, using the power of his haki mixed with Inma. If any one of us improved in the fight the most, then it would be him. His inability to use his flames had made him rely fully on haki and swordsmanship to go against Teach. And his haki was getting stronger quicker. I smirked, feeling a bit proud about him. Zay ha ha ha. Teach laughed, smashing his fist against Ace's blade. His red energy versus Ace's advanced haki. Sabo pulled back a bit, before supporting Ace with his metal pipe. I didn't attack immediately, as I was in my base form. I skipped around them as they fought, trying to get a better situation on him. Teach might have suspected that I had something planned. So I needed to be fast, catch him by surprise before he could come up with an effective counter. Ace glanced at me and gave me a nod. He was going to give a clear shot at him. I had to make it count. I took in a breath of air. Biting my arm, as I inflated it, Gear 4th. Snake Man. A skinnier form of Lion Man took its place. While Bounce Man was for tanking and power, Snake Man was about speed and unpredictability. I made Lion Man based on both versions. But that mean, if I needed speed I would use my Snake Man form. My grip around my naginata tightened. Let's do this, partner. Make sure to make it count. My blade responded. I gave a mental nod as I moved at supersonic speed. Blurring around the battlefield while Teach fought Ace and Sabo. Teach had seemed to notice me, and my increased speed. And it distracted him for a moment. Oi, asshole, rise and shine. Ace said, clapping both of his hands, right in his face, his palms, exploding out like a flashbang. Blinding both Teach and Sabo who hadn't looked away, also ringing their ears. I also hadn't been affected as I was far from them. I really wondered why Ace hadn't used that previously. Flashbang would have been the most effective non-lethal attack against Teach. But I didn't have time to think of that. I thrusted my blade forward, my arm stretching, Gomu Gomu no. Drilling Python. My fist bounced off several times in the air before it neared Teach's. Gaining in speed and power. My blade was covered in the strongest advanced armament haki I could bring forth. But even while blinded, Teach was no easy opponent. He omega beamed Sabo off of him, before pushing Ace back. At the same time, he turned his own body into shadows, dropping to the ground as he tried to slither away to another location. But to my enhanced perception, it was playing out in slow motion. My attack also changed trajectory, and stabbed right into the ground, into the shadow. Right into where one of his hearts were. Gah! Teach's body materialized and my blade skewered him to the ground, he screamed, but his scream was dwarfed by the leaking red energy that exploded out of his body. Kaboom! 301. Gah! Teach's body materialized and my blade skewered him to the ground, he screamed, but his scream was dwarfed by the leaking red energy that exploded out of his body. Kaboom! I lost the grip on my blade, and my nameless naginata was thrown back. I gritted my teeth as I was shocked by hundreds of volts of red energy. I could see my whole hand getting burned even with haki protecting it, the rest of my body that weren't covered with haki was also affected. Pain. The amount of pain that I felt was quite literally unbearable. Thankfully, it only lasted for a few seconds, as I was thrown back from the shockwave. If I knew that this would have happened, I would have protected my whole body with haki, but it was too late. My body skipped across the ground a few times, before I was able to steady myself. The explosion was quite powerful as it shook the whole island, consuming a good chunk of the ground with destroying anything nearby with wind pressure alone. Shit! I hissed in pain, looking at my crisply burnt right arm, it was still elongated. To put it short, it looked like dead burnt noodles. For a few seconds, I couldn't even feel my right arm. Several uneasy thoughts flashed in my mind, thinking the worst. I quickly concentrate all my attention to my burned arm with life return. And I was finally able to get some sense back in my arm. My haki had protected me from the worst damages, but still, I would need quite a long time before I could properly use my arm again. Now that I was paying attention again, I noted that I wasn't in my gear 4th anymore. Also, my body wasn't fully responding to my commands. It seemed that the red electricity messed up my bodily systems. I could try to use my haki to empower my body with will, but I would rather use my haki sparingly right now. I also didn't know where my weapon was. I couldn't sense it with my observation haki. Nor could I feel the mental link that we had. That never happened before. Did that blast knock my weapon's consciousness out? Was that even possible? I didn't have the time to worry about that as we heard Teach screaming while holding his stomach. Ack. Shit. Bitch. My heart. You destroyed one of my hearts. The giant man was rolling on the floor, bleeding himself out and flopping on the floor like the world's biggest disappointment of an antagonist. He seemed to be in a lot of pain. I smirked, finding sick satisfaction in that. It might have been my imagination, but I think my pain lessened a bit seeing him grovel in pain. Hey, aren't I just petty? I also looked around, and saw Ace and Sabo had also been thrown back. They were much closer to the explosion, and Sabo looked a bit more injured than Ace. My older brother most probably turned himself into fire when the explosion occurred, while Sabo had to tank it. Ace panted, supporting himself with Inma, before moving in. He wanted to finish this quick. But I wanted to test something out. Kill the roach with fire. I called out. Ace glanced at me and gave me a confused look. Just use fire. He blinked but nodded, as he jumped above Teach. The Blackbeard pirate had sensed Ace coming and quickly turned, spreading out his darkness everywhere, while his body turned more octopus-y in nature. I will fucking rip you all apart. He roared, as from the spread-out shadows, large tentacles came out, launching toward Ace. Ace, up in air, held Inma with both of his hands, lacing it with haki and flames. His blade turned hot red, before turning blue as the fire intensified. Even from the ground, I could feel the heat from the attack. And it wasn't just my imagination, raindrops dried up into steam even before they could hit the ground, some broken trees that were around the battlefield caught fire, just because of the heat. Heck, the shine from Ace's fire was so strong that it looked like a second sun. A blue sun. A small grin appeared on my face. My brother rocks. Nova flames, raging sun. Blue flames laced out of Ace's blade, as he started spinning like a wheel of flaming death as he cut through the shadowy appendages. It looked majestic, as the destructo disc of blue flames cut through the shadowy limbs, finally dropping to the floor, slashing at Teach perpendicularly. Aioic. My arm. Teach gasped as a large wound appeared from his right shoulder towards his left torso, his right arm also getting separated from elbow down. He was thrown away, his body dragged through the ground, and skipped a few times as he flew like a rock skipping on water. I was awed, almost forgetting the fact that Ace's flames were actually began to be effective against Teach. It seemed Teach's red energy-like powers weren't working. Ace followed through after Teach, his once orange and red flames fully turning blue as he went after him. Teach, who had finally managed to stop himself, was wide-eyed in shock and wanted to plead for his life, but Ace didn't give him any time. His form blurring right in front of Teach as he stabbed the bastard right in his brown heart. You. Teach looked on in wide-eyed astonishment as he bled from his mouth, seeing the sword impale him through the heart. Bastard! Ace snorted, funny last words. He said, twisting his blade, Nova Pillar. A jet pillar of blue flames came out of his sword, burning a giant hole through Teach, almost separating his body. Burning through skin, flesh, and bones. Ace took back his sword as Teach started falling toward the ground, life starting to leave his eyes. That last attack destroyed any and all internal organs inside Teach's body, including his 2 remaining hearts. But even then, Teach might live for a minute or two. His regenerative abilities might even let him live a little bit longer, but I doubted he could come back from that. Even without his hearts, he had a lot of willpower that would make him suffer his last minutes of agony. That's why, before his body could hit the ground, as last show of mercy, Ace slashed at him, separating his head from his body, fully taking his life. Ace might have hated Teach for what he did. But he once called him a friend, and so, he didn't want the man to suffer. If it was me, I might have drawn it out, make his last moments crawl in despair, but Ace, he was better than me. Ace looked down at Teach with a mix of disappointment and sadness. With that, the blue flames on Ace's body started petering out, and as he slowly sheathed Inma, so did the blue flames that were laced on the blade. I grinned as I saw Sabo dragging himself towards Ace and putting his hand on his shoulder. I didn't move, as I was still in no shape to move. My muscles were all locked up, and not working fully, and not to mention my right arm. I would need a bit of time before I would be able to fully use that. I also needed to look for my blade. I also needed to eat, and take a long nap. The fight for the day was over. It could have gone better, but I was grateful for what happened. I looked to the sky, the rain had stopped and it was starting to get dark. I felt so tired right now. A blowjob from Nami would be nice. I mean, there were a few problems in life that blowjobs couldn't fix. At least I had my priorities straight. With that, I laughed, Shishishi, it's good to be alive. Ace and Sabo didn't know why I was laughing, but it seemed contagious, as after a while all 3 of us were laughing. 302. A bit earlier, in the open sea. Ugh, the sea is in chaos. Mont Blanc Cricket said, holding onto the railing of the ship. Masira, haul the sails in, the wind isn't going to stop anytime soon. Xiao Zhao, steer toward the northeast, we might need to put more distance between us and the island. Aye, Captain. Both the large pirates jumped to do their tasks. While the other men on the ship, grabbing onto whatever they could, tried not to fall off from the sailing ship. Cricket looked at the island of Jaya and saw it was in a total mess. Even from this far, he could see the destruction the fight was causing. The rough winds that came out affected the sea around them, causing waves and tides that made it impossible to be anywhere near the island. Most of the pirate ships in Jaya had already packed up and left the island when the fight started. But unlike them, Cricket couldn't just leave the island. He had to be there, he was close to finding answers, he couldn't just leave now. But just a look back at the island made his hopes go down. Giant explosions that shook the sea, the shifting and destruction of landmass, all of this was happening because some rough pirates wanted to rip each other apart. Would there be anything left after they are done with fighting? He was sure almost half of the island's map would need to be changed after the fight was over. Jaya wasn't a big island by any means, but still, this level of destruction wasn't seen here on the first half of the Grand Line. Those bastards are going to sink the island at this rate. Cricket grumbled. Boys, put more distance between us and the island, the rain is getting stronger, so be careful. Aye aye, Captain. Suddenly all of them heard a huge rumbling from the sea below. The water started to bubble up before a huge serpentine sea king rose up from the sea. A sea king that was 5 times bigger than their ship, came out roaring. Shit! It's a sea king! Cricket said, unsheathing both of his cutlass swords, and already running on the deck towards the huge beast. Pull the ship back, pull it back. The ship might flip. When I give the signal, fire the cannons. With that, he jumped off the ship towards the monster with his blades drawn. Die, you scaly bastard! He attacked the giant creature with both of his blades, drawing an X-shaped wound on its face. The Sea King roared with its body getting pushed back, and Cricket landed on the creature's nose and dug its blade in one of its eyes. Before jumping back toward the ship, the creature roared in pain, but Cricket didn't pay much attention to it. Up in the air, he gave the signal, fire, now. His crewmates, who had readied the cannons, fired off shots onto the giant monster, as chunks of its flesh went flying. Xiao Zhao and Ma Sira both came, grabbing onto a large cannon as they lit it up with a huge man-sized cannonball coming out, shaking the ship from the resulting impact in the Sea King's stomach, making him throw up something in the air. Before it fell back to the sea, dead and lifeless. Cricket landed on the sea and the crew cheered as they successfully fought off a Sea King. We did it, boys! Both Xiao Zhao and Ma Sira locked arms with each other, and danced with happiness, while the other members cheered and laughed. That was when something fell on their deck, shaking the ship, and cutting off their enjoyment. It was a man. But not just any man, it was Jin. Where did he come from? Ma Sira asked, kneeling down and picking up Jin by the back of his shirt, who was half his size. None of them recognized Jin, not even Cricket. Oh, he's alive. What should we do, Captain? He looks like he's in bad shape. Xiao Zhao said, scratching his head. Was he inside the Sea King? He's either super lucky to survive or super strong. He needs medical help immediately. Cricket said, as he came towards the half-dead man. But we don't have any doctors. Ma Sira said. Yeah, old Doc John passed away a year ago. Xiao Zhao nodded. Cricket didn't say anything, just get him some food or something, we can't just throw him back to sea. Right then Jin coughed out water, gasping for air greedily. Water. I need water, he said, as he coughed. All 3 of them blinked surprised, and Cricket was the first one to respond. Someone bring the man some water and food. 303. After a while, Jin looked far better after getting some food and water in his belly. His wounds had stopped bleeding, and as an ancient Zoan user, his passive recovery was already bringing him back up to optimal health. Cricket and others were curious about what happened, so they asked Jin. The so-called man-demon explained his story without getting into too much detail or revealing his identity. It wasn't that he was afraid or anything, no, he would be able to take on the full ship if needed, but he didn't want any unnecessary trouble. So you are telling me that for the past 6 hours or so you were inside a Sea King? Ma Sira asked, his jaw on the floor. And you are a devil fruit user? Dude, how did you even survive? Xiao Zhao asked. Even Cricket didn't know what to say, he was equally shocked. Jin, after getting dropped into the sea, was eaten by a sea king. And because of that, he was able to get some of his powers back, but as he was still inside water, he wasn't able to fully turn into his Zoan form, or he risked sinking down again. The main issue was drowning, but Luffy had trained every Devil Fruit member of his crew to at least hold their breath under the sea for a few hours, in case something like that happened. Though that wasn't needed as the Sea King was quite large, the air pocket inside the stomach might stink. But he could use that to survive a bit longer. With that in mind, wait patiently inside a Sea King. Which was quite a disgusting experience. He was soaked with the stomach acid, guts, and feces of the Sea King. Jin was somehow able to survive, but the stink was quite unbearable. Even now he needed a bath. And after hearing what had happened, Mashura suggested spraying him with water for a quick cleanup. Jin was more than happy to get the stink off of him. And after everything was said and done, Jin finally looked a bit more humane. Thanks for freeing me. Who knows how long I would have been trapped if you guys didn't help. Jin said, honestly, my crewmates must be worrying about me. A large explosion rang out from the island of Jaya, cutting him off. He gaped, seeing the destruction. They are still fighting. Of course they are. Cricket said loudly, everyone, grab onto the ship, this one is a big one. Jin and everyone grabbed on the ship's structure, as the shockwave from the previous explosion came in, messing up the sea and violently throwing the ship back. This went on for a few minutes before the sea calmed again. Those guys are beasts, Jin mumbled. Cricket snorted, that they are, mate. Taking a drag from his cigarette, from what I heard, the newest warlord is fighting some new world pirate there. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the island's destroyed by the time the day is over. Xiao Zhao and Masira both gasped, you can't be serious, Captain. What about your mission to find the City of Gold? But both of them shut up when they remembered that someone else was still in their ship. Jin blinked, City of Gold. He asked, oh, you mean the legend of Noland, hey, so you are a man of dreams? He asked looking at Cricket. Cricket's brow twitched as he tensed up a bit, feeling a bit insecure. Yeah, so what? Jin shook his head, and crossed his arms before nodding, that's good, my captain's a man of dreams as well. Well, your captain's must be a great man I guess. Jin nodded again, his back straightening up a bit, yup, and he's going to be the world's strongest man and the king of pirates. He said with a solemn expression. The others in the crew looked at him with a stupefied expression, wondering who was the man that would not only go for Roger's title, but Newgate's as well. Cricket looked at Jin and held eye contact, before nodding. He's definitely a great man. Jin smirked, already liking the blonde chestnut-haired man. Jin. Right then, all of the people on the ship saw a man flying, no, running in the sky towards them. The man was completely soaked due to the rain and had a worried look on his face, but seeing Jin, he sighed. Sanji? Jin asked, giving his crewmate a smile, as the blonde cook landed on the ship. Oh, man, I'm glad you are here. The blonde cook sighed, I'm sorry it took so long, but it seems you are safe. He said, but even with your Viva card, you are changing locations, so finding you was quite tough. Not to mention you were in the sea, and you know I can't swim and all. Hatchin and Momo were also looking for you, but you know how the Grand Line Sea is. Jin blinked, wait, what's a Viva card? Sanji frowned, showing him a small paper. This, didn't Chopper take all of your blood samples one time in Alabasta? Well, he was trying to make this. The people in Alabasta knew how to make them, and well, everyone in the crew has this in case something like this happens. Oh! Jin said, before his eyes widened. Wait, were you guys all looking for me for the past 6 hours? Sanji smacked him on the head, of course we were. He grumbled, do you know how worried we were that you were under the sea? Everyone in the Going Merry was going wild before Masked Deuce told us that since your Vivre card was only slightly burned, it means you were still alive. Jin rubbed the back of his head. Oh, he rubbed the back of his head, feeling kind of embarrassed. Thank you. Sanji snorted, you don't say thank you for that shit. You would have done the same for us. Jin opened and closed his mouth before just nodding. While this was happening, the others in Cricket's crew were awed and scared. Even if they didn't recognize Jin, they recognized Sanji. The pirate with no bounty was one of the fallen hero's men. One that played a key role in taking down Slender Swift in the G3 incident. Because of Luffy's warlord status, all of their bounties were paused. But almost everyone in the first half of the Grand Line knew about most of the Straw Hat crew members. And they were also able to recognize Jin because of it. Blackleg Sanji. Mandemon Jin. Everyone in the ship gulped and whispered quietly amongst each other. Even though their bounties were paused, the fact that they were associated with a warlord spoke much. Because of that, everyone in the ship were now wary of them. Well, most of them at least, not Cricket. So you are from the new warlord's crew? He asked, taking a step forward, his hands on his sheeted blades. Both Jin and Sanji noticed that action, but ignored it. Yes. Jin said. Will there be any problem? Ugh. Captain. Masira said, looking a bit sweaty, we shouldn't. Cricket held his hand up, shutting the man, before narrowing his eyes on Jin. You wanna know my problem, eh? Well, your captain is the reason why my home's destroyed. I left 2 of my good ships back there, that was filled with diving tech. For all I knew, it could destroyed all my years of work. He narrowed his eyes. Who's gonna pay for that? Sanji and Jin looked at each other, not sure what to say. Right then the sea around them shook and another giant sea king rose up to the sea. This was much smaller than the previous one. But this one also looked scary, looking like a sea king that was made out of iron. What kind of sea king is that? Mashura asked, taking a few steps back. The scary kind. Xiao Zhao responded. Cricket prepared to unsheath his blade, but Jin appeared in front of him, holding his hand. The blonde man was wide-eyed at the sudden speed. Don't worry, that's Momu. He's part of our crew. As if answering him, the Sea King gave a thumbs up with his fins. Moo. Hatchin climbed off from the Sea King's back and looked at Sanji and Jin. Guys, Sanji found Jin. Right behind the Sea King was another ship. This one being smaller than them. But most of its parts were covered in steel and metal. It was the new and improved Going Merry. Jin. Big bro. Jin. Several of the Straw Hat pirates called out to Jin. Some visibly sighing in relief, while others looked happy to have finally found Jin. A few even jumped onto the new ship to greet him. And one of them was Anchor, who had Sparky on his shoulder. While Anchor wasn't part of the crew very long, he had bonded very well with Jin cause of his straightforward attitude. Jin also appreciated the blacksmith for upgrading his tonfas, so both of them hit it off. And so when Jin got lost in the sea, Anchor had volunteered to search for Jin. And did so, but with the sea being so messed up due to the ongoing fight, he couldn't do much. He was an exceptional swimmer, but the water of the Grand Line was too chaotic for him. Wait, you are Anchor, aren't you? Cricket said, bringing all of their attention to him. What's a marine? Anchor cut him off. Ex-marine. He gruffed, I'm a pirate now. But damn, Noland, hadn't thought I would see you still alive and kicking. He said with a challenging smirk. Cricket growled, watch it, Popeye. Anchor just grinned. Sparky, who was on Anchor's shoulder, spoke up, so you guys knew each other? The monkey asked. Cricket was surprised about the speaking monkey, but didn't say anything. He just glared at Anchor. Oh, we know each other all right, this scumbag's the reason for a lot of my early troubles when I went out to the sea. Anchor just rolled his shoulder. What, I was a marine back then. Had to catch the bad ol pirates before they let loose. Cricket felt his brow twitch before growling, I find myself hating your crew more and more the time passes. Jin, get off my ship with your crew and be ready to pay me back for the damage your captain caused. Before anyone could say anything, all of them noticed a blue light. Everyone snapped back their heads towards Jaya, where a shining blue light was radiating heat and power. Everyone felt their skin crawl from the power, even non-combat fighters felt their instincts warn them. And just right after that, the heat wave hit them, completely drying of the rain, and calming down the sea. What was that? Usopp asked, gulping. Like others he was sweating profusely, not from fear, but from the heat. I don't know. Kobe said, fanning himself with his arm, but, that power, that's... Masked Deuce grinned, that's ace. The bastard just got stronger. 304. What was that? Usopp asked, gulping. Like others, he was sweating profusely, not from fear, but from the heat. I don't know. Kobe said, fanning himself with his arm, but, that power, that's... Masked Deuce grinned, that's ace. The bastard just got stronger. No one spoke for a while as from the distance, the blue light fired off attacks against a shadowy monstrosity, before finally ending it. Finally, the blue light died down and everyone on the two ships became quiet. Even Cricket didn't know what to say. The diving pirate just sighed, I'll just have to cut my losses. At least the fight's over now. Jin just nodded, not saying anything. The sky started to clear out. And both the Going Merry and Cricket's ship started heading towards Jaya. Cricket mainly wanted to take another route, and not journey along the same lane as a warlord. But Sparky insisted on taking the same route, saying that Luffy wouldn't mind paying him back for his ship. Especially since he had a part in saving Jin. Even Nami didn't argue. They were all worried about Jin. And the Tonfa user shed some manly tears when he heard and saw how worried his crewmates were. Though he tried to play it off, before Johnny, Yusaku, and Barto started making fun of him. And so he had to shut them up using his fists. Seeing their antics, the others laughed in the Going Merry. But only one remained silent. That was Law. The pirate was still wary of the rest of the Straw Hat crew, and after losing most of his crew, the man was paranoid of his own shadow. Law's 3 remaining crewmates were inside the medical room and Law sat outside it. The others were a bit cautious, but with Masked Deuce, Sparky, and Sanji still being mostly fresh, they weren't worried. Especially after Law lent a hand when some of the Straw Hats returned from the fight injured. In the medical bay, there were also Zoro and Kuina. Law had helped Chopper in treating them as thanks for doing the same for his crewmates. With Law's help their recovery was sped up by quite a lot. Zoro was even able to regain consciousness for a while, checking up the situation on the ship before going to sleep again. He needed a lot of rest. But Kuina was still in a coma. While this was happening, Cricket was only then starting to realize what he did. In the heat of the moment, he had said some very bold stuff. But he was dealing with a warlord's crew here. As they got near the island, they were beginning to see the devastation that the fight brought upon the island. Trees, rocks, and anything that were near the fight was demolished. Large chunks of some places were missing, with the ground littered with deep pits, burned marks and pure devastation. Cricket's crew gulped, seeing the utter horrifying sight of what had occurred. They couldn't even recognize the place. Suddenly, they could see someone in the air. Sabo came running through the air, holding Luffy over his shoulder. Luffy looked battered and broken. Sabo landed on the Going Merry, and as the ship was smaller than Cricket's ship, they could see what was happening from there. Hey guys, what's up? Luffy said, smiling warily. His right hand was all shriveled up and black, while his body was littered with wounds. Sabo was in better condition than Luffy, but even he had multiple wounds on his body, some of them being serious. Luffy. Nami was the first one to run up to him, as Sabo put Luffy on a chair. She looked horrified seeing him in such a bad state. She didn't know what to do how. But she was cut off when Luffy grabbed her arm and pulled her in for a kiss on the lips. It was quick kiss, but it was enough. Ugh! I almost feel better. Luffy said flexing his left bicep, looking at his stunned wife. See cat, a good kiss and I'm already fine. Nami blinked before her face turned red, smacking Luffy on the head. Stop it! You perv! She said holding her hands over her red embarrassed face. Luffy groaned, while Nami panicked when she remembered that Luffy was actually injured. Seeing their antics, several of his crewmates' sweat dropped while Robin just giggled under her mask. She was still wearing her traditional clothes and mask to hide her identity, and most likely she would have to wear those kinds of clothes for the foreseeable future if she wanted to hide her identity. She didn't mind though, heck, she enjoyed it. Starting to draw up her own ONI mask collection. All of them were mean and scary looking, and Robin used them with grace, even getting a kick out of scaring the crew members from time to time. An odd hobby, but not the oddest one in the crew. Chopper came in not long after, with his equipment, treating Luffy first then going towards Sabo next. Ace was still injured, but he wanted to bury Teach's body first, and so Masked Deuce had left to help him. While this was happening, the Going Merry and Cricket's ship had docked. And Luffy was starting to prepare for the next things. Mainly collecting the devil fruits that should be scattered around the island. As most of his crewmates didn't join the battle, they were eager to put themselves to use and look up any and all odd-shaped fruits. While that was happening, Luffy looked at Law, who was still sitting outside the medical room and not making eye contact. He sighed, giving the boy one last sympathetic look before looking towards Cricket, who was having his banter with Anchor. Let's start with him first. 305. I have to thank you for helping Jin, and as a token of appreciation, I'm willing to pay you for the damages that happened to your ships, and others, due to the fight. Luffy said while Cricket looked flabbergasted. He didn't expect Luffy to be this direct and polite with him. You wouldn't expect politeness from pirates. There were some doubts in Cricket's mind if the young warlord was just messing with him or not. But honestly, he couldn't feel any kind of lie from him. So you are willing to pay? That's unexpected. He said, while crossing his arms, though, I'm still not sure on how much the ships were damaged. If we are lucky, and the ships are undamaged, I won't take any of your money. The first thing Luffy was able to learn about Cricket was that he was far more successful as a pirate than his canon counterpart. He was also a bit young, being around his early 30s. And, unlike his canon counterpart, he still had his crew, but had an active bounty of over 80 mil. Though, nowadays he mostly stayed around Jaya. Anchor knew him because when he was in the Marines he had faced him multiple times. Even now, they might be somewhat equal in strength. Though Anchor would come out as victor. As he did get strong after fighting Crocodile. Luffy waved him off. Don't worry, money isn't an issue, even if our fight didn't damage your ship. The fact that you saved one of my crewmates is enough to pay you 100 mil or so. He added, being oh so generous. He thanked himself in his head that he had sent out Nami with the others. If not, she might have jumped him for saying such abhorrent things. Masira and Xiao Zhao had their jaws dropped while their eyes turned to bellies. That kind of money would be enough to build more than 2 ships. Even Jin, who was by Luffy's side, was amazed. His respect for his captain growing a bit more. The others have already left the Going Merry to search for any fruits and explore the wrecked island. With only a few remaining on the ship. They already had 2 fruits, so they just had to look for the others. Luffy, Cricket, and the others were having their conversation on the Going Merry. Law, who was sitting outside with an unreadable expression, was also able to hear them. But he remained silent. For a while even Cricket didn't know what to say about the offer that Luffy made, his pride telling him to reject the offer. And he would have done so if Luffy didn't cut him off. Though, I'm more interested in the service your crew offers. Luffy said, bringing his attention to him. I did some research on you, and you are quite famous for exploring the ocean grounds, so I was thinking of buying your service. Even though Cricket was a pirate, there were times when even pirate crew were recruited to do work for honest money. Not all pirates wanted to kill people, some were just labeled as such because of getting into unfortunate circumstances. Before Cricket could speak, Jin spoke. That would be good, Captain. He said, Cricket here is a dreamer like yourself, Captain. Really now? Luffy said with interest, while rubbing his chin. That made Cricket a bit tense, but Jin didn't notice. He continued. Yes, he wants to find the City of Gold. So he might be the best diver out in these parts of the Grand Line. Jin said while Cricket looked at Luffy, still a bit tense. Eyeing Luffy's expression for any signs of greed or amusement. Cricket wouldn't admit it, but getting mocked for your dreams wasn't the worst, getting robbed kind of was. If a powerful pirate like Luffy decided to take everything, then he or any one of his men wouldn't be able to stop him. But Luffy didn't show any of that, no, he just tilted his head to the side. But how does that have anything to do with finding the City of Gold? Jin blinked, ugh. Captain, don't you know about the legend of Noland? And how he claimed that the City of Gold had sunk down? I mean, I know the legend of it, Luffy said, but it's just a legend. It's not true. It is. Cricket said, talking over the younger pirate. The City of Gold, it exists. Cricket's men panicking because of their captain's outburst and Warlord's reaction. They didn't want to offend such a high figure. Luffy looked at him for a moment, and so does the One Piece. He answered, baffling him. I didn't say it doesn't exist. It probably does. But I'm curious. Luffy hummed, looking at Cricket carefully. You are related to Noland, aren't you? Cricket didn't say anything for a while as he looked down, a bit ashamed about his origins. But he nodded. Yes, yes I am. And that's why I'm trying to prove that. Noland. That he wasn't a liar. And I will prove that, it's at the bottom of the sea. Luffy shrugged, that's good. But I'm not sure if it's at the bottom of the ocean. If it was, some fishmen would have found it a long time ago. Well, fishmen aren't common around these parts. Cricket protested, not willing to accept Luffy's words. And I'm sure. Luffy held up his hand, stopping him. Let me stop you right there, the legend of Noland is at least 400 years old. And I'm sure some fishmen or humans have tried looking for it. Cricket stepped forward and slammed his fist down on the table. What are you trying to say here? Luffy just looked at him, before shrugging, pointing upwards. What I'm saying is, maybe you are looking in the wrong place. All of them that were present blinked. Luffy grinned inwardly, gotcha bitch, he thought to himself. To his observation, Haki, Cricket had potential, lots of potential. Even without his future potential, he was strong enough to give Johnny or Yusaku a challenge. That kind of man could be great for a crewmate. But seeing how Cricket acted with his own crew, Luffy knew that wouldn't be possible. So, instead, Luffy wanted Cricket in his Grand Fleet. Even though he was weak now, if he could get towards the level of Noland, who was able to cut a large sea king in one swing of his sword, then recruiting him would be a good way to expand his Grand Fleet's influence. Luffy wanted not only himself to be strong. No, he wanted his allies to be strong as well. There is a reason why Whitebeard, even in his old age, is considered the strongest Yonko. In terms of strength, Shanks or Kaido might have been able to surpass him. But both of them didn't have strong allies like Newgate did. What? Cricket asked. Even Law, who wasn't paying much attention to them, was intrigued. Even Luffy noticed it, but didn't say anything. Luffy couldn't help himself and smirked, looking straight into Cricket's eyes. Tell me, Cricket, what do you know about the Sky Islands? 306. Any ideas where the fruits might be? Hatchin asked. We've been looking for quite a while now. Moo. The small sea king that sat on Hachin's shoulder nodded. Momu in his shrunken form, courtesy of Usopp. Momu also wore his armor, making him look more like a cool action figure rather than a fierce sea king. Kobe sniffed the air, looking around for any weird smell. Well, it might take hours before we find a devil fruit. He said, even with my ability, the island of Jaya is really big and there's always a chance that the fruit might not reappear here. Still, we should look. After a user of the devil fruit was killed, it would reappear in the nearest fruit that matched it, normally. Though that shouldn't be an issue. They had checked with the devil fruit encyclopedia beforehand. And the yummy no mi looked like a rotten mango, while the chemical fruit looked like a glowing watermelon. The sick fruit was a yellow rotten apple. And the mythical Zoan fruit that gave Blackbeard the ability to transform into the giant octopus, looked like a grey avocado. Actually, Blackbeard had 3 fruits, or at least that's what Luffy suspected, but they didn't know what his last fruit was. As they couldn't figure out what it was. Still, they are ahead in collecting fruits. As when killing Van Augur, Usopp had kept a fruit that matched it, so they had that fruit. And Sparky had dragged Luffy's dismembered body to the ship, and finished him off there. His fruit getting reincarnated to the nearest orange. That's why they were a bit lax. As they already had 2 powerful fruits in their hands. Still, we need to find 2 Logia fruits, a powerful Paramecia and a mythical Zoan. Just getting one of them should be easy for our group. Kobe added as they walked. Most of the Straw Hats had separated into teams of 2 or more to find the fruits. And in Kobe's case, he was with Hachin and Momu. Both Kobe and Hachin walked through the destroyed area, picking up trees and rocks, trying to find anything that resembled a devil fruit. With Kobe's enhanced sense of smell, their team was in a bit of a lead. The devil fruits had a particular stink to them that reminded Kobe of when he first ate the fruit. So they were basically looking for any stinky stuff in the destroyed forest. And after hours of searching and venturing out very deep into the Jaya forest did Kobe finally find something. Is that? No way! Kobe said, as he picked up a giant log from the clearing ground. A green watermelon was there, it was covered in mud but with its swirly patterns, it was easy to figure out what it was. Woohoo! We found a Logia! Hachin cheered, pumping his 3 fists up in the air. The smaller Sea King copying that rested on his shoulder copied the gesture. Suddenly Kobe's ears perked up, as he looked around. He had heard something, but... The pink-haired pirate couldn't even finish his thoughts as he was punched in the face, and the fruit got snatched from his hands. He was sent ragdolling through the ground and going through multiple trees. Hachin, who was nearby, also got attacked by the invisible force, making a crater in the ground before he could do anything. The invisible force revealed itself to be a large man. A man of almost 23 feet, 6.89 meters, in height. He had a white hat and the dark blue fabric of his pants were covered in brown spots. His jacket contained a large white design reminiscent of a target crosshair with several white paw prints lining the bottom hem of his coat. Kobe, who had gotten up, recognized the figure. "What is Warlord Kuma doing here?" he asked, mostly to himself. "And where's the fruit?" But he had no time to think as the giant man removed his gloves, and from a hole in his palm, yellow energy charged. He aimed it downwards, as Hachin was still pinned down beneath his feet. Kobe moved without thinking. Using Soru and Jeppo in a way that would make his captain proud, bouncing through the air with a blitz of speed while tackling the giant man's leg. Making the enemy fall and its yellow energy to fire off into the distance, creating a massive explosion that shook the area. While the enemy was down, it threw Kobe away as the smaller pirate spun in the air before landing. Pulling out his claws from his knuckles, he charged toward the presumed warlord with his strongest attack. His claws shone brightly for a moment as he appeared right in front of the enemy's face. Taking his captain's advice to always aim for the head, 6-clawed devastation. With that, he slashed both of his arms across each other. A large wound with 3-on-3 diagonally perpendicular gashes in the formation of an X smashed into the enemy's face as his body lifted a bit up in the air before it fell to the ground. Though at the same time, the pink-haired pirate hissed as his bone claws broke down, crumbling to the ground. He was astonished. This only happened the one time he fought with everything against Sanji. And when he tried to cut him, it was as if the enemy had a skin made of unbreakable metal. And sure enough, rather than seeing blood, Kobe saw metal parts and oil coming out of the face wound. Kobe also spotted what looked like a prototype of an invisibility watch on the pacifista's wrist, and while it was down, quickly fired off a small claw, destroying the invisibility device. Robotic body, laser beams, and now an invisibility watch? Just... what are you? Kobe mumbled, as he cautiously approached the fallen enemy. The enemy was a warlord, or that's what he thought, so it wouldn't be that easy, right? But he wanted to check if he had hid the fruit on his body or not. As the enemy was unconscious, he could grab it and leave. Suddenly the enemy grabbed him by the legs, making him shocked before Kobe saw his enemy open its mouth, and fire off a yellow energetic mouth beam towards him. Kobe, who was trapped, could only cross his arms while using iron body, thinking he could tank the attack. But he was very wrong, as he was sent back screaming due to the attack. He yelled in pain, as his arms were burned off of his body along with a good portion of his face and chest, as he was thrown back, going through multiple trees. Kobe. Hatchin, who had recovered from the surprise attack, quickly took in a concentrated water pill, to buff himself up, before charging at the giant warlord. "I will kill you!" The fishman roared. What they didn't know was that this was a pacifista, not the warlord himself. Human weapons were developed by the Marine's head scientist, Dr. Vegapunk. And cybernetic clones of the warlord, Bartholomew Kuma, himself. 6 swords style, 6-bladed lotus. He charged at the man, before jumping while his body started spinning at a rapid pace, creating a giant tornado of sharp water to smash into the enemy's body. The giant man was thrown to the side, with his shirt being ripped off, and his cybernetics showing due to the large wound on its side. Hatchin didn't stop the attack as he had limited time using his boosted strength to blur in front of the pacifista, and attacking with his swords. The pacifista was a bit overwhelmed, at first, but once the fight began to stretch out, it was able to study Hatchin's skills and come up with counters that pushed the fishman back. With a punch to the gut, Hatchin's body was sent up to the sky, while the pacifista fired off a mouth beam toward the fishman. Or at least tried to. 307. The pacifista was a bit overwhelmed, at first, but once the fight began to stretch out, it was able to study Hatchin's skills and come up with counters that pushed the fishman back. With a punch to the gut, Hatchin's body was sent up to the sky, while the pacifista fired off a mouth beam toward the fishman. Or at least tried to. Moo! Suddenly a smaller creature striked the pacifista on its back. If the pacifista had any pain receptors, it would feel the power of a sea king's strike as its body gained a dent and he was sent flying a few feet, dragging through the ground. Before it could get up though, the smaller creature, that was the shrunken-down version of Momu, jumped into the air and stomped on the pacifista face down on the ground, creating a massive crater in the ground. Still, on its head, Momu started to grow big as it returned to its original size. It seemed using too much power, had cancelled off Usopp's power on the Sea King. Usopp's powers worked differently from Sparky's. Where Sparky had a time limit, Usopp's didn't. But it had a drawback that, when used against living beings, if they struggled even a little bit they could break off from the size change. But before Momu could fully reach its full size, its body was yanked up and thrown towards the forest, as the pacifista stood up, with some damage. The backside of its head having a small dent due to the concentrated body slam from Momu. But as the pacifista stood up, suddenly someone blurred in from the side, "I'm not done yet." Two-claw style, Tatsumaki. Kobe called out a technique that he learned from Zoro. A giant wind attack, that looked like a dragon-like tornado, roared out and smashed into the pacifista's side, flinging him to the side, with more of its robotic parts showing from the wounds gained from Kobe. Though Kobe panted heavily, and winced when his two long arm bone blades broke off and shattered, not being able to handle going against steel. He hissed, but didn't say anything. They would grow back, and he wanted to ignore the pain and focus. "Why is a warlord even attacking us?" he said, panting. "Weren't they supposed to be allies? But if it really was a warlord, then things wouldn't add up. A warlord should be much stronger than this. Maybe it was a fake? But even then it was leagues above Kobe. That last attack, he had poured everything to it. And it did manage to harm and wound the enemy, but it wasn't much." Kobe could see the presumed warlord standing up, not knowing it was just a robotic clone. He looked at Hatchin, who was at the opposite side, unconscious. He would have come sooner, but the last attack from the enemy blew up his arms from the elbow below, along with his face and chest. And regrowing new limbs from that much damage took time, and a lot of energy. The attack also meant that the enemy wasn't playing around. It wanted to kill them, so he had to be careful. And Hatchin wasn't the only one, even Momo was there, knocked out a bit far from there. He could go and grab Hatchin, and run for it, but he couldn't just leave Momo behind. He wouldn't leave a friend behind. No, he refused to do it. If only his claws were stronger. Not made of bones. His will and determination for strength triggered a response from his fruit's power that the boy wasn't aware of. He was also in a tough spot, as they were very far from the Going Merry, and it would take a lot of time to get to the Going Merry and bring help. So he needed to stay here and hold his opponent back, all the while creating as much commotion as possible to bring their attention to him. The pacifista stood up, locking eyes with Kobe, now that it sported multiple wounds. Still, it was more than enough of a challenge against Kobe. Target detected, following orders to eliminate. Kobe gave out a feral growl as he dashed forward, the pacifista doing the same. Kobe struck with 3 claws coming out his hands while another came out from his foot. He attacked with unpredictability, making the robot try hard and fail to read his moves. But even though the pacifista started taking significant damage, Kobe's claws were breaking each time he did a powerful move. As the battle raged on, it became a struggle for power. A test of who would give out first. Man or machine? While one felt tired, pain and exhaustion, the other felt none. While one was fueled by the will to protect his friends, the other was fueled by oil and energy. It was a struggle that dragged on, with both fighters giving it their all. The ground beneath them trembled due to their fight. The clash of claw against steel sent shockwaves through the already destroyed forest, creating deep fissures in the ground. The fight went on, and with Kobe taking gruesome damage to his body, he still pushed through, not intending to lose. The ground was littered with blood, Kobe's blood. Bones broke, muscles ruptured, and yet the pirate didn't back off. But it was clear that Kobe was on the losing end. Now that he was alone he couldn't win. Or that's how it seemed. Stronger. Faster. I want to cut everything. Kobe repeated these words in his mind even as he fought a losing battle. He wanted to tap into a power that he was trying to master, a power that he seldom was able to bring forth, that even Zoro found challenging. A power that made him rival Jin with his ancient Zoan fruit. It was his state of flow, a state that he had tapped into long ago, back first against the Black Cat pirates. A state that increased his reflexes to the extreme. But after gaining his fruit powers, he fully started depending on it. Neglecting that ability, but now he wanted to combine both of his powers. The power and ferocity of his claw fruit and the state of flow that increased his reflexes to another level. Like everyone, even Kobe had trained back in Alabasta. But after Jin got his Zoan devil fruit he had gained a massive increase in strength. And a gap of strength was created between them. A gap that Kobe wasn't able to cross. While Kobe respected Jin, and would give his life for him as a crewmate. He also had jealousy, for he was a human. An ambitious one, a man that wanted power. Kobe had goals, he wanted to bring down the world government. But he needed to be strong for that. He had long accepted that figures like Luffy, Sparky, Zoro, Sanji, and Kuina would be impossible to win against, and very hard to reach. With how much they trained, they wouldn't let him catch up to them. Jin on the other hand was reachable. Heck, before the fruit, in most fights Kobe would win. But now he understood that he overly relied on his fruit's regeneration ability, while Jin sharpened his skills. And now that Jin got his devil fruit, he had overtook him. And even though it was hard to admit, Kobe started doubting his own strength. That was until he asked Luffy directly about it. "You will reach above the level of admirals one day," Luffy had said with surety and a wide smile on face as he looked him in the eyes. "I trust you, Kobe. You have the will, just don't give up." Shishi. He was also the one who suggested looking into the state of flow, and he was trying to do it. His captain trusted him. He had to do it. Luffy's words rang into his mind, as he strengthened his resolve, continuing his fight against the robotic enemy. "I will do it. I will cut everything." 308. Luffy's words rang into his mind, as he strengthened his resolve, continuing his fight against the robotic enemy. "I will do it. I will cut everything." Suddenly a deep surge of power roared out from Kobe, and the boy felt himself grow exponentially strong. His muscles bulked up in size as he grew a foot taller, his once loose clothes struggled to keep his frame because of the extra size. He still had his athletic build, but now his body muscles were much more pronounced. His pink hair, drenched by his own blood, shone red, flowing back, straightening up, defying gravity, as it flowed wildly in the air, giving an ominous feel to it. All the while his pupils vanished in the white of his eyes. As he fully entered the state of flow. Insert pic. The pacifista, seeing the rapid change, quickly fired off 2 yellow beams of energy at the target. But Kobe's form blurred away in the nick of time. The beams of light hitting nothing as they exploded into flames. Kobe appeared right in front of the robot, as his small yet dangerous claws came out of his nails instead of his knuckles, ripping off a large chunk of the pacifista's face as the robot was flung back, destroying one of its eyes. Kobe, still in the air, used Geppo and Soru to bounce in air, before again using Geppo and Soru in combination to deliver a drop kick that sent the already flying robot down to the ground, making its body roll to the ground, digging multiple craters in its way. The wild pirate landed on the ground on all fours, and with a roar he lunged towards the pacifista with his claws and enhanced strength. Kobe used so much energy to launch that, even his own muscles bulged and ruptured due to strain, before regenerating immediately. The pacifista tried to defend itself, but its once almost unbreakable body was easily getting cut through by Kobe now. Raig! The pirate roared as it attacked with ferocity, sanity lost in his own ability. He clawed and punched, ripping through mechanical parts while evading close light beam shots. Seeing the losing battle, the pacifista tried to back off, but Kobe didn't let him. But the robotic monstrosity was far from useless, as it calculated a chance and dashed back. Seeing this, Kobe moved in, jumping too far to catch the pacifista, not wanting to let go of its prey. But the pacifista anticipated it and blasted one of its yellow beams at Kobe's leg, trying to cut off his mobility. But rather than dodging, Kobe gave a frail smile, before twisting its body, letting the light beam rip through his leg, from his thigh. Not even winching from the pain. Mid-air, Kobe even grabbed onto his separated limb before using his other leg to come right in front of the pacifista, and smashing his severed leg onto the robot's face. Due to the force, Kobe's leg exploded apart in blood and gore, covering the robot's face with blood and taking out his vision. And without it, the pacifista didn't even stand a chance, as Kobe attacked. Even with a missing leg, he attacked like a frail animal. With each strike, a huge portion of its body got sliced and diced. Kobe brought his claws upwards, and when the pacifista tried to block it, its left arm got severed, while Kobe kicked it in its gut. Small and yet white claws also appeared out from his toes, easily stabbing into the pacifista, ripping out mechanical parts as it was sent back with one of its limbs missing. Rah! The giant robot fell on its back as it tripped. And with a beastly roar, Kobe changed forward, its leg already half regenerated, muscles and bones, without any skin. Kobe opened his mouth and, with sharp canine teeth that would make any shark lady blush, bit through the pacifista's neck and ripped its head clean off as the giant robot exploded. Hatchin, who had woken up, saw Kobe getting engulfed in the explosion, roared, "Kobe!" Just as the explosion engulfed Kobe, a loud roar erupted from the fire, before it got cut. By instinct, Hatchin ducked low as the wind cut off nearby trees and boulders. Hatchin, who just saved his neck in time, gulped. He looked at Kobe. And the wild young man wasn't done, still ripping through the pacifista. "Kobe!" Hatchin said. But the boy didn't listen, as it still attacked the dead robot. "Kobe! It's over! The fight's over!" And finally, the boy heard him, snapping its head back at the fishman. With pupilless eyes, it looked at Hatchin, making the fishman feel fear like no other. It was as if looking at a wild animal. But Kobe didn't do anything, he just stared at Hatchin. For a while nothing happened, before Kobe finally to the ground, on top of the wrecked pacifista. Was it over? He had to check. Hatchin moved his body with a struggle, still, his stomach burned with pain from the enemy's last attack. And his body was still a bit uneasy due to consuming the water pill. Though the side effect wasn't as bad as it previously was. Chopper had upgraded it, and now he had minimal side effects. And with time, Chopper theorized he might be able to get the strength boost even without the pill. As his body was rapidly changing due to his octopus biology. But it didn't matter, he dragged his body towards Kobe and after finding him merely unconscious. And that wasn't all, almost all of Kobe's injuries were healed. That was fast, even for Kobe. Hatchin sighed in relief, and laid down beside him, on the wreckage. "Hatchin! Kobe! Momu!" Sparky came along with Sanji. With Johnny and Yusaku on the cook's back. Heavily injured. "Hey, so this bastard wasn't alone?" Hatchin said. "How many were there?" "There were 2 others." Sparky said, before he looked at the wrecked pacifista. All of them looked alike. Looked like the warlord Kuma for some reason. And the bastards could also turn invisible. Sanji said, knowing that they used the same germatech to do so. Usopp and Barto was also attacked. But, well, Usopp shrunk down and shut down his one from the inside out, while Barto distracted him. Hatchin nodded looking at the 2 unconscious pirates on Sanji's shoulder. "Well, let's just say they had it rough." Sanji said, unlike Usopp or Barto, they opted to go the brute force route, and had to push their bodies to the extreme, before they were able to beat them. Sanji then looked at Kobe, finally noticing his changes. He raised an eyebrow before looking at Hatchin, who just shrugged. Sparky was checking up on Kobe, and the monkey sighed when he found the boy was fine. Though he was surprised by Kobe's changes. Is that what humans called a growth spurt? Strange, he thought before shrugging. What about the others, were they attacked? No, Sparky shook his head, it seemed these things only went for weaker members of the crew. And those that were far from the ship. Nami and Robin were exploring closer to the ship, so they weren't attacked. Though, we are lucky we didn't have any casualties. The others nodded. And Hatchin spoke up, well, we also had found the chemical fruit, but the dead machine man got it, he might have thrown the fruit somewhere. Hearing this, Sparky and Sanji looked at each other, a bitter expression. Something similar happened with Usopp and Barto, when they got a fruit. They were also attacked, and the machine bastard got the fruit. Sanji said. But rather than eating, it threw the fruit high up in the air, where a door was, and right after the fruit passed the door, it closed. So I think something similar might have happened, but you guys didn't notice. Wait, there are others helping them. Most probably. And they were also after the fruits. Sparky grumbled. Sparky then kicked a nearby metal piece. What are these things? That was the main question. Luffy was also informed, and him and his brothers were doing a thorough search around the island, in case there were more threats. Only Luffy had an idea of what it was. I really could use some takoyaki right now, Hatchin said, while his stomach grumbled. Prompting snickers and smiles from Sparky and Sanji. A/N, I didn't want to do another fight. But well, Kobe did kind of get behind Jin, because of his ancient Zoan fruit. So yeah, I added the fight scene. Though, I kept it short. Anyways, a pacifista in the early parts, before the war, was no joke. It took Kid, Killer, and Law to fight off one in Sabayati. And even though they weren't going all out, I would say that Sabayati Zoro should be able to take on a pacifista. I always thought of Kuma being around 10 times or more stronger than the clones that were made. And with the pacifista playing no major role. Just glorified cannon fodder cleaner in the later chapters. I would say that as much. Anyway, even though the bounties of the Straw Hats are paused right now. With Kobe's strength and contributions, he could easily be placed as a supernova. Kobe knows how to cut steel, Soru, Jeppo, Tempest Kick, Imperfect Life Return and Iron Body. Not to mention his Devil Fruit. If against the CP9 agents, other than maybe Rob Lucci, he would win. If Kobe can make the beastly power his own and master it, maybe he can beat him as well. Jin is still stronger than Kobe though. But the gap isn't as large. Jin was already keeping up with Kobe without the fruit. And with a fruit that is an ancient Zoan, well, he got quite ahead. Anyway, I will explain why the pacifistas waited much later to attack, in the future chapters. When Saint Camille sent the pacifistas, he never said they would fight in the open. Cause that would bring a lot of attention. Because then it would look like Warlord Kuma is fighting Warlord Luffy. The world doesn't know about the pacifistas yet, and Marines and world government are trying to keep it a secret. So Saint Camille couldn't just bring them out in the open. Anyway, I won't explain much. It would be explained later in the story. 309. Report. Saint Camille said. Sir, we were able to gather 4 fruits in total. The agent said, kneeling from the other side, not looking at the video directly. They were on the transponder call, and while Saint Camille was in his mansion, the agent he tasked for the job was in a strange green dimension. Did you get the 2 logias? Yes, sir. Perfect. Saint Camille grinned. 2 logias, the Blackbeard pirates and Aramaki might have lost, but I can put their powers to good use. Those weaklings didn't deserve their powers anyways, he laughed. He had a few people in mind that would stay loyal to him and use those fruits. And what about the energy fruit, did you retrieve that? Unfortunately, no sir. Saint Camille sighed, that was one of my favorite collections. He grumbled, before shrugging. Still, it was just a paramecia. Keep looking, it might still be on the island. The fruit wasn't that powerful. Teach had only been able to make himself use of that because of his unworldly ability. Energy was a basic ability, Teach was able to use that because of his unique mind. He had given the fruit to a few of his slaves before, and other than increasing their powers a bit, they were killed the moment they were put against a better fighter. Camille had offered the fruit as a prepayment of sorts for killing Luffy. But he didn't expect him to eat the fruit himself. A man that could consume multiple fruits. Teach really was an interesting man. But a dead man, nonetheless. And what about the other targets? Did you kill any one of the weaker Straw Hats? Hearing that, the agent's expression turned grim. He still had his head down, not making eye contact with his superior. "We have to apologize, sir, but they were too strong." "What?" the celestial dragon said, "Not even one? Are those tin cans useless or something?" He slammed his hand on the table in frustration as he cursed, "Still, just bring back those useless junks. I shouldn't have bothered using them in the first place." While those pacifistas might be useless, he couldn't have something that looked like a warlord out in the open sea. That was the reason why, even though he had sent 3 pacifistas with Aramaki and Shiryu, he ordered them to remain hidden in Jaya. And with the Germa's invisibility watches, they were able to keep hiding. The good thing about having robotic war machines was that Saint Camail could control them. It brought some excitement to him. When the pacifistas will be announced, he would be sure that the other world nobles would like them as controllable toys. Toys with the ability to kill most people in the world. Saint Camail shook those thoughts away, pondering over his decision, if he was wrong. When the battle started, it was all of a sudden. The Straw Hat Pirates attacked the Blackbeard Pirates, almost as if they knew the enemy was there. And not only that, that damn son of dragon, he wasn't alone. There was also the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace, helping him. Along with Sabo from the Revolutionary Army. Saint Camail, unlike others, made a note to know about people that were powerful. And when he saw them joining the fight against the Blackbeard Pirates, he knew it was losing battle. That's why he told the pacifistas to retreat and wait until the main players were exhausted. But with how long the fights were going, Saint Camail soon got bored and gave the controls over to the agent that was there. And with the Germa invisibility tech that Saint Camail gave them, it was quite easy. He was satisfied with how the new tech worked, and made a note to visit the Germa kingdom when he had time. Judge treated him very well, and had the finest collection of slaves of mixed races. A small smile tugged on his lips. He hadn't fucked some mermaids in a while, he shook those thoughts off. He had other things on hand. The pacifistas, he needed to make sure that those were salvaged correctly. Saint Camail wasn't usually cautious with things. No, he had to do it for a reason. The pacifistas were stolen by his personal agent by his own orders. If the 5 elders knew about it, they wouldn't do much. But if they knew what they were used for, then... He gulped. A silhouette of a tall man with odd-looking silver hair and a sword strapped on his belt came to his mind. While the 5 elders were really lax in most cases with what the world nobles did, they also had to follow their orders when they were given, or else they would face the consequences. And the 5 elders, they had ordered him to stop attacking the Straw Hat Pirates now that he was a warlord. And he had directly gone against those orders. It was then he frowned when he heard no response from the other side. Agent Bluno, why aren't you answering? 310. Agent Bluno, why aren't you answering? Ugh, sir, the Straw Hats had destroyed the pacifistas when they tried to kill the targets. The agents said before hurriedly adding, it seems the pacifistas had underestimated their abilities. Though, they were able to snatch 2 fruits out of the Straw Hats' hands. Saint Camail rubbed his forehead. He was mad, but at the same time he was a bit satisfied that they were able to collect most of the fruits. So rather than throwing an anger tantrum and killing some slaves like he usually did, he opted to calm down his nerves. Useless, all of them. He snarled. I should have been here the whole time. At the same time, Saint Camail was a bit anxious. He took the pacifistas from the stock that would be used in the upcoming war. And while that wasn't his own problem, if the Straw Hats reported back to the Marines that robots that looked like the warlord Kuma attacked them, then he would be in trouble. They would then be able to track back the origins and he would be in trouble. Especially if the 5 elders knew what he used it for. No, this info couldn't get out. He glared at the agent. Bluno, when stealing the pacifistas, did you leave any trail? Hearing that, the agent quickly shook his head. No, sir. I made sure to leave a false trail. The Marines are currently thinking that one of their ships just got destroyed in the sea, or were destroyed by a sea king. Saint Camale nodded. Stealing the pacifistas were easy. As they were made in Egghead, an island located in the New World, they usually took the long route of crossing out to the calm belt and moving from there. As the New World's weather was very chaotic, this was usually how things were transported from there. Still, it wasn't odd to have ships lost in the calm belt, as that was the breeding ground for large sea kings. The world noble then glared at the agent. Then Bluno, make another false trail that the Joker was the one who got the pacifistas and sold it to teach. I can't let those things be connected to me. Yes, sir. Bluno nodded. Joker was notorious for stealing from the world government and selling it to the pirates. So leaving a few false transponder snail signals, and messing up information would be easy. Especially since Jaya Island was under Doflamingo. Saint Camale had his suspicions, but Joker and Doflamingo were very connected from all the deals he had previously done with him. That was why he was very much willing to push Joker under the bus, that way he wouldn't be suspected. Speaking of clearing trails. Did you get the bodies of Aramaki and Shiryu? You didn't leave them, did you? No, sir, I disposed of them like you asked, Bluno said, hurriedly. The Straw Hats had other things to do after beating them, so they didn't notice when he cleared things up and took care of the bodies. Saint Camale nodded. Good, make it look like just another fight between pirate crews. It would have been better if we were able to take back the pacifistas, but... He then sighed, also, be careful, they might be on alert now. Don't even try to engage them. Yes, sir. Saint Camale still had a frown on his face. He realized something didn't make sense. He found things confusing. He couldn't understand why Ace, one of the Whitebeard pirates, would join Luffy. There were some rumors that both of them fought in Alabasta. But he could understand Ace in attacking Teach, as the man did betray his old crew. And with how crafty Luffy was, being able to climb his way to a warlord position as a young pirate, he could see him bringing Ace there. Still, that didn't explain his second question. Why would a revolutionary like Sabo help Luffy? Was Luffy somehow working with the revolutionaries? Or was it the Whitebeards? They were up to something. If it was any other time, he would report it to the 5 elders, and even if it was false, he would make it look like Luffy was working with the Revolutionary Army. Luffy working with the Revolutionary Army would make sense. His father was the one that did create the abhorrent organization. And with some misplaced evidence, it would have been easy to strip Luffy out his warlord title. But now he couldn't. If he did, that would bring into question of just how he acquired the information. Saying so would expose his involvement. So, for now, he would need to keep the information to himself. Not to mention, with how stingy the 5 elders were, if they found out that he had gained 2 new Logia fruits, they would try to take them away from him. And he didn't want that. Camale then looked at the agent that was on the other side. Forget the energy fruit, there's a high chance now that they are alerted that you might get caught. Rather, bring back the other fruits. Yes, sir, Bluno said, and the world noble nodded. 311. Luffy POV. I ran through the sky of Jaya Island, thinking over things. I was pissed at the whole situation. Keeping my observation high to the maximum level to find out any weeds that I missed. Masked Deuce, Ace, and Sabo were also doing the same, trying to find any hidden enemies. While Sparky and Sanji stayed back in the ship in case we were attacked again. Right after convincing Cricket about my theory on Jaya getting blasted sky high, a problem popped up. And it wasn't your average Monday problem either. Fuck no. It was a big one. Some fucking pacifistas attacked my crew. My crew. And that made me infuriated. This just crosses the line. I'm so going to enjoy it when I eventually get my hands on that fat pig. I said out loud, thinking of Saint Camale. I already knew his name. I had known about it for quite a while. The agent that he sent to blow up the Going Merry, sang like a bird after getting a bit of motivation from me. Of course, motivation meaning I tortured the shit and piss out of the man. Hey, good times. I shook my head as I dropped down from the sky, and with my nameless naginata in my hand, I swung it forward. A sword slash sparking with red electricity came out, cutting down the already broken trees and rubble. I clicked my tongue. I usually didn't get mad. Even while fighting my opponents, I made a note to keep my head cool. But this, when it came to my crew, that shit became personal. Johnny and Yusaku were hurt. They were hurt, pretty badly. Even with Chopper's skills, and Law helping out, they had yet to wake up. The former bounty hunting duo looked like they were put through a grinder. Multiple, at least 20 or so, broken bones, and mass internal bleeding. Not to mention that later they found out Johnny had taken a pretty bad hit to the head, clogging some blood in his brain, while Yusaku literally got both of his kneecaps broken along with the rest of his legs. Like fuck, they were fighting even with those kinds of injuries. I knew they were talented with life return, but fighting with those kinds of injuries. That was amazing. It made me mad, just thinking, how hopeless my crewmates might have felt going against an enemy they considered as a warlord. I sighed, my hand shaking with fury. I got off lucky this time. I muttered. Good thing we had Law here. While Yusaku's injury was bad, Johnny's was worse. A head trauma could do many bad things for a fighter. Even in the One Piece world, that kind of injury was bad. And while Chopper was capable of taking care of it, the little mink got a lot of help from Law, making the 8 to 9 hour operation last only half an hour and without any complications. And not to mention Yusaku's operation. His bones were a mush before Chopper and Law worked on it. That made my resolve to recruit Law even more. We didn't even need to ask for him to help. The man just moved on his own and helped us. My guy was a literal lifesaver. And while I wanted to offer him a spot in my crew, I held off. Law, he was a broken man. Even while he did help us, he was most likely doing it to keep himself busy and not worry about his own crew. I could kind of understand him, and that's why I didn't offer him an invitation. Only 3 of his crewmates survived. His childhood friends that he grew up with. The other members of his crew were dead. And that kind of thing would break a man. After helping with Johnny and Yusaku, Law had also gotten off the ship and went towards his fallen crewmates to give them a proper burial. The man looked like a husk of himself. He just informed and requested that his 3 crewmates be taken care of for a short while, before he left. At least he trusts us with his remaining crewmates, I said. That was good progress in my books. The wound was fresh and I knew better than to ask something selfish right now. I would wait until Bappo and the others wake up. I sighed. Johnny and Yusaku weren't the only ones that were attacked. Kabi's group were attacked as well. But unlike Johnny and Yusaku, I was a bit less worried about my pink-haired, hero-complex pirate. Kobe had shown time and time again that he could pull through tough situations. Though, fighting a pacifista would have still been hard on him. But somehow, he had managed. The boy had hit a sudden growth spurt of sorts. He already looked like his canon self, but now, after the changes, he looked different, more muscular, taller, and his aura had matured. A small grin dawned on my face. Kobe might unlock Haki even before Jin. I mumbled. Jin might be older and have more battle experience. But Kobe, the boy was just built differently. From what I heard from Hachin, Kobe had to regenerate his arms, chest, and face back while fighting against the pacifista. With how Hachin said it, it seems that Kobe hard carried the whole fight alone. That I couldn't feel myself getting even more proud at his accomplishment. At the same time, I shuddered thinking what might have happened if Johnny or Yusaku had faced that kind of attack. They couldn't regenerate like Kobe. But then something came to my mind. They had potential with life return. And that might be a very good reason why they won against the pacifista. Back in Alabasta, they were helping Chopper a lot. Maybe they were able to make some breakthroughs with the technique. I knew for a fact that life return is more useful than it seems. Still, both of them being able to take down one of them was quite amazing. If I remember correctly, didn't it take Law, Killer, and Kid to take one of them down? Though, they were more or less taking it lightly. But the pacifistas were usually powerful enough to take down pirates and criminals below the 100 million mark. The fact that my crew was able to beat off not one, not two but three was quite amazing. I shook my head. No, they were fine. I told myself. It was still hard to believe that the former bounty hunter duo came out of the confrontation alive. I couldn't be more proud of them. It also made me think of what fruits should I give them. When I asked before, they didn't point out anything yet. But maybe now they had some choices. If it's one of the fruits we have, then it's good. If not, they would need to wait a bit. But I'll try my best to give them what they want. 312. Thinking about it, Kobe really outdid himself, but it was expected. Out of all the crewmates, he was the most dedicated to training. He was right behind the monster trio, Sanji, Zoro and Kuina, in terms of dedication, and while Jin was loyal. Kobe did his training to accomplish a goal. And a boy like that, I could see him winning against a pacifista. And he did so. With that kind of power, if our bounties were active, he would easily reach 100 million mark easily. I smiled, and thanked my previous self for getting him onto my own crew. Though, he wasn't alone in accomplishing great things today. Usopp and Barto, they did amazing. When they were attacked, they handled it very easily. Utilizing both of their fruit powers, they took down the pacifista without taking any damage or doing any damage. Basically, Barto distracted the robot with his barriers, while Usopp crawled up the bot's ass and turned it off after ripping out a few wires. And that wasn't all, Usopp made a point to shrink it down and take it back to the ship. We could use that. Heck, I could even see the Revolutionary Army using that. Though I wouldn't give the full-body pacifista to them. No, I just know for a fact that a certain future crewmate of mine would love that. And there were still two other pacifistas that I will gladly give to the revolutionaries. The one that Kobe fought was in shambles, but the one that fought against Johnny and Yusaku was quite fine. With a few scratches and some water damage, they were able to push it to the sea. I'm sure the R&D department of the revolutionaries could figure something out. I jumped up, with Jeppo taking the high ground till I could see the full view of the island of Jaya from above. I whistled, wow, we really did destroy half of the island. Heck, I was sure that the maps would need to be rewritten. The once luscious forest was now a big messed up landscape, with craters, rubble, and large burn marks being common. A lot had happened today. My fight with Aramaki, and then, later, Teach. And my crew's fight with the others. Fortunately, everyone got out safely. It just made me glad, knowing that I was going the right way with their training. I could understand my own body, but when it came to others, I usually didn't push them too much as I knew motivation was a key factor in gaining strength in this world. Motivation was part of one's will. I couldn't just force someone to do 1,000 push-ups and expect results. That would be fucking ridiculous. And those that knew anything about training would easily be able to tell that it was pointless. Bodyweight exercise after a certain volume just becomes cardio. Well, unless you take the Gaku route and do gravity training. Hey, wonder where's Fujitora? I mumbled, looking around the island from anything suspicious. Gravity training would really help me in the long run. While I was able to keep up with Ace and Sabo with my Gear 4th Lion Man, I was nowhere near the Wano level original Luffy. I had speed and raw strength. But if my calculations were right, then Katakuri would still be a challenge because of his advanced observation haki. Heck, there was a chance that he might even beat me. I had speed and I also had the Gomu Gomu no Black Mamba move under my belt. But if I were to face a fully fresh Katakuri, I knew he wouldn't give me a chance to attack. I had a few ideas on what advanced observation haki is. And if I was right, then the moment I even think about pulling out my attack, Katakuri would move in and attack me. Sure, I was more destructive and had advanced armament haki, but he had speed and advanced observation haki. If the fight stretched out for a long while, there would be no mistake, I was confident in myself in winning. But in a one-on-one, if the match was quick, then I had a 50-50 chance of winning. I really needed to bring my speed up. Good thing Sanji was almost catching up to my speed with his fruit's ability. And if I'm right, it wouldn't be long before he could give me a challenge in speed. Even in the original, Sanji was a speed demon, blitzing from one point to another where even seasoned fighters were left wondering what happened. But that would take a long while. But what about after that? Gravity training was still optimal if I wanted to get strong and make my crew stronger. I should really try to recruit Fujitora to my crew. I mumbled. With my reputation, that should be possible if I pursue him before the Marines. Currently, he is a bounty hunter from what I gathered, so he still wasn't recruited yet. But he was on the other part of the Grand Line and doing that in the nick of time would be quite tough. But oh well. Frankie should be able to make something. For now, training under Sparky's slow ability should suffice. Even though I'm gaining diminishing returns from the training, I could still squeeze out a few gains. A small smile tugged on my lips as I wondered of various ways to train my crew. I was still running through the air, trying to find anything on the enemy. Usopp had informed me of the Door fruit user. And if I'm not wrong, it should be Bluno. But that wasn't all. The pacifistas all had Germa invisibility watches on them. So, I also had to look out for invisibility tech. After having the invisibility device for a while now, I could spot them out with some difficulty. Still, it wasn't perfect. I also messed something up, which in my defense I didn't know that would happen. While fighting, Sabo wasn't wearing his mask, so I'm pretty sure that Saint Camail knows that I work with someone from the Revolutionary Army. And by extension, the world government knows that as well. I really should have forced my brother to wear his mask. I mumbled. Still, it wasn't all bad. Now that I was an official warlord, the world government couldn't willy-nilly kick me out of the pact. Fuck no. The most they can do is threaten me. And if they do, I can also bring up the fact that Saint Camail had not only attacked me with Aramaki and Shiryu, he also sent artificial Kuma clones after me. I mean, he did try to kill me and my crew just before a big war. That should be something. If not, then I would have to lie about Sabo being there at the right time and was giving me a hand because I was Dragon's kid. Nothing more. Though, I'm not sure that would work either, as Sabo did wear similar clothes even while wearing his plague mask. TCH, I'll have to think of something. I grumbled. There was also a slim chance that Saint Camail might not rat me out to the world government to save his own skin. And if that was the case, I couldn't bring up this incident either. With all things considered, that would have been the optimal choice. Though who knows what might happen. With my crew being a warlord's crew and with us facing off against a pirate who was a former Whitebeard pirate. I'm pretty sure the Marines and world government already knows this by now. So, I'm kind of surprised that they didn't call me right away. Though, they might still not know that the fight is finished. Anyway, speaking of masks. While Sabo didn't wear his, one person did. It was Robin. My sister was paranoid. Which, in all things considered, was a good thing. From the point of leaving Alabasta till now, she hadn't removed her mask while being on the deck. Only removing it when necessary. And because of that I was confident that the world government didn't know about her yet. But still, with Bluno having his door fruit, anything could happen. I also had cautioned everyone in the crew to be careful of what they say or do. I also put Sanji on guard, as while me, Sparky, Ace, Sabo and Masked Deuce were scouting out the area. Sanji was the only conscious member that knew Haki, so he was on guard in case we were spied on again. That was one of the reasons why I was pissed and paranoid about everything. I sighed. I also had to call in a favor from Morgan to observe how the Marines and world government sees the situation. And how they acted. My fight here in Jaya would cause quite the news. The official plan was hiding Ace and Sabo's involvement in taking down Teach and taking all the credit for myself. I didn't like it. But that would have been a good publicity stunt. Me, a new warlord, taking down a former Whitebeard pirate. That was the kind of news that Morgan would be dying to sell. But if the world government knows this, rather than seeing my praise in the next day's paper, I will see my bounty raise instead. Fuck it. I was just overthinking things. The warlords were able to get away with multiple crimes. Heck, even my hawk was buddy-buddies with Shanks, with them duking it out now and again. So I should be good. Right? Ack. I groaned, I need a full-course meal after this. I will also have to speed up going to Skypiea. That way I could throw off Bluno or any other spies that Saint Camille has on me. Though the most problematic thing was that I lost most of the fruits due to Bluno's and the Pacifistas' involvement. We only got 2 fruits, the mythical griffin fruit, and the teleportation fruit. The first one was thanks to Sparky, who literally killed Luffy up near a pile of fruits. While the latter was thanks to Usopp, who had a shrunk-down fruit basket in hand while fighting Van Augur. Still, it was better than nothing, I guess. Suddenly the nameless naginata that was in my hand gave me a red spark of electricity, making me frown. The blade had yet to communicate with me after the fight, and I wasn't paying much attention to it. But, my eyes widened. No, it couldn't be. 313. The next day. The island of Jaya, once a haven of lush beauty and vibrant life, now lay ravaged and broken, a testament to the cataclysmic clash between the pirates. The once majestic forest, once teeming with a symphony of bird calls and the rustling of leaves, now stood as a haunting silhouette of shattered trunks and splintered branches. The ground itself had been torn asunder, deep crevices and chasms splitting the earth in jagged lines, as if the island itself had cried out in agony. Most maps that once guided travelers through the serene landscape of Jaya were now rendered useless, as the devastation had completely altered the terrain. Mountains that once stood tall and proud were now broken or flattened, and valleys had risen to meet the sky. The very landmarks that once served as beacons of direction were now lost in the chaos, a haunting reminder of the power that had reshaped the island. Almost all the inhabitants of Jaya had fled, the pirates of Mock Town, and the few locals that called the place home had mostly fled, leaving behind only a few unfortunate souls who were either trapped or chose to weather the storm that had battered the island. The few pirates that still were on the island chose to hide rather than show themselves, until the new warlord leaves the island. In the aftermath of the cataclysmic clash, Jaya stood as a scarred but not defeated island. It bore the marks of the battle with pride. A reminder of the titanic forces that had collided and the unfathomable power that had shaped its landmass. Law stood amidst the serene beauty of the island of Jaya, his heart heavy with grief as he surveyed the landscape. The lush forest, once teeming with life, now bore the scars of the cataclysmic clash of pirates that had brought devastation to the land. It was in this solemn and broken setting that Law found himself, facing a painful task that he knew must be done. With a determined expression, Law reached for a shovel, its metal blade reflecting the filtered sunlight that managed to pierce through the canopy above. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for the emotional burden ahead, and began to dig. The earth was soft, still tender from the cataclysm, making the task slightly easier, but every shovelful felt like a weight on his heart. As Law dug, memories of his lost crewmates flooded his mind. They had been more than just comrades, they were family, a group of individuals who had shared dreams, laughter, and hardships. Their bond had been forged through countless battles, and now, their journey together had come to an end. His hands worked with steady determination, the rhythmic clinking of the shovel against the earth echoing through the forest. The sound seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of the island itself, as if the land too mourned the loss of his crewmates. Law could have used his abilities to make it quick. But some tasks were better done slowly. The graves took shape, each one carefully measured and marked. Law's brow furrowed with a mix of sadness and reverence, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He knew that this act of burying his crewmates would not bring them back, but it was a solemn tribute, a way to honor their memory and the sacrifices they had made. As the graves were completed, Law took a moment to stand back and survey his work. Each mound of freshly turned earth represented a life lost, a future unrealized. The stones that would mark their final resting places stood nearby, waiting to bear the names of those they had lost. With a deep sense of solemnity, Law stepped forward and gently laid his crewmates to rest, one by one, within the sanctity of the graves he had dug. He murmured words of farewell, a private goodbye to each one of them, his voice tinged with sorrow and gratitude for the time they had shared. While some of his crewmates had full bodies, others had their limbs missing. This was what Law managed to salvage from the sea. When the bounty hunter attacked his crew, he left the polar tang destroyed in the sea, and due to a devastating fight afterward. It was quite hard to find some of their bodies. But a friendly fisherman named Hatchin had given him a hand in getting down to the sea and finding their bodies. And he was eternally grateful for that. Once the task was done, Law stood before the graves, the weight of loss heavy upon his shoulders. But amidst the pain, he found strength in the memories of his crewmates. Their memories lived on in his heart, and he knew that they would forever be a part of him. They were not just his crewmates, but his family. All of them had shared dreams and grand goals. But a few drops of tears fell to the ground, as the young man silently mourned. In the aftermath of the burial, the forest seemed to embrace Law, offering a quiet solace amidst the devastation. The wind whispered gently through the leaves, as if carrying the echoes of his farewell to his fallen comrades. Law stood there for a long while, allowing himself to grieve and find solace in the presence of those he had lost. With renewed determination, he vowed to carry their legacy forward, to protect and fight in their honor. All of them were doctors, all of them wanted to do better in the world. To help people, and Law had his own goals, but as their captain, he took it upon himself to carry their dreams as well. Popo, who was now by Law's side, sobbed in his wheelchair. The mink was too injured to move around without support. And Penguin and Shachi were still blinking in and out of consciousness. But Law and Popo weren't the only ones. A bit far away, Luffy stood leaning on a tree with his hat covering his eyes. Sparky, who sat on the tree above him, had a mournful expression on his face. By their side, Chopper and Hatchin wept because of Law's loss. The others of the Straw Hat Pirates were also there, donning the atmosphere of the island in sadness. While none of them lost their crewmates today, they shivered just thinking of losing one of them. The crew might have been new, but the bonds they shared were quite important to them. They all had dreams that united them to the road of the sea. But for most of the Straw Hats this was the first time seeing so many deaths, and maybe the possible end for another pirate crew. While they might have not known Law for more than a day, everyone could feel the young man's emotions. And at the same time, the Straw Hats were also grateful for the help that the young man provided in helping take care of their injured. So when it came time to help them, they did whatever they could. However, the only one that could help was Hatchin. Others were too injured or were unable to swim. Even Luffy wasn't fully healed enough to dive deep into the seas. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its warm glow upon the graves, Law turned away from the solemn scene. With each step he took, the memory of his lost crewmates walked beside him, a guiding light through the darkness. And though they were gone, their presence remained, forever etched in the heart of Trafalgar Water de Law, the captain who had dug their graves and vowed to carry their dreams with him on his journey. 314. The Going Merry was docked near the island of Jaya, a weathered ship with a sheep figurehead, that was coated with a metal frame all around. A bit far from the ship, the Sea King Momo swam freely in the ocean, while the crew did their duties in and outside the ship. The tropical climate brings warm temperatures and gentle sea breezes, with occasional squawks of seagulls. A stark contrast with the roaring sea of the previous day. Nothing much happened the previous day after the fight was over. After searching around the island and finding nothing about the spies, the crew packed in for the day. Almost all of the members of the pirate crew were exhausted either from the sea journey or from the fights. They would have usually held a party after such a battle. But with Ace not being in the mood due to killing Teach, who he once saw as a friend and crewmate, and Law losing most of his own crewmates, the celebration never happened. Not to mention there was always a hint of paranoia in the air due to the Dordor fruit user and the Germa invisibility tech. Though, it wasn't a complete loss. Luffy and most of the fighters slept in like logs after eating, so the night passed without anything noteworthy. Though, now that the morning had arrived, things started off slow. Mainly as Law took the time to find and bury the members of the crew with the help of the Straw Hats. After that the death surgeon went back with Popo to the medical room of the Going Merry, tending to his other two crewmates. Luffy had offered them to stay till they were able to walk, and finding no other ships that had capable medical equipment, the doctor reluctantly agreed. Law was yet to fully trust the warlord, but he was grateful for what the man did. And so he did anything he could do to help around. Still, what surprised the death surgeon was the vitality of the crew. Even fights where they had sustained serious injuries, like the female swordswoman, or the one with a head injury, were almost back to full health and up and training. Just what kind of crew did the new warlord gather? That kind of vitality was almost unheard of. And that's not to mention the gruesome training the pirates were doing. They were pushing their bodies to the extreme. But unlike how he suspected it would hamper them, it didn't. That could only mean that their bodies were used to these extreme conditions. And Law found that mind-boggling. The young doctor's fist clenched, his knuckles turning white. Maybe if he was like Luffy and trained his own crew they might have been alive. Maybe. He shook his head. That kind of thinking would get him nowhere. He looked at his side, where Popo had fallen asleep on his wheelchair, while Penguin and Shachi slept on their beds. He would also need to train them if he wanted them to get back into shape. Though, a fear crawled up to him. What if they decide to leave the crew? While Law wanted to continue his journey and get his vengeance on Doflamingo, he knew better than to force his will upon his crew. After what had happened there was a big chance that they might not continue their journey. And it would be understandable, he did fail his crew. Most of his crewmates were dead because of his own weakness. If only he was stronger. Maybe then this tragedy could have been avoided. If he was stronger as a kid, maybe he could have saved Khorasan as well. It was all because of his own weakness. Law shook his head, trying and failing to keep the self-deprecating thoughts out of his way. They hurt, but they were true. He didn't know what would happen next. But he promised himself one thing. He would be strong, next time he would be strong enough to help his crew. He wouldn't let himself fall into that kind of situation again. Never. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an amber glow over the already devastated island of Jaya. Amidst the wreckage of the island, two formidable fighters stood facing each other. "So you want to fight me, hey?" Ace asked, musing at the green-haired swordsman. "I was wondering when you would do that." Zoro grinned as he unsheathed his swords, a determined glint in his eyes. "I was waiting till you were at your strongest, and if I'm not wrong, then you certainly did get strong." Ace smirked. "Oh, but I'm not the only one, am I?" "Ha!" Zoro put Yubashiri in his mouth, while in his hands were Akayata no Zarashi and Sandai Kaititsu. "But enough talking, my blades are itching to cut you up." Ace unsheathed his own sword, Inma glinting black as he donned the blade with his own haki and blue flames. Seeing the flames, Zoro perked up. Even from this distance he could feel the heat of his flames. His own green flames came to life around his blades, dancing with an ominous glow as his blades glowed black due to his haki. Both fighters eyed each other for a second, before moving in at the same time. Both of them clashed right in between, causing a massive explosion of green flames against blue. The sparks of haki lit up the battlefield as both users unleashed their conqueror's haki. Both fighters clashed, and blows were exchanged. The air around them crackled with the intensity of their clash as Zoro and Ace traded blows with incredible precision and skill. The island of Jaya quaked with the force of their strikes, the ground crumbling beneath their feet as the remnants of their previous battles bore witness to the training match. Ace's blue flames clashed with Zoro's green flames, each display of power leaving behind a trail of scorch marks and shattered debris. The heat of the battle intensified, but there was a playful glimmer in Ace's eyes, as he was fully aware of the true purpose of this sparring match to hone Zoro's skills. As the fight progressed, Zoro found himself pushed to his limits. Even with my increase in strength after Shiryu, he's still ahead of me, Zoro thought as he pushed forward. Ace's mastery over fire was formidable, and he skillfully used it to his advantage, creating blazing walls of fire to corral Zoro and limit his movements. But Zoro was not one to back down. With determination etched on his face, he pushed through the flames, cutting through them, using his swords to part the fiery obstacles before him. I hope you are giving it your all, swordsman, cause I will only fight you once. Ace grinned. Zoro snorted. Oh, you are going to come back after I beat you. Flaming Toragiri. Ace just smiled, his whole body turning into blue flames as he cut through the attack, tackling Zoro up in the air before kicking him off. Zoro found himself off the ground, but quickly steadied himself with Geppo before charging ahead with Soru. The battle soon escalated as Zoro ran through the sky with impressive acrobatics clashing with the flame Logia. Rengoku Onigiri. Haiken. Both attacks clashed, as a tsunami of green and blue flames fought for supremacy. But just as the green flames were about to overpower the blue ones, a figure came out of the flames and sent a drop kick to Zoro's gut. The swordsman was caught off guard and found himself flying back while coughing up blood and saliva. Ace followed suit, flying with the aid of his flames as the sky became a canvas for their breathtaking duel. They twisted and turned, clashing swords and fire in a spectacular aerial dance. Despite Ace's superiority, Zoro refused to yield. The thrill of the fight fueled his determination, and he tapped into reserves of strength he never knew he had. The green flames surged with renewed intensity, as Zoro unleashed a flurry of attacks, each strike carrying the weight of his training and the will to grow stronger. Ace grinned and matched Zoro blow for blow. Their haki clashed during the fight, making the atmosphere more intense and heated. Masked Deuce whistled seeing the fight from afar. They are at it like cats and dogs, fire users and their short temper. He said before looking at the other side, where Sanji was fighting against Sabo with the same intensity. Your crew is quite the try-hard one. He said, smiling at Sparky who was trying to better use his powers. Thanks. The six-armed monkey said, going back to his training. Trying to slow down a plethora of rocks and rubble. Trying to make them slower, trying to increase the time they remained slow. He had gone back to training with Masked Deuce, to make better use of his time. Masked Deuce and Ace are going to part ways now that their jobs are finished. And because of that, Sparky wanted to learn as much as possible even though their powers were not the same, they were similar enough. 315. While all of this was happening, Kuina was on the other side of the island not anywhere near the fights that were occurring. She seemed disinterested. Kuina sat atop a large rock, her gaze fixed on the horizon as the sun cast a warm, golden glow over the landscape. The vast expanse of the ocean stretched out before her, its rhythmic waves crashing against the rocky shore below. The sea breeze gently tousled her dark hair, carrying with it the scent of salt and frost. It was a breathtaking view, but her thoughts were far from serene. Her last fight still haunted her mind, the memory of defeat gnawing at her pride. Luffy, the pirate, had outmatched her in speed and power. She might have been more skillful, but it didn't fill the gap and ultimately she lost. She had been a skilled swordswoman, driven by her passion and determination to become the greatest. But that fateful battle had shattered her confidence, leaving her questioning her abilities and decisions. I should have been better, she muttered to herself, her voice barely audible above the sound of the crashing waves. But that wasn't all, she was also feeling left behind. Zoro had stepped up and became strong. He was already strong, and now the gap had increased. It made her wonder, doubt herself. Kuina's fingers traced the hilt of her sword, Wado Ikimonji, a familiar comfort in her grasp. She had trained relentlessly, honing her techniques for years, but it seemed that no matter how hard she tried, she could not keep up with her crewmates' rapid progress. Doubt crept into her heart like a persistent shadow, whispering that maybe she was not cut out for this path after all. The sun was high, casting elongated shadows on the rocky shore. Kuina's contemplation deepened. She looked back on her journey, the dreams she once held so dearly, and the unwavering belief that she could conquer any obstacle in her path. But now, she found herself adrift, lost in a sea of uncertainty. "So, that's where you are," Luffy said, making the swordswoman glance back at her captain. "Is there anything you need, Captain?" Luffy shook his head, his arms crossed. "Just wanted to take you out on a date." She then snapped her head at the young man. "What?" Luffy burst out laughing. "Shishishi." "God, that was hilarious," he said, grinning, "but sorry, no. I'm a married man, and I'm sure a certain someone would grill me if I did." He winked. "Hey, who?" Kuina asked, clearly clueless. Luffy's sweat dropped. Nami wasn't lying when she said Kuina is as thick as her ice when it comes to these sorts of things, he thought, before shaking his head. "No, nothing. Anyway, I have some free time, want to spar." If it was any other time Kuina would have agreed, but now she wasn't certain. "Are you sure, Captain? I might not be able to give you a challenge." "Hey, what do you mean?" Luffy asked, playing clueless. "You have gotten plenty strong after your fight with the bird man. Is something wrong?" She hesitated for a moment, but Luffy pushed on. "Hey, don't sweat it too much. Feeling down after a loss is totally normal, you know." She nodded, slapping both of her palms on her cheek. "You're right, Captain." She was feeling down, yes, but she could not deny the spark that still flickered deep within her. "I can't give up," she said, her voice determined and resolute. "I won't let doubt consume me. That's the spirit." Luffy grinned. "Now, let's get to training," he said, pumping his fist up in the air. "Good thing I was able to get her out of her rut. Who knew being a captain would be easy?" Kuina copied him. "Yes. Let's do it." Luffy grinned as he took his nameless naginata out from his back, donning it with haki, while Kuina unsheathed her own blade Wado Ikimonji. "Ready when you are," Luffy said, giving her the first strike. Kuina took a deep breath, the salty air filling her lungs with newfound determination. She may have lost that one battle, but she knew that the journey to greatness was filled with both triumphs and setbacks. It was a path of growth and learning, and she refused to let her setbacks define her. "I have one question before we start." Luffy blinked, not expecting a question but nodded for her to continue. Why do you think Zoro surpassed me?" I know it's selfish to ask, but I want to be the strongest swordsman, so please tell me why." "I will have to be honest, I wasn't there for the fight, but I can guess why." Luffy said. He looked her in the eyes. "You, my friend, are afraid to lose." Kuina was a bit flabbergasted, not expecting that answer. "But this isn't the first time I have lost." Luffy nodded. "That might be true, but you see, do you know the one thing that sets Zoro apart from you, Sanji, and even Sparky?" Kuina frowned but shook her head. "He's had it worse than all of you in some regards," Luffy explained. After getting beat by me, the famous pirate hunter Zoro fought against my hawk and lost. You, Sanji, Sparky, and even me, we all were stronger than him. The loss, do you remember that he promised me to never lose a fight? Well, that kind of being at the bottom of the barrel will push your motivation to the next level. But that's not all. Zoro, for better or worse, he is reckless in some sense. Most fighters in most cases try to preserve themselves while fighting. But he doesn't, every fight he takes on. He goes with the intention to win. Which is called a winner's mindset, and when it comes to haki, mindset is very important. It will lead you to making decisions that will push you further towards your goal or the grave. Luffy said, smiling. And well, Zoro is just too stubborn to die. Kuina didn't know what to say before she caught back a laugh, so, I just have to be stubborn. Doing anything to win, Luffy nodded, yes, doing anything. Oh, Nami, why are you wearing a swimming suit in here? Kuina said with a frown looking over Luffy's shoulder. Luffy snapped his neck back at supersonic speed, looking over his shoulder, where? Kuina moved in, drawing her blade, Sakura Hurricane. Ack, you little. Luffy was thrown back from the non-lethal strike and glared at the girl with an annoying expression. Why did he have to fall for the oldest trick in the book? You will pay dearly for this, he said before pushing off the air, with his hands tightening around his blade. Kuina grinned, I'm going to win this. Luffy matched her grin, oh, we will see about that. 316. As the day was ending, the crew started gathering near the Going Merry. Now that Mock Town was mostly vacant with only a few remaining. The crew and Cricket docked their respective ships in the Mock port. Due to the fight, many of the establishments were destroyed, but there were still more than enough to entertain the whole crew. There were many pirates who were worried that the new warlord might harm them. But Luffy and the crew did none of that. Minding their own business and doing things on their own. They even paid and tipped for the services they received. And due to their relaxed behavior, it didn't take long before the remaining pirates and bounty hunters of the Mock Town to gather around, trying to get on their good side. Many were just curious, while others actively wanted to join the crew. Joining a warlord's crew was quite the easy way to get out of the Marine's radar. But Luffy didn't see anyone noteworthy or with any powers that interested him, so he rejected all the offers. Seeing Law's crew get killed so early had gave him a wake-up call. He couldn't just let untalented people join the crew. It would harm the crew both mentally and as a structure if one member or more of its members were the die. Death shakes up people. And he didn't want any of his friends to die. Personally, Luffy was a selfish guy, but at the same time he wasn't some selfish emo jerk that only cared for his own gain. A crew was like a family. When you constantly stay on the same ship, train together and face life and death challenges, it creates a bond that is very hard to ignore. And Luffy wanted to honor that. It was just the right thing to do. With what happened with Law, Luffy wouldn't be surprised if he wanted to quit piracy as well. The man was a broken piece of his previous self. So if he wanted, Luffy wouldn't force him to join. Sometimes as a man you have to do things because that's right thing to do. And self-belief was quite important in the grand scheme of things. While this was happening, Masked Deuce and Ace were also preparing to take their leave and journey back to New World. The two Whitebeard pirates remained unseen in Mock Town as they didn't Luffy to get into more trouble with the world government. Other than eating, they mainly stayed on the opposite end of Jaya where the Going Merry was getting modified by Cricket and his crew. Sabo on the other hand was back to wearing his plague mask and a different style of clothing. If Saint Camille didn't reveal Sabo or Ace's involvement, then Luffy didn't want to market it either. Also, unlike Ace, Luffy wanted to bring Sabo to Sky Island for more than one reason. In the dimly lit, rough-looking bar, the grizzled owner stood behind the scuffed oak counter, meticulously polishing a glass. The air smelled of booze and blood, while the atmosphere around the room was a bit energetic due to the customers that sat there. Another round, my man. Luffy said, slamming the large mug on the counter. The old bartender gave a tender smile, before taking the mug and refilling it. "Thank you, old man." Luffy said, "That's the freshest goat milk I have had in a long while." "You guys are weird," Law said, who he sat at a nearby table, "who comes to a bar to order milk?" "Us," Sparky said, tipping his cowboy hat, "but you wouldn't understand, partner. You're just a little too green to grasp that." He waved him off as he finished his own glass of milk. "Them things come with age and experience, ya hear?" Law really wanted to ask as to why the monkey was speaking with that kind of accent today, but as nobody asked, he didn't either. Weird. But then again, what was even weirder was getting called green by a six-armed monkey. "Just go with it, it's less bothersome this way," Zoro grunted, as if almost reading his mind. It was almost as if he had grown used to these kinds of antics. "Another round?" he barked, as he put his own mug down. "This stuff is good, we will have to take a few barrels. I wonder how protein shakes will taste like with this," he mumbled to himself. "Sure," Law said, wondering if this was the secret behind their strength and insane recovery. He then looked to his side where Kuina was reading a book and Anchor who on the same table observing different kind of rocks. "Meal's ready," Sanji said as he came out with plates filled with food. As he placed the food on the table, the crew dug in. All the while Sanji thanked the old bartender for letting him use his kitchen, and exchanging some tips back and forth regarding how to cook the local dishes around here. As they finished the food, Law finally asked the question that was bugging him. "Why did you guys bring me here?" he asked. Most of the Straw Hat crew weren't with them, they were on the Going Merry on the other side of Jaya Island, while they were currently in Mock Town. "Did you guys have something to discuss?" Law would have liked to be on the Going Merry around his crewmates, but when Luffy had offered him a meal with some important things to discuss, he couldn't refuse it. "What is so important that you have to discuss it here?" Law asked. They were quite far from the Straw Hat ship was, so he wondered why they brought him here. "Well, first, I wanted to taste the goat milk here, which Sanji recommended," Luffy said, holding up a finger, "and second is because the old bartender here is also a chef, and requested us to come here for a meal." The old bartender gave a shy nod. It seemed that the old man was a fan of the fallen hero. 317. "That's it?" Law asked, "Didn't you want to discuss something important?" "Oh, that as well." Luffy chuckled, before leaning forward on his table and looking right in Law's eyes. "Say, Trogai, what do you think of my crew?" Law frowned. "They are nice," he said, "I mean you guys helped me and my crew quite a lot. And well, your crew is strong," he said, looking over all of them. "All of you are strong. And at the same time, you guys have a bond, almost like my crew." He said the last part most to himself than Luffy. Luffy looked at him. "Then why don't you join in?" Law blinked. "I'm sorry, but what?" he said, with a frown. "You want me to join your crew?" "But I'm sorry, I don't plan on disbanding my crew." Luffy held up his hand, a playful smirk on his face. "Oh, is that how you will repay my favor?" Law frowned, but Luffy continued. "Listen, what happened to your crew was quite unfortunate. But at the same time, it should have made you realize that you and your remaining crewmates are weak in the grand scheme of things." Luffy said, "I don't much about your crew, but even before meeting you here, I have been keeping tabs on some of the pirates with rising bounties. Your crew had caught my attention. All of your crewmates were doctor, including you. You guys fight on the side, but your main role is helping people. An admirable goal, but you also need fighters." "What are you trying to say?" Law asked, still frowning. But he was thinking over what Luffy had said. None of it was wrong. "I'm just saying, sooner or later you guys would have come across someone that would have trampled on your goals," Luffy stated. He continued, "I'm not saying to disband your crew. You can be part of my grand fleet, you get to keep your own crew and at the same time fly our flag as your own. Luffy said, you guys are small in numbers, for a while you guys can even journey with us, and learn the necessary skills to survive the Grand Line. He finished, so what do you think? Law didn't say anything, just looked down. Not knowing what to say, what Luffy said was true and did have its merits. But, still. Luffy spoke, if you don't mind me asking, what are your goals? Law blinked, it's something personal. He could have said that he wanted to be the king of pirates. Wanted to One Piece, and in some sense, he would have been right. But that wasn't his main goal. No, it was destroying a certain someone, learn the truth about the initial D. And after that screw with the world government for what happened to his hometown. But for all of that, he needed power, which he didn't have now. Well, I'm going to assume something, Luffy said, boldly, leaning on his table. I'm going to assume that being the Pirate King isn't your main goal. Which in a way isn't wrong. He said, not all pirates have the same ambitions. So I'm just saying if you are willing to forsake your dreams for the Pirate King title, I can make you part of my crew. Law scoffed, but Luffy ignored it. I can make you stronger, make your crew stronger. Teach you how to be strong. And stand among the best of the best. He then stretched his hands towards Zoro and Kuina, both of them want to be the best swordsmen in the world. Like them, all of my crew have personal dreams and goals, some want revenge, some want power, some want to protect, but all of them, they are willing to put in the work and follow me. And because of that I help them and treat them as family. Luffy then grinned at Law, so tell me, are you willing to do the same? Law didn't speak for a while, going over what Luffy said. What he said was right in more than one way and the offer he made was tempting, but there was still some hesitance. Luffy continued, listen, I'm willing to help people, no doubt there. But for my crewmates, I'm willing to go above and beyond. He said, looking at Anchor and nodding. If you join my crew, I will put my best smith and builder to work in fixing your ship. So what do you say? I can't make that decision on my own. Law said, what you did was truly amazing. And if you kick us out of your ship, I won't hold any grudge, but still. I can't just put my trust on someone that I have met for a few days. It's not about that, Zoro grunted, cutting into the conversation, believe me, you won't regret joining him. He might act childish from time to time, but when it matters, we can all feel safe knowing Luffy has our back. Kuina and Sanji nodded, while Anchor just a small smile on his face. Unlike the others, he joined the last and fully didn't trust Luffy yet, so he got what Law was feeling. The rubber bastard had acted the same way back on Sakura Island and in Alabasta. Seeing no other way to fulfill his dream, Anchor joined the crew. His new captain really had a way with words, he knew how to make people admire him with it alone. Not with power or fear, but with words. And you usually don't find smooth talkers having power of their own. But his new captain was just different. That was the reason he wanted to join him. Though unlike the others, he did make the condition that he would leave the crew if the crew ever did something wrong and unjust in his eyes. He followed the way of the Marines since he was a child. And as a descendant of Popeye, he admired people who were strong and had a morally correct compass. So seeing Luffy, who was at the same time on the wrong side, a pirate doing work that even Marines were reluctant to do, made him impress. Even after he had been kicked out of the Marines, he had a moral sense of justice and always tried doing what was right. And with his dreams and ambitions in mind, Anchor found that joining the Straw Hat Pirates weren't that bad. And in a way, he was also able to find a friend that shared his strong sense of justice in the crew. 318. While Anchor was pondering on things, Law was asking Luffy about something. Let's say if I were to accept your offer, he started, would you help me kill, no destroy someone? Someone that's part of the warlord. To Law it seemed that Luffy wouldn't go against the world government. Even though he stated multiple times that he wanted to be the Pirate King, Law doubted that statement. Mainly because he joined the ranks of the world government. Maybe he was trying to use the government for his own means, but he didn't care. What he cared for was something else. That can be sorted out. Luffy said, unless you are going after Jimbei or Boa Hancock, I wouldn't mind helping you deal with the others. My hawk would a bit hard to but. My hawk is mine, Zoro said, cutting him off before looking at Law. I will be the one to defeat him. Law got a bit tense feeling the swordsman's intense stare and nodded. He's not my target, Zoro. My target is someone else. Zoro nodded. Good, we won't mind helping you getting your target either. He said, leaning back on his chair. You're going to scare the new guy, Moss Head. Sanji snorted. Anyway, I do get your goal. My goal is to destroy someone as well. So unless it's completely unjustified, we will help you. Well, buddy, how about it? Sparky said, tipping his cowboy hat. Y'all fixin' to join the crew? Guys, I think putting pressure on the kid wouldn't do us any good, Kuina stated, coming off from her book. But Law's brow twitched. Kid? I'm at least sure I'm older than you. Kuina glanced at him, and smirked. Are you stronger than me though? Law felt his brow twitched, as Kuina gave an amused look. Exactly. You are kid until you learn haki. She said, brushing off her hair, a little bit of playfulness in her eyes. There was no heat behind her words. Anchor sweat dropped at the scene. I don't think that helped. He mumbled, anyway, if you have any questions about the crew, just ask. I'm still new to the crew, but others are here since the crew started, so they would be able to give you your answers. Law sighed, leaning back on his chair. Well, he did have a few questions. And so he started asking. About what their crew's main goal is, about why Luffy decided to join the warlord, along with other mundane questions. Luffy and the rest answered them honestly, but still kept a lot of information censored as Law still wasn't part of the crew. And lastly, who's the crew's vice capitan? Law asked. That brought all of the people in the room look at each other, before settling on Zoro and Sparky. Oi, don't bring me in that lot. I ain't vice cap material, Sparky was quick to deny, as he broke character, and picking up after Luffy is kind of a habit now. I don't think I can manage the crew. I might be the first one to join, but I'm no leader. I work better from the sidelines. Like a ninja. He said, waving his 6 hands in karate chop motions. Or a cowboy. Anchor said, getting a chuckle from the monkey. Luffy smiled as he looked at Zoro. This was going on for quite long, but it seemed it was finally time. Well, Zoro, are you willing to be the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates? He asked. Zoro looked at his captain's eyes and smirked. You sure about this, captain? Even Kobe joined before me. Well, that wasn't technically not true, as Kobe hadn't decided if would join piracy back then. But Luffy answered, Kobe's not vice capitan material. He still has lot to grow, and well, I don't think he sees himself as the vice captain. He said. And technically, Kobe wasn't part of the crew until we were in Baratai. Kuina added. Hey, takes me back, Sanji muttered. He then looked at Kuina, though, I'm surprised that you don't want the position as a vice captain. Kuina gave a shrug. I might be a fighter, but I don't see myself as a leader. She said truthfully, there is no shame in saying it, but I don't think I would be able to handle the responsibility. So I do agree that Zoro is fit for the position. She said, before glancing at Sanji, what about you? Sanji crossed his arms and hummed thoughtfully, as much I would love to order Mosshead around, I'm good as it is. I have too much on my plate already. And with how much the crew eats, I don't think I can handle the responsibility. He said, before smirking at Zoro, and besides currently Zoro might be strongest among us. Excluding Sparky, his powers are a bit too hard to figure out, and so is his unpredictability, but my point still stands. Well, other than Sparky's he's the most reliable one. Anchor chimed in, giving his 2 bits, though he might need to cut off some of his nap time for that. Luffy grinned as he looked at Zoro. The swordsman in question was feeling a bit out of place. Well, Zoro, congratulations, you are the new vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. I will try my best. Zoro said as he coughed inside his fist, a bit shy from his usual casual demeanor. Shishishi, this calls for a celebration. Luffy said. Wait, you mean to say that, you guys didn't decide the vice-captain till now? Law asked, you guys are definitely weird. The others just looked at him and chuckled. Don't worry, you will get used to it. Zoro said, giving him a small grin. Once you join. Hey! I never said I was joining. Zoro gave him a challenging smirk, we'll see about that. Luffy blinked, it seemed his new vice-captain wanted the duty for himself. Shishishi, well, isn't that good? Luffy said, anyway, as the new vice-captain, Zoro, please return to the ship and help the others with ship's modification work. Sanji gave him captain a blank look, he was just shamelessly offloading his work onto the green-haired swordsman. He almost felt pity for him. Almost. Anyway, I think Law should go with him, we don't want him to get lost. Zoro felt his brow twitch as he noticed what was happening, but he just snorted, and stood up from his chair. Let's go, Trogai. He said as Law stood up following him, you also use a sword, hey, we will see how good you are with it. You are forgetting that I'm not in the crew, Zoro. Law retorted as they exited the bar. Zoro just grinned, for now. Luffy threw his head back and laughed, see. Is that how I look when I recruit new guys? Yes. Sanji, Kuina, and Anchor gave him a flat answer, while just Sparky shook his head. 319. After Zoro and Law left, Luffy and the group stayed in the bar for a while, chatting and relaxing a bit. They might have fully recovered, but they still wanted to relax a bit. As all of them had a certain feeling that the journey up to the Sky Island would be anything but easy. As the sun began to set over the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow upon the Jaya port, the chatter of the bustling port quieted down as the Numancia Flamingo, a large ship with sleek, ebony sails, glided gracefully into the harbor. The ship was large, easily 5 times bigger than the Going Merry, and even larger than the ships used by Crickets and his diving crew. The ship's dark hull is adorned with intricate carvings. And the ship's bow boasted a figurehead of a flamingo, wings outstretched as if ready to take flight. While most of the Jaya port were empty, those that were present were horrified seeing the ship. And they scattered from the mock town as far as possible. One was bad enough, now there was another warlord. Luffy might have been lax, but Doflamingo was a different kind of pirate. Luffy and the rest of the crew that were present in Mock Town could easily spot the large ship and had came out to greet the unwelcomed guest. There were only 5 of them, the rest of them were not here. Now, isn't that interesting? Luffy mused. I wonder why Doflamingo's coming here. Do you think it's another attack sent by that world noble? Sanji asked, it's getting pretty redundant if that's the case. Almost every one of the crew that they were being targeted by a world noble, Luffy had also shared it with them before the fight with Blackbeard. Probably not. I can't see Doflamingo working for another world noble. Luffy said, it's most likely a power play of sort. A fight shouldn't occur, but be on guard. Sanji shrugged, I have to go back and make dinner, hope this ends quick. He then looks at Luffy, how strong is he? While Sanji had observation haki, only Luffy had the ability of knowing someone's true strength by measuring how strong their haki was. It wasn't fully accurate, but he could get a good estimate on it. He's stronger than you, but... Luffy said, not finishing his sentence as he looked at his cook with curiosity, why, do you want to fight him? Sure. Sanji shrugged, I wouldn't mind kicking that bastard's face in. Luffy wasn't surprised at Sanji's Doflamingo. After the G3 base incident, Luffy had revealed how some pirates sold slaves even under the Marines' watchful eyes. And how Doflamingo was very much involved in that. So he could see why Sanji didn't like him very much. Mainly to do with many unfortunate women getting caught by them. But what Luffy didn't know was that it was a bit more personal to Sanji. Luffy raised an eyebrow, a bit amused. You do know that he is a bit out of your league, right? Well, I wouldn't know, unless I tired, but if everything fails, you can save my ass and beat him up, Sanji said, shrugging before he started stretching his legs. He then jabbed his thumb toward Kuina. She already fought against a warlord. So did Zoro, so I also want my own. Shishishi, haven't thought of that. But at least someone is keeping track of numbers. Sure, go ahead, though if he pisses me off, I'm gonna step in and rip his head off. Kuina rolled her eyes. Believe me, Crocodile wasn't even that much of a challenge, his was just tricky with his Logia abilities. Luffy on the other hand was pure skills and brute strength. She said, feeling a pang of disappointment that she lost against him. So depending on your luck, Doflamingo might or might not be a challenge for you. She said, not knowing about Doflamingo's abilities. Luffy hummed. He knew a bit about Doflamingo's abilities. I know that Doflamingo has the string fruit, he can control strings with it and do much more stuff with it, and if I'm not wrong, he likes to fight dirty. Also, his strings can help him recover from even fatal wounds, so you know the rule. Sanji smirked, always aim for the head. Then after he dies, attack him again so that they remain dead. Yup, Luffy said, as he chuckled darkly, shishishi. Anchor, Sparky, and Kuina sweat dropped at their antics. Still, though, is fighting another warlord fine? Anchor asked, wouldn't the Marines or world government be try to stop a fight from happening like this? I mean they should, but you don't see them here. Luffy pointed out. Well, that's just plain logical, ain't it? Sparky said, rubbing his chin, still in his cowboy get-up. I also need to find me a warlord to hunt. He said in complete character. Anchor didn't know what to say. His crew was pretty lax about seeing another warlord. But then again, with what he saw, he honestly should have expected this. You know, I feel like a bit out of place here, but shouldn't you guys be a little bit more worried about things? Anchor asked. Well, you do have a point. Luffy then looked to his side. Sparky turn invisible and take a good spot to snipe their heads off if they try anything funny. Sanji, be ready to kick Mingo, he said, and Kuina, be careful of Doflamingo's strings, freeze them or cut them. Don't let them stab into your body. You don't have to say twice. Sanji gave a thumbs up. Show thing, boss. Sparky gave him a three-armed salute before turning invisible, while Kuina just gave him a curt nod. What about me? Anchor asked. Luffy looked at him. Just be careful of his strings, use your shield, just don't let them touch you. He then grinned. Other than that, his crew members are also powerful, so be prepared. This day might be fun after all, I'm all pumped up. Shishishi. Anchor just nodded. His shield was built from the best metal after he had merged with the power of slip fruit. Meaning his shield could negate very powerful attacks without getting damaged. Ack. I wanted to test myself out, his nameless Naginata called out in frustration. Let's just give this one to Sanji, Luffy replied telepathically to his weapon. 320. While Luffy was mostly carefree, he knew they were at a disadvantage here. There were only 5 of them. Most of the other members of his crew were on the other side of Jaya, helping with the ship's modification. In a way, it was good. If a battle did occur, he could go all out and not worry about the weaker members of his crew too much. Anchor was a bit behind compared to the other main fights of his crew, but he was still exceptionally strong. He just lacked in the skill area, though he was quickly catching up to that as well. Luffy didn't have much time to think as the large flamingo-style ship docked near port, Doflamingo jumped down from the ship's figurehead, not even waiting for the gangplank to set up. Along with Doflamingo, Treble, Diamante, Gladius, and Baby 5 also jumped down with him. While Lao Ji and Dellinger stayed on the ship ready to jump in if needed. Phew, well if it isn't the new warlord. Doflamingo said, grinning ear to ear. Heard you were around, so came to pay you a visit. Really? Luffy said with a raised eyebrow, wasn't really expecting a social visit from you of all people. But met. He rolled his shoulder. Oi, speak with some respect, kid. Treble said. And Luffy had to say, that was by far the most disgusting man he ever saw. Wow, aren't you just ugly? I'm not sure that's a face even a mother could love. Sanji said. And believe me, that's coming from me. I have to agree on that one, Luffy added. Why you? Doflamingo held up his hand, stopping Treble as he grinned, eyeing Luffy, Sanji, Anchor, and then remaining on Kuina. Well, aren't you beautiful? Doflamingo said, are you the one that took down Crocodile? Luffy was a bit surprised, he didn't expect Doflamingo to know that. Only a few people back in Alabasta and the upper ranks of Marines knew about who took down Crocodile. Kuina taking down Crocodile was a political play on Luffy's part. That way, the world government would be more reliant on him and his crew. How, you might ask? Well, the world government would think that they are getting more than one warlord-level pirate by recruiting the Straw Hat Pirates into their ranks. I'm surprised that you know that, but yes, I did take him down. Kuina answered, why? Do you doubt my capabilities? Phew, of course not. The warlord grinned, though, unlike that looser sand bastard, you can't beat me. I'm much more stronger than him. Kuina smiled, a glint in her eyes that wanted to prove him wrong. But Luffy interrupted it. Why are you here? Luffy asked, you usually don't leave Dressrosa, it must be something important for you to come here. Phew. You don't know why? Doflamingo asked, grinning ear to ear as he walked up to Luffy. The large pirate was 10 feet, easily dwarfing Luffy, who was 6 feet tall. No? Should I? Luffy walked forward as well, keeping up his guard in case Mingo had his strings outstretched. Phew. Doflamingo expression then turned serious. Last day, a ship of mine got missing on these waters, and I have hunch that it was you. Sanji snorted, we didn't do it. He said, what was in there anyways? Oh, you know the usual. Gold, silver, and slaves. Sex slaves if I'm being honest. Others don't sell that well. Diamante said, chuckling, kukiku. That managed to piss off almost all of the Straw Hats, especially Sanji. The cook was gritting his teeth and actively stopping himself from kicking the living shit out of them. Back when he was at Germa Kingdom, her mother and all of the women that his father mated with to carry his children were more or less slaves. Kidnapped and taken away from their homes. His mother was no different, so he had a very grudge with slave traders. Luffy was the one to break the silence. If I did take your ship, believe me, Mingo, I would have put their heads on pikes and displayed them on the Jayaport so that you could see. He said, coldly, as you can see there are no heads and no pikes, so you are assuming wrong. Phew. I really don't appreciate you calling me by that, boy. Doflamingo said, unleashing his conker's haki. The intense pressure from the haki was so intense that it seemed like the air was vibrating. The ground beneath Doflamingo's feet cracked, as the surroundings seemed to shake, as well as the environment around the warlord visibly distorted because of the immense power being unleashed. Even Doflamingo's own crewmates that were near him were having a hard time standing behind him. But unlike what Doflamingo expected, Luffy and the rest of them just watched him with an unimpressed, almost bored look. Luffy picked his nose with his pinky. Are you done? 3 out of 10, if you ask me. Doflamingo felt his brow twitch, even his crewmates were confused as to why they weren't affected by their captain's haki. I give it a solid 4. Sanji said, threw some sand in my eyes, I almost had to blink. 3.5, Anchor said. Because, well, that wasn't very impressive. Kuina nodded and continued, 2, only because I don't want him to feel too embarrassed. With that, all 4 of them started clapping as if Doflamingo gave a passable performance. The Wellord on the other hand was barely keeping himself from ripping into the straw hats. This level of disrespect. Turtle said, with anger, Doffy, we have to do something. Doflamingo's hands twitched as strings around it started moving, but right then. 321. This level of disrespect. Turtle said, with anger, Doffy, you have to do something. Doflamingo's hands twitched as strings around it started weaving, but right then. Luffy grinned, he had thought over things. Wouldn't it be better if he killed Doflamingo right here? That could work out in his favor in the long run. No Dressrosa, he could take over it and gain notoriety along with other things. And Sanji seemed pissed as well, and if he fought he could gain some experience and strength against Mingo. Regardless if he wins or not. After that he could just finish it up. No one knows Mingo is here, especially not the world government. If they did, Morgan, who was keeping an eye on them, would have notified me. So as Mingo was acting alone, he could kill him here and now. And if they did find out later, he could just make up a story of how Doflamingo was trying to hunt him down or something and he had to end it. They were pirates after all. So he had to finish him. The string fruit would be good fruit for Vivi. Luffy thought, already making plans of what he was going to do after Doflamingo's demise. The only caveat to this whole thing was that, Luffy didn't know if this Doflamingo was a string clone or not. But considering there were quite a few members of his crew here, he might be the real deal. Also to Luffy's haki he did seem real. But then again, Luffy hadn't seen a clone to base his judgment out of. Just as both pirate crews grew tense, a call rang, stopping both of them. Paraparaparapara. Paraparaparapara. A small transponder snail buzzed out from Turtle's pocket, bringing all of their attention to him. Paraparaparapara. Paraparaparapara. At the same time, Sanji's pocket buzzed with his own transponder snail. A basic one, not the black one they used for encrypted call. Both parties frowned and received the call, at the same time. This Fleet Admiral Sengoku speaking, Sengoku said from Doflamingo's transponder snail. It's your grandpa, you shitty brat. Said Garp while munching on chips from the Straw Hat's official transponder snail. Why can I hear Sengoku's voice from there? Is this thing echoing? It's doing the same here, weird, Sengoku said. Who cares? Oi brat, you there? Yeah, and before you ask, Mingo is in front of me. That might be causing the echo issue. Luffy said, musing, also, make it quick, old man, I was just going to beat his ass. Shitty brat. Is that how you speak to your elders? That's not the important part, Garp. Tell your grandson to not fight against Doflamingo. A fight between two warlords will weaken our forces against Kaido. Sengoku said. Can you hear me, fallen hero Luffy? Yeah, Luffy said casually, but I think Kuina or Sanji here would a more of a fit. If something does unfortunately happen to him, they are strong enough for it. I would have offered Zoro, but recently he got a promotion to my vice captain, so. Why you? Doflamingo growled, while Garp laughed in the background. Bah ha 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 ha. Please do no such thing. Sengoku said, already feeling stressed. Also, what Doflamingo did with putting Blackbeard against you was wrong, but. I did what now? Doflamingo asked, not knowing what the Fleet Admiral was saying. He grabbed the transponder snail. Listen, old man, if I wanted to eliminate the new brat, I would have done it myself. I'm no coward. Oh, that's gold coming from a man who wrongfully accused the captain of stopping one of your slave ships. Kuina said, humming. Or maybe is it, that, someone is trying to put you both against each other. All parties including the Marines stopped for a second. Hey, the girl makes sense, Garp said, breaking the silence. But who would want to put two warlord against each other? Sengoku asked. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Both of you are prohibited to fight. Yet, Luffy, don't beat up the stringy brat, or Sengoku will cut up my week's supply of chips. Garp seriously added. Okay, I have to go. Bogart is brewing good tea. Bye. With that, Luffy's call ended. Tea? That damn Garp. That's my tea. Sengoku said from the other transponder's nail. I have to end the call. But Doflamingo and Luffy, no fighting, it's a direct order from the 5 elders. With that, he also ended the call. Hey, well, that happened. Luffy said before glancing at Doflamingo. The warlord was pissed off so much that he was shaking in his place. He didn't like being ordered around, but with what happened, it did make sense. He wondered why the island of Jaya was so destroyed. Before leaving the island, Bellamy had reported that Blackbeard was fighting against the new warlord. And it seemed someone had set it up and made it look like Luffy did it. And he could also presume that the same person destroyed his own slaver ship and put the blame on Luffy. So while he was pissed, Doflamingo didn't want to fight either, since Luffy seemed to calm. Only a fool or a king remains unafraid in front of danger. Doflamingo thought, and his instincts told him not to test what Luffy was. Is that you, Law? Baby 5 asked, making all of them move their heads toward the girl who was standing a bit far from the port and was looking at a surprised Law, who was clearly trying hide from sight. When did she get there? Almost a collective thought ran through their minds. Though that wasn't important. Luffy, on the other hand, wanted to facepalm knowing what might have happened. Law. Doflamingo recognized the kid and his grin widened, jumping from where he was as he landed near Law. And with one swift motion, Law found himself struggling to breath as Doflamingo held him up by his throat. Law was too surprised and terrified to do anything. With everything that had happened, his body hadn't recovered, unlike the Straw Hat crew members. So he didn't manage to break free and was caught. Well, if it isn't Law. You managed to survive long enough. Phew phew phew. Doflamingo said, grabbing Law by the throat. Young master, you promised that you wouldn't kill Law. Baby 5 called out, but she was ignored. Oh, yeah? I forgot. With his other arm pulled back, Doflamingo glared at Law, who looked pale. Now die. 322. With his other arm pulled back, Doflamingo glared at Law, who looked pale. Now die. But he was stopped when 2 cold metals touched Doflamingo's neck. It was Zoro's swords, and he had a deadly look in his eyes. Don't even think about it. Doflamingo's grin strained as he growled. He recognized the pirate, one of the Straw Hats, a very well-known one. What do you think you are doing, swordsman? Didn't you hear about the old men stopping us from fighting each other? I'm not here for any one of you crewmates. So, get your sword off me, pirate hunter. Well, he's part of my crew. Zoro answered smoothly, a grin on his face. Then he looked at Law. You are, right. Law, who was at the death door, couldn't believe how shameless Zoro was. This wasn't the right time to ask that question. But at the same time, going over all things, he took a leap of faith. He gave Doflamingo a shaky grin to spite him as he agreed, yes, Vice Captain. Would you look at that, he's already getting good in his role. Kuina smirked, while Sanji grinned. Shishishi, well, now this changes things, Luffy said, walking up to Doflamingo. Steam started to appear around his body as he entered his Lion Man state, easily matching Doflamingo's height. Do anything, and I assure you, I will cut you so finely that you wouldn't be able to stitch yourself back up. Doflamingo looked pissed as he moved his strings to attack all of them, but stopped when Luffy unleashed his own haki, Zoro doing the same. But unlike Doflamingo's haki, it was devastation. It was as if pure chaos and death were staring at him in the eyes, daring him to do anything. The air hummed from the sheer power, as the ground beneath them rumbled and crackled. The air pressure alone was distorting the surroundings as the clouds above were splitting with them at the center. Even the glasses around the mock town that survived the previous day shattered. Red and black lighting cracked around from Luffy, and Zoro making Doflamingo's own show of haki as a mere child's play. TCH, show off. Sanji said, a bit jealous that Zoro got something that he didn't. Looking awe at the sheer pressure his captain and vice-captain was emitting. Both of them. Kuina didn't say anything, just smirked as she tightened her grip around the hilt of her sword. Monster! Anchor grumbled, unlike them he had to struggle to keep standing. Cold sweat running down his head. But at least they could stand the onslaught. As for the Donquixote crew, the air was suffocating to breathe, as they choked and fell trying to breathe. Even Doflamingo felt fear crawl under his skin, his instincts telling him to get as far away from the beasts as possible. Bitch, I dare you! Luffy said, grinning with his fanged teeth. I double dare you! I will go! Doflamingo said, putting Law down. Knowing he would be fighting a losing battle. Not only did he feel danger from Luffy, but Zoro as well, that wasn't even considering the girl who took down Crocodile and the blonde-haired cook who seemed way too eager to kick his head off. Luffy grinned, good, before his hand blurred forward and punched Doflamingo on the stomach. Gah! The string user bent over a bit, the sheer force of the disgusting punch leaving a permanent mark on his gut. Doflamingo tried to keep himself from budging from his spot where he was standing, but around a second later, his body finally caught up, and now realized just how hard he had been hit. He fell over, coughing blood and spit. Just what kind of power was that? His organs were damaged and even his back felt like it had fractured from that punch. Doflamingo was furious, he was caught off guard. That bastard, he growled, as he mentally commanded his strings to move and attack. Damn the consequences! But he was a bit too late, as Luffy had already kicked him in the side. His body bent around Luffy's leg, before he was thrown away, going through the flamingo-style figurehead of his ship, destroying the front sail, and stopping at the second one. Young master! Several voices called out. Finally snapping out of their daze. But unlike Doflamingo, they were terrified to even move against the new warlord. Luffy snarled, leave the island before I change my mind and put the bastard's head on a pike. He said, but no one moved, too afraid or slow to process what he said. Now go! Like a lion, Luffy roared, and the rest of Doflamingo's crew scrambled as they left for their ship. Luffy could have killed them here, but he didn't. Not wanting to get on the bad side of Sengoku and the elders just yet. In the grand scheme of things, Doflamingo wasn't a threat. But he still might pose some trouble in the future. That's why he planned to kill him in the upcoming war. This way, Law could have his revenge way sooner and Luffy wouldn't even need to get the blame for it. He could play it off as a casualty of war. You live a few more days, Mingo. But don't worry, next time I will make sure you don't live. Doflamingo was already knocked out, and with no one willing to test Luffy's statement, they ran with their tail behind their legs. As the ship left, Luffy finally looked at Zoro, and Law. Don't tell me, you guys were lost in the forest for an hour. He said with amusement. Zoro grumbled while not looking at his captain's eyes, while Law massaged his neck sorely. Even he found it stupid that they were lost in the destroyed jungle for so long. Just what did he get himself signed into? 323. So it's a goodbye, brother. Luffy said, looking at Ace and Masked Deuce who were on their small raft powered by Ace's flames. At night it made their ship easily visible. Are you sure you guys don't want to go to a sky island? Ace shook his head, well, to be honest. I was also looking forward to it a bit, but well, things came up. He said. Not saying that Whitebeard's health was getting worse or that Marco had called him to return. Even though he trusted his brother, Marco cautioned Ace from telling anyone about the news. Though that wasn't the only reason, Marco was also getting a bit overwhelmed as Kaido and his crew were getting a bit too rowdy with their power grab, and were attacking islands that were under the protection of Whitebeard. So Ace had to go and take back his position as leader of the 2nd Division. Luffy nodded. "Well, take care then," he said. Behind him the rest of the Straw Hats were also saying their goodbyes. And some, Chopper, Johnny, Yusaku, and Bartolomeo, were even crying. Ace had made quite a bit of an impression on them. "I'll be pissed if you guys miss dinner," Sanji said, tossing them a large bag. A large bag filled with food. "So don't forget to eat, you shitty bastards." Seeing the food, Ace almost teared up. "Sanji, join my crew." Masked Deuce snorted, while Luffy just laughed. "See, my crew has the best cook," Luffy said with pride, while Sanji just grumbled like an old man. Not handling it too well due to all the praise. "Shut it, shit sticks. I only take praise from women. Just take the compliment, dart brow," Zoro said, before turning to Ace, grinning. "Next time, I will win." Ace just smirked. "We will see whose flames are the strongest." "Hey, don't forget about me," Kuina said from the side. "Next time, you'll have to watch out. Also take this." With that, she threw a letter that Ace caught. "Oh, is that a love letter for me?" "You shouldn't have," Ace teased, wiggling his eyebrows. Kuina made a face of disgust, shattering Ace's confidence. "That's for Whitey Bay, just give it to her, she'll know what to do." Not even acknowledging what Ace said before. Ace looked down almost as if a sad cloud over his head, all the while Masked Deuce patted his back. "Anyway, jokes and existential crises aside, we will miss you," Luffy added. "You did make a good training dummy." Ace's brow twitched in annoyance, before he huffed. "Yeah sure, just take care," he said, before looking at Sabo. "You too." Sabo coolly nodded. "Don't worry, unlike you guys, I have a good track record of avoiding problems." Both Luffy and Ace just rolled their eyes, before sharing a laugh. After that Ace looked at Robin. "Take care, little sis," he said, before flexing his right arm. "If you have any trouble, don't forget to call." Robin just chuckled, not pointing out that by age she was older. It seemed Ace's ego wouldn't let him consider anyone bigger than him. "Sure, take care," she said softly. She would be lying if she said she wouldn't miss the fire user. He might be hot-headed at times, but Ace was a good man. "It's time to go." With that Ace didn't stop anymore, and powered up his raft, Striker. Flames came out from the back, as it roared like an engine, before blasting off. All of them saw him sail away, lighting up the dark sea. His small ship was even visible as it passed through the horizon. "So cool." Chopper, Johnny, Yusaku, Bartolomeo and even Usopp said at the same time. Luffy whistled, "Gotta get myself one of those." Hearing that, Anchor, who was on the side, hummed, rubbing his chin. "Maybe we could do something with the small boat bike thing," he muttered. Usopp blinked, looking his way. "You mean the old thing that the Monkey Brothers found in the deep sea?" Anchor nodded, and was about to speak when Robin interjected. "A waiver, it's called a waiver," she said. "I had looked up the old books in the storage, and from the description, I think that's called a waiver." While Luffy had his own knowledge, the Straw Hat crew also knew about the Sky Islands due to the books they got from Little Garden. Mainly, the log books had detailed much about the Sky Islands. How they were completely different and how there were ways to get up there. Funnily enough, Tsurera Oikawa also mentioned the first time they went there was with the help of the Naka upstream. "Wow, really?" Usopp said. "Did it mention anything on how it works?" "I didn't find any engine in there." Robin nodded. it said something about dials and how wind dials or breath dials, something that's made out of shellfish, might be something local to the Sky Islands. Those were the main things that operated them. Hey, but we didn't see something like that, did we? Anchor asked Usopp, who shook his head. Well, at least we know what to look for. Luffy grinned. It seemed Robin was making herself quite useful. You have anything else we might do before going? Robin hummed, dirt. She said, getting a few glances from the crew. In the Sky Islands, dirt or earth is very valuable. They call it verth there, so it would be wise if we took some. It can be exchanged as a currency as well, as I'm pretty sure bellas have no value up there. Luffy looked at Usopp. How much earth can you shrink down in a few barrels? Usopp blinked, I don't know. Luffy smiled, we'll have to find out then. With that, the rest of the crew started preparing for their journey. 324. The rest of the crew started preparing for their journey. Mainly stocking up on food and other stuff. Luffy also remembered to take the remains of the pacifista. They were already in their storage, shrunk down to have space for other things. The Going Merry was prepared with wings that could help the ship glide up the Naka upstream. Cricket and the Monkey Brothers helped with the ship's work, and were also coming along for the journey. Though, Luffy did mention that they would need to get into his grand fleet if they did find the City of Gold. And of course, all of the gold was to be theirs, unless Luffy shared some of them. Which Luffy did intend to share, as he also wanted to gain Cricket's trust. Unlike in the canon, Cricket here was a competent pirate and a good fighter. Not as strong as his ancestor Noland, who could decapitate a Sea King with one swing of his blade. But he had the potential. Cricket had been slacking off for a few years as he mostly halted his journey to clear Noland's name, but even with that, the guy had decent strength. Still, he was nothing exceptional like Law or Kid. But hey, those were future Yonko candidates. If he wanted to spread his grand fleet, he would need people that were not only strong but people that were loyal to him. And with how fearlessly Cricket had acted against him, when finding out that it was Luffy's fault that the island was getting destroyed, it gave him a good look into his character. Cricket wasn't a coward. And if that kind of man joined his grand fleet in the future, him and his crew could help his bounty hunting organization learn how to look for treasures under the sea. He had plans for him in the future. So along with packing a few tons of dirt or verth with the help of Usopp, they had nothing much else to do for now. The Naka upstream only happens 5 times a month. And there was a very good chance of it happening today or tomorrow. So after getting everything packed up, all of the crew, plus a few more, boarded the Going Merry. The first thing after joining your crew, I get dragged along to a possibly suicidal journey, Law said, giving Luffy an exhausted look. All of you guys are maniacs. Ah, you are going to make us blush, Sparky winked, getting a groan from the newest member of the crew. Like everyone in the crew, he didn't appreciate the first day of training. But at least he was conscious. Beppo on the other hand was knocked out cold. The poor mink couldn't keep up, it seemed. Still, even with their injured bodies, Law and Beppo were tough as nails. Luffy would have started their training much later, but they wanted to start immediately. And even though they were injured, both of them were doctors and knew their bodies enough to take the training. Though, Sparky might have gone a little overboard. Just a little. As the Going Merry floated on the open sea waiting for the knock upstream, the crew sang, laughed, and enjoyed their moments like there was no other. Sanji even gave them a feast, so the night was a very fun one. As soon as the sun peeked through the horizon, the sea started to shake and grumble. Luffy grinned, it's time. Everyone move. Move. Nami shouted orders, as the wind started picking up. Momo wasn't pulling the ship anymore. The Sea King was in his shrunken state and was with Hatchin on the deck of the ship with others. Still, even without Momo pulling the ship, the Going Merry was going a lot faster due to Sanji giving it a speed boost. You heard the chums. Sanji called, move. The crew hurried, moving their ship to optimal position. They could see a part of the sea had sunken down considerably and were bubbling up, indicating the place of the knock-up stream. The Going Merry made it in time, just as the sea started to rise up. Masira! I'm scared. Me too, Xiao Zhao. Both of the monkey brothers hugged each other as they started to cower, only to get bonked in the head by Cricket. Grow some spines. Cricket growled, or just shut up, why did you guys even come in the first place? We couldn't leave you, boss. Both of them cried out at the same time. On their side, one could see Beppo and Chopper holding down on the mast of the ship, while Zoro napped carelessly without any worries. Sabo also sat on the ship without much worries as well, jotting down things on a notebook. Sabo could use the information of the Sky Islands in the future to have bases above the clouds. So he wanted to note down anything noteworthy for the future. Johnny and Yusaku were celebrating with a small dance by going round and round each other, while holding hands. Already used to the dangerous adventures of the crew, even Usopp had a somewhat manageable panic on his face. If it was the previous him, he might have shat his pants. But his main confidence came with the fact that he knew Geppo, so in case he fell off, he could get back up. Nico Robin also had a smile on her face. It wasn't every day one could get to see an island in the sky. Hey, Hachin, do you think we will find any mermaids there? Barto asked. The six-handed fishman in question looked at him with a parallaxed expression. How did you even come to that conclusion? Well, I heard mermaids were like angels, so... He shrugged as he stood straight preparing for his orders. Before Hachin could say anything, Luffy called out, "You are up, Barto." He said, "Do it." Aye, Captain," he said as a green barrier started taking shape beneath the ship. Barto was struggling, sweat pouring down from his face, but kept up with the massive construct that layered over the ship's hull. All done, Cap. Luffy grinned, "Nami, you are up. You don't have to tell me twice," she said, as she stretched her arms as orange liquid started pouring out from her hands, covering the wings, and making them stronger and longer in length. "All done," she said with a grin. Like everyone back in Alabasta, she had to also go through training. She ate the maple logia fruit after considering everything. While not as powerful as other logia, it made up for it thanks to Nami's creativity. Especially after she was trained by Mr3 who had similar powers to her. Back in Alabasta, Galdino had helped her with her powers. That's why she was able to do these kinds of things. Depending on how much she concentrated, maple could be hard as steel or be soft as honey. So it could be used for a lot of stuff, and was durable enough to last. "Sparky! Sanji! Be ready!" Luffy called. If the push is too much, slow it down, too slow speed it up." Both of them nodded. And lastly, Luffy looked at the rest of the crew that were already looking a bit pale from either fear or excitement. "Hold on to the ship for your life, this is going to be a bumpy ride." And just like that, the knock-up stream roared out from the ocean like it was a lion, pushing the Going Merry sky high. While Luffy laughed and the crew panicked, the Going Merry was relatively safe for the ride. But of course, things wouldn't remain the same. 325. A/N, ahoy lads, this is the start of Skypiea. So before that, let's go with some power scales. Also, Luffy was a bit late to reach Skypiea, so Enel has already started his rampage, though he is doing it much slower as he doesn't have to hurry like he did in canon. Anyway, power scaling. Luffy's current power is greater than Doflamingo and Jack. But he's equal if not weaker than Katakuri currently. Mainly because of Katakuri's advanced Ohaki. Though it can still be overpowered with sheer speed. Like Kaido did against Luffy. That's why I'm making him equal or weaker than my Machi boy. Amongst brothers, Ace is still the strongest, and is still the petty king. LOL. Mainly because of Devil Fruit Awakening. Logia Awakenings will be treated as original power-up in my story. Not weather changes, like how it's hinted. It's similar but different at the same time. Anyway, after Ace is Sabo. Sabo also awakened his sea haki during the Blackbeard fight. And he also has advanced armament haki. He might not have a devil fruit yet. But it's bound to change in this arc. Sadly for now Luffy is still the weakest sibling. Though not for long. Okay, maybe for a bit more longer. Hee. I would rate Sparky and Zoro similar when it comes to practically in a fight. Same with Kuina and Sanji. Some might wonder how Zoro is similar to Sparky in terms of power. Zoro has all three haki. Sparky has only observation haki. That is true. But, only having haki doesn't mean you will be the victor of a fight. Some might forget this, but let me remind you. Logias seems all-powerful in the first half of the Grand Line. But the users get overconfident, and bam, a haki punch and you dead. But don't forget it goes both ways. Logias depend too much on their fruit abilities. But Virgo did something similar. He had an arguably higher tier of armament haki. He could cover his full body with it. But Law cut him up like veggies on a chopping board with his fruit powers alone. This will come in later when discussing Enel's powers. Haki is powerful, but it's not the end-all be-all. Logias are powerful, but it's not the end-all be-all. This is taking into account only normal haki, not advanced application or DF awakening. As things can go either way from there. I hope you are understanding why I'm saying this. Zoro might have power and badassery by his side. But Sparky has shown abilities of quick thinking and cautious action. So they were evenly matched. Aside from that, Kobe and Jin are on a similar tier. The other members of the crew fall under them when it comes to powers. With the exception of Law. Mainly because of how his powers work. Anyway, aside from the Straw Hats, let's talk about Enel. Some will say, in canon, Luffy was able to beat him because of the natural weakness Enel had to his fruit. While I do agree with this statement, you are forgetting one thing here. That is Enel's speed. Enel sucks at speed. Even though he's fast as lightning. Why? Cause even CP9 Blueno was blitzing Luffy in Ennis Lobby at the first time. Not to mention other characters like Keiku or Rob Lucky. Even though I change a lot of stuff in my FIC. I usually stick to canon material. For One Piece, most people downplay characters' power and mainly speed. Like when it is written in a way that Whitebeard's powers could destroy the world. It's said for a reason. Just because it's not DBZ and you aren't blowing up planets doesn't mean the old goat isn't powerful. In the Marineford, his quakes were creating tsunamis in islands that were way far in the Grand Line. Even the Navy admirals were worried that he was trying to sink the island. One can see things in many ways. I see them as how Oda tried to convey a character. For Whitebeard, the reason why he wasn't going all out, even in his old age and half-dead state, was that his children might die if he used all of his powers. Anyway, when it comes to speed, many fans also try to justify and disclaim how speedy One Piece characters are. Like people still think that Kizaru isn't light speed, or that he can only go light speed when doing Yata no Kagami. That's just being disingenuous. In many places Oda clearly stated he is at and above light speed. It's not only him. Of course, if you go by real-world logic, that kind of speed would destroy the world. But we are talking about One Piece here. Logic has its own meaning here. So basing it off real world won't justify how it's written. Even right after time skip, Luffy was casually dodging light bullets from Pacifista, which are made to replicate Kizaru's powers. And we know how Vegapunk is a perfectionist. So of course those attacks are at light speed. And even before the time skip, Zoro when fighting Kuma was dodging his paw attacks, which are said to be also at light speed. Though he was doing it with much difficulty. So as I see it, there are several characters in One Piece that show above light speed feats. Shanks, Kaido, Big Mom, Katakuri, Doffy, Garp, all admirals and also Kizaru. But you might ask, how can Kizaru go above light speed, when he is light human. Again friend, you are thinking in terms of real-world logic. Kizaru might be light, but he's also human. So his base speed is light, but he can go above that cause he's also humans. That's why even though some characters might show light speed feats, Kizaru still might be the fastest, due to him going faster the light. Anyway, that's why I say Enel's speed is good. But it falls short as we even saw Nami and Ganfall react to his attacks. Not to mention, he couldn't dodge Luffy's punches. He could get hit by Luffy, I admit, that was a shocker to him. Pun intended, but that doesn't mean he would let himself get hit, unless he isn't able to. That's why in terms of speed, he's very lacking. But when it comes to destructive power, he's a different beast. I would put his destructive capabilities at first commander level. The amount of destruction he can do is just surreal. Why? Well, other than Whitebeard's fruit, I don't think any other fruits have shown that high of a level of destruction capabilities. Even without armament haki, his power has a very good chance at destroying any island if he tried. Who needs ancient weapons when you have that? But, he also lacks durability. My man is a glass cannon, though and through. So for my story, I made his speed appropriate to how most of you would like, almost giving him some Frieza treatment. He trained. And also boosted his defense. But there's a reason for that. I won't just make any character stronger and not explain it. So I hope you understand that. Anyway, enough of my ranting. Enjoy the story. The people of Shandora all had downed expressions. They looked like people that had given up on life. All around them was destruction. Amidst the desolate landscape, lay the haunting remnants of a once thriving village, now reduced to nothing more than a ghostly shadow of its former self. The air was heavy with silence, only interrupted occasionally by the eerie whispers of the wind through the scorched ruins. The small houses that once stood proudly side by side were reduced to charred and crumbling skeletons. Their walls, once painted with vibrant colors and adorned with quaint decorations, stood blackened and cracked, barely recognizable. Historical buildings were also not spared from the cruelty. Not only that, whatever happened, made sure to kill every livestock, to destroy every saved-up crop, leaving nothing behind for the Shandorans. The Shandorans themselves were injured, with every one of them having bandages wrapped around their wounds. The villagers that were made up of proud warriors seemed lost in their defeat, as if they just survived a losing war. "Whipper, we have to do something." Raki, the female warrior, asked. "We lost almost half of our tribe, we can't go on like this. This is no way of living." But the proud warrior known as Whipper didn't speak. Looking down on the ground. "Answer us, damn it!" she said, holding him by the collar, "we have nothing to live for." But he didn't say anything. She growled before asking another thing. "Don't answer us, then. But tell us at least, why did you bring that man here?" Raki interrogated as she pointed at the injured old man that was sitting on the floor. Though unlike them, he looked more of a knight rather than a member of the tribe. It was Ganfall, the former leader of Skypiea. He also seemed barely alive. Whipper didn't look her in the eyes, he looked down on the floor. "I couldn't just leave him be," he said after a while. "The old man might have been our enemy, but he's the only reason I'm alive. And I just returned the favor," he said. "I couldn't just leave him be, or Enel would have killed him." Raki huffed, massaging the bridge of her nose. "It doesn't matter anyway," she said. "Our hidden village was found out by Enel anyways. So it doesn't matter," she said, mostly trying to convince herself rather than the others. Raki wanted to say more, but Kamakiri put a hand on her shoulder. "Stop it, you two," he said, sighing. "What's done is done, and like you said, Enel already knows the location of our village. He destroyed everything. And it's not like we can leave the village either. Enel had warned them that he would kill anyone if they even tried to leave their village. And with what the man did previously, no one was eager to find out if he was bluffing or not. But we have to do something. Isa, the little girl, called out. The others looked down. Over the past few days, things had been terrible. Enel and his lackeys were causing havoc. Killing off people randomly, either they be Shandorans or Skypians. No one was safe. It was almost as if they were unhinged. It almost seemed as if he didn't care about ruling the place anymore. It was so much that the former ruler of Skypia, Ganfall, had come seeking out their help. The man even begged the Shandorans to help him overthrow Enel. But at the time, Whipper had refused. Not trusting the former leader, as Ganfall might want to take the seat for himself if they helped him. Rather, Whipper wanted to place a Shandoran in the ruling seat. If not him, then any one of his tribesmen. So he gathered every able fighter and attacked. They didn't need anyone's help. Or that's what they believed. But they were wrong, very much so. The power of Enel was unimaginable, and so was the power of his 4 guards. Every one of the Shandoran warriors that day were defeated, some were killed, while others barely managed to survive. Seeing no other way, Whipper stayed back, allowing the remaining Shandorans to escape. But even he too would have been killed if Ganfall didn't make it in time. He took him away, and even nursed him back to full health. Only then did Whipper realize that the old ruler really was genuine about fixing the relations between the two groups. But things didn't end there. Just a day after, Enel started to destroy Angel Island and kill off its people, to send a message to Ganfall. Seeing the people in distress, Ganfall came out, and Whipper went along with him. The two warriors fought side by side, Whipper even using the reject dial, but even then it was a loss. Some battles just couldn't be won. After that, rather than killing Whipper, Enel made a sadistic move and came to their village. Somehow, in some way, Enel managed to find their village. Their village was always a hidden one. A seemingly small landmass that was covered by fog-like clouds that hid them. And for generations, the location of their village was hidden. After getting kicked out of Upper Yard, the Shandorans made this place their home. But now it was destroyed. But that wasn't the end. Enel also gave out a final message. Starting today, Enel was going to throw random lightning attacks for their defiance. He would only stop after 3 days. But in the meantime, the Shandorans were prohibited from leaving the village, or they would be killed. Once a safe haven for the Shandoran people now became their own prison. Enel was going to do the same for the inhabitants of Angel Island. Just because the self-proclaimed god felt like it. This was the reason why the people of Shandora were in distress. They could see the sun rising. But today no one wanted that. All of them were scared and worried as to who Enel might target. 326. We have to do something. Kamakiri said, we can't just give up, that bastard, he's already killed so many. I can't see this happening. Whipper said nothing, just looked down, it's no use. He said, we fought with everything we had, maybe this is just it. Maybe there's no other way. And now that he knows the location of our village, we won't be able to escape either. He then looked up, with fire burning in his eyes, if there's no other way, at least I'm going to go down with a fight. Those that aren't able to fight, and the women and children need to leave from here. Maybe find another place to stay, but at least I will fight here. The people of Shandora looked at each other and nodded. Some were preparing to leave their already destroyed homes, while others prepared to fight against Enel. I also agree with you, Ganfall said, holding up his lance. The last thing this old man can do is fight before his death. But just then a large crackling sound came, horrifying the people around. What happened? Raki asked, looking towards the east. That sound came from Angel Island, please don't tell me he's already starting. Ack! Isa screamed, holding her head and crying, he killed one of the people in there. I heard his aura snuff down. He actually killed one. The others didn't know what to say. Isa might have been young, but she was the most gifted mantra user. Her range was enough to even cover the Angel Island and Upper Yard. In some sense, her use of mantra was even better than Enel's. We have to do something. It won't be long before we are targeted. But Kamakiri couldn't even finish his words, he was also struck by Enel's lightning. The others shielded their eyes, and instinctively backed away, except a certain someone. When the light faded out, every one of the Shandarans were surprised to see something. While they expected the worst for Kamakiri, the Shandoran was still alive, but there was a reason for that. Ganfal had come in and grabbed Kamakiri, taking some of the burden of the attack and grounding it with his spear. Even though both Kamakiri and Ganfal were heavily injured due to this, no one died. Raki and everyone looked shocked. He saved Kamakiri," she said, before quickly kneeling near both of them, checking their pulse. "They are alive for now. But we have to do something, or else both of them would be dead." While Ganfal's sacrifice did save the young Shandoran, Enel's attack was just too strong. It was as if almost every one of the Shandarans could hear Enel's mocking laugh. Seeing all of this, the old leader of the tribe looked on in the vast distance and wondered if there was anything they could do. Just then the white cloud-like ground beneath them started to rumble. "Don't tell me, Enel's attacking again," Raki said, looking horrified. "No," Whipper said, "it's not Enel, it's the Naka upstream." Just then, from the horizon, a massive pillar of water rose up from the White Sea. The speed of the water pressure was so much that the fog lifted around the area, making them see the water pillar that stretched to the sky. Luckily the Naka upstream was a bit far from their hidden island. But near their shore, or else their home might have been completely destroyed today. All of the Shandarans were surprised as they hadn't had a Naka upstream near their village for years. All of the people grabbed something to steady themselves so they wouldn't fall. After getting kicked out of Upper Yard 400 years ago, the Shandarans started living a bit far from it. It protected them for years before Enel found them. And now seeing a Naka upstream so near, they wondered if things were going to get even rougher. Because for them, the Naka upstream was the main reason that brought the start of their demise. Every Shandoran knew about how once Upper Yard was an island down below, before getting kicked up here. And so the people of Shandora hated it. Soon, the rumbling stopped and the Naka upstream stopped flowing. Though all of the people there could hear a sound coming from above. They looked up, and saw a small dot in the sky. But it was no dot in the grand scheme of things. Is that a ship?" Whipper asked dumbfoundedly. "How did a ship manage to get that high? Didn't they stop at the White Sea below?" "That's not the question you should be asking, dumbass," Raki said. "The ship is going to fall on our home if we don't do anything." Hearing that, everyone panicked, but a voice called out, calming them. "Nah, I will just catch it," the voice said with confidence that eased the worries of the people. But then all of them blinked, not recognizing the voice from one of their own. They snapped their heads to the side, at the newcomer that seemingly appeared between them. They saw a well-built young man that wore a straw hat. He might be young, but he gave out an aura of confidence and power. On his back was a black naginata that looked just as deadly. "Who are you?" all of them asked at the same time. Luffy grinned, holding his hat. "Shishishi. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. And I'm going to be the strongest man alive." With that, he jumped into the air, before grabbing the falling ship mid-air without any difficulty. "Wait, am I seeing things, or is he just standing in the air with a ship on his shoulder?" Graham asked, while the others nodded. Just what is happening today?" the old chief finally said. All of them looked at the scene dumbfounded as the young man alone carried the ship down to the shore, his smaller size not even struggling with the weight of the ship. That's so cool. I'm sure he can help us," Isa said, running towards where the young man had docked the ship. "Wait, Isa!" But it was too late. 327. That was downright fun. Bartolomeo said, punching his arms up in the air. We made it to the Sky Islands. Woohoo! For an island up in the sky, isn't this too white? I barely see any ground up here. Kuina said. Around them, other than the White Sea, the Shandoran village was covered in white fog. So the crew was a bit underwhelmed by the sight. When Luffy had jumped out of the Going Merry to catch the ship and bring it to the shore, most of the crew members were still hanging on to the ship for dear life. So, they didn't see the Shandoran village or its villagers. By then the fog had also covered up the village. We could be dead. Robin merrily suggested. Don't say that. Usopp called out. Along with him, Chopper, Beppo, Penguin, Shachi, Masira, and Xiao Zhao nodded. It seemed not all of them shared the enthusiasm. Pussies, Jin snorted, not minding the complaints of his crewmates. Hey, the air feels fresh around here. Not only that, it's also very thin. Kobe said. So you figured that out, Zoro said, good for you. I'm going back to sleep for now. All you do is sleep. Kuina pointed out. Shut up, woman. Ack, why did you freeze my clothes? Now they're all wet. Kuina didn't look at him, just minding her own business. The rest of the crew was also getting used to the change of air pressure. But due to all the training, it didn't take them even a minute to adjust. Though the newer members of the crew did take a bit longer. Beppo, Shachi, and Penguin were on the floor. Along with them were the monkey brothers Mashira and Xiao Zhao. They couldn't handle the sudden change. Though Law and Cricket were doing better than them. Shachi and Penguin were also a bit overwhelmed with what was happening. After waking up, not only did they find that most of their crewmates were dead, they also found that they were members of the newest warlord's crew. They didn't mind the change, especially when Law mentioned how they helped with dealing with people that had attacked their crew. Still, seeing so much happening rapidly made them aware of how weak they were. Especially considering the others in the Straw Hat crew being monsters. In the meantime, Luffy came back to the Going Merry, to see over his crew. You know I could have just slowed down the ship. Sparky said. You just wanted to show off, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. Luffy shrugged with a knowing smile. Sparky just rolled his eyes, before jumping up Luffy's shoulder. You know, never mind. HOH. The island is made up of clouds. Nami said in glee as she walked out of the navigation room with her own logbook. I can't wait to document the weather phenomenons here. If you don't mind, I would like a copy of that too. Sabo politely said. This information could help us in the Revolutionary Army. Sure thing, Piper. Nami said, sticking out her tongue, but it will cost a pretty penny. The last thing we will have to worry about is money, if we are right about the City of Gold, Luffy said, musing at his wife's antics. I wonder if we will find a poneglyph here in Skypiea. Robin said, humming a tune. Luffy glanced at her. Who knows, an ancient city like that should have something related to the ancient times at least. He said, shrugging, but I have a hunch that we might find something there. Hearing that, Robin smiled, a genuine one. Let's hope we do, then. Is this Skypiea? Cricket asked, looking around, and checking the old map they found from the broken ship. I thought it would be a lot bigger. Though, it's really hard to see with all of this cloud-like fog around here. Yet, Masira said, showing the log pose, it's still pointing to the east. Nami blinked and looked at her wrist, where there was a log pose. How did I miss that? She then scratched her head. Hearing the commotion, everyone in the ship was looking at her. Guys, I think we didn't make it to Skypiea yet. I thought something similar. Luffy said, though, I did see people here. I think Cricket should ask them about Skypiea. Who knows, they might know something about this place. This isn't Skypiea, silly. A small voice called out. bringing everyone's attention to the small figure. Well, this is part of Skypiea, but it's not the main island. The main island is near Upper Yard, and Angel Island is a bit further to the east. Is that a small angel? Is she lost? How did you get on the ship? Do you want candy? Guys, shut up. Nami said, shutting everyone up, as she walked up to the small child and kneeled down. Well, aren't you just adorable? What's your name? Isa. She said, what's yours? Nami. The navigator said, softly smiling and giving the girl candies made out of hard maple. The small girl took it in her hand before she started enjoying the treat. That's sweet. She cheered. Nami smiled, patting her on the head. Hey, Isa, you seem to be from this place. Can you tell us what this place is? And why is there so much fog around? It's hard to see here. Oh, that, well, the clouds around here are a bit hazy. It's a good place where we built our village to hide from the others, though, now it's pretty much destroyed. She said with a somber tone. Seeing this, Nami felt sorry for her. In some ways, she could see herself in her sorrow. It was as if she was seeing herself going through Arlong's torture all over again. She couldn't help herself as she wrapped the smaller girl in a hug. It's going to be okay, all right. Isa didn't know what to say, she just sniffed, crying on her shoulder. The others in the ship didn't know what to say, though all of them felt sorry for the poor girl. It seemed even up here, conflict was a common thing. After a while, Nami separated from the girl, giving her a smile. I don't know what happened. But I'm sure we can help you, though. Can you help us in return? We don't know a lot. And me and my friends are looking for something. Isa looked at her for a bit, before she nodded. I can, but can you really help us? Anything for you, dear. Nami said sweetly. Really? Then you have to help us kill someone, Isa said quickly. Not wanting to beat around the bush. 328. Really? Then you have to help us kill someone, Isa said quickly. Not wanting to beat around the bush. Nami's smile froze, not knowing what to say. This wasn't something she was expecting of a seemingly young girl. Though it also made her realize how serious the situation was. Hey, children these days. Luffy said, shaking his head, back in my days. We used to kill our own enemies. Jin and Barto, who was on the captain's side, nodded along. Sabo just rolled his eyes, his brother was overly dramatic sometimes. Don't encourage her, damn it. Nami growled at her husband. She then turned to Isa. I'm sorry, dear, but aren't you too young to, kill? I was 8, when I started killing, Robin added. It's really not that hard. You just have to plan really well, to make them suffer. Hey, I like that. Jin added, but I went gung-ho first, then asked questions later. Oh, God. I just realized that I'm in a crew full of monsters. Kobe said, in half horror and half amazement. While he did say that, Kobe knew his crewmates enough to know that they wouldn't kill unless necessary. Even Usopp, who was listening to the conversation by the side, didn't comment on it. He knew from experience that sometimes killing bad guys is the only option to protect your loved ones. We are pirates, not saints, Jin said, rolling his eyes. He then looked at Law, who was listening into the conversation. What about you, new guy? I used to kill for Doflamingo when I was little, so I'm no saint either, Law admitted. Not minding sharing his own story. It might not be long, but there was a sense of brotherhood between the crew that made him relax more and be honest about things. Oh, so you used to work for a warlord, isn't that just funny, Robin said. She was of course still wearing her mask. So Law didn't know her identity, aside from her name. While Law might have joined the crew was a bit reluctant to share all of the information with him. One could say, he was still being monitored. Anchor was in the same place, but he had helped them back on Sakura Island. So the crew was a bit relaxed around him. "Oh, Robin-san, you say the sweetest of things," Sanji said, coming out of the kitchen with a cup of ice cream. He spun with elegance, before presenting it before the young girl. "Hope you like chocolate ice cream." "Omu, it's sweet," Isa said, enjoying her treat. Completely forgetting why she came here. Nami sighed, but before she could say anything a voice called out, "Isa!" Everyone looked out from the ship. A man of the Shandoran tribe came running, his form being visible as he stepped out on the shore, out of the fog. He had a spear in his hand and was ready to attack, but stopped when he saw all of the straw hats. It was Whipper. "Hey, you give us back Isa." "Oh, yet?" Jin asked, smirking. Resting one of his tonfas on his shoulder, "Or else what?" Whipper growled, but before he could do anything, Kobe slapped Jin on the behind his head. "Don't mind him," he said, before looking at Whipper. "Isa, I think your friend is here." The little girl in question quickly finished her ice cream. Getting a little brain freeze before jumping to the railing on the ship. "Whipper, they told me they could help us. I found help." "Well, ugh, get back here," Whipper said, a bit annoyed, but he was much more tame than Luffy had expected. What Luffy didn't know was that his stunt of showing off his strength and power had made Whipper much more reserved to his more violent actions. Also, unlike others, Whipper knew mantra, and as a warrior, his instincts warned him to not do anything stupid. It was almost as if they were much more of a threat than Enel. But Luffy didn't know that, unlike him, others were actively trying to conceal their powers. Did something happen? Luffy wondered. Well, their place was pretty wrecked. Did Enel already find it? We did get here pretty late. The canon Luffy was here on Skypiea at least a week ago by my estimation. Let's see. Luffy grabbed Isa, making her yelp, before jumping down and placing the kid on the floor. Here you go. Other than Whipper, many of the other Shandorans came out from their village. Some Luffy could recognize, some he couldn't. Ugh, thanks. Isa said, before turning to Luffy, but you will help us, right? You are strong. Yup, to both. Luffy grinned, ruffling up her hair, but we can't just kill anyone, he needs to be a piece of scum at first. We don't kill innocent people. Oh, Enel is worse than scum, Isa said, regretting her words immediately. The girl was wide-eyed, and so were the other Shandorans. What have you done? Whipper said, in horror. Everyone knew that Enel most of time listened in to the people of Angle Island. And now that he found the home of Shandoranes, he did as well. Even though Enel couldn't have that ability active all the time. Due to powerful people from Blue Sea coming here, he was listing in. So when Isa cursed him, appeared in a bolt of lightning and attacked. A bolt of lightning fell towards them. The Shandorans that came looked on in horror as time seemed to slow down for them as they watched the lightning bolt descending towards the small girl. Isa. Whipper moved immediately, trying to shield the smaller girl. But it wasn't needed. Right before the lightning could hit Isa, another bolt of blue lightning and fire shot off from the Going Merry and kicked away Enel's lightning. It was Sanji, and he was pissed. You attacked a small girl in front of me. Sanji said with twitch of anger and fury in his voice. You might really have a death wish, hey. Whipper, Isa, and everyone that wasn't part of the Blue Sea group, looked on, dumbfounded at what just happened. A man just kicked away Enel's attack, and not only that, but survived it without any visible injury. You are gonna kill me? Enel seemed amused, as he crossed his arms and looked down on him. Oh, a arrogant one, hey, I'm gonna enjoy this. Sanji said as flames danced around his feet, with sparks of electricity. Luffy mused as he looked up. He was impressed. Sanji was easily able to react to Enel's attacks and made him realize just how far Sanji had come. Luffy wanted to fight Enel himself, as for some reason, this Enel was much stronger than what he expected. But considering Sanji's powers, he could give it to his chef. He did need to fight someone strong to get more used to his powers. Enel is way faster than he should be, so Sanji might have a hard time here. Luffy thought internally, but if he beats him, then he will catch up to Kizura's speed in no time. Hehe, my crew's the best. There was another boom of lightning and a flash in the sky, and like that, the arrogant man came. Do you know who you are speaking to, Blue Sea Dweller? Enel asked as he stood on the air with a voice of arrogance and malice. You will regret making me come here. Sure thing, shitstick, but I'm gonna make you regret it for attacking Isa first, Sanji said. Flames danced around Sanji's feet and started to gain a tint of blue to them. Seeing Ace's flames go blue gave him some ideas. Though his body still wasn't able to handle the strain of blue flames. He needed to up his armament haki for him to be able to do it. And with what he could guess, fighting against the new bastard would need more than his flames. Oi, Sanji, make sure to kill that bastard. Luffy called out, and don't hold back. This guy might be as strong as Doflamingo. Also, take the fight elsewhere, don't want anything happening to the crew or the ship. Sure thing, Captain. Foolish Blue Sea Dweller, do you really think you can? Enel couldn't even finish his sentence as he was kicked in the face by Sanji. Blood and teeth fell out as his body went soaring through the clouds, his brain was still processing what just happened. Sanji followed through, his flames dancing with sparks of electricity generated by his speed. His speed was unreadable, several times the speed of sound. But yet it didn't break the sound barrier or create large boom. Sanji had found this an efficient way to move around silently and also conserve speed. All the Shandarans had their jaws dropped at what just happened, as they looked on in awe and fear towards the Straw Hat Pirates. See, I told you, these guys can help us. Isa called out, they even gave me candy. 329. Sanji moved fast, kicking off through the air with his fastest Jeppo, each step, breaking the sound barrier multiple times as he moved toward his target. As he moved the clouds parted, making way for the speed demon. Meanwhile, Enel was still flying through the air, not processing what just happened. Did someone just hit me? How dare! With another push Sanji gained up to the lightning bastard, bringing forth his leg as flames covered them. Diable jam, grill shot. Enel, who was just recovered mid-flight, saw that attack coming, and growled. Morphing his golden staff into a blade, dodging the attack, and intending to cut off his opponent's leg. But to his surprise, his golden weapon broke when trying to damage him, and Sanji kicked him to the side, kicked him before he could do anything. Gah! As Sanji's feet sank into Enel's gut, Enel also found his powers reducing as a sense of weakness overtook him. A feeling that he was unfortunately familiar with. Sea stones. That's all he could think before his body was sent his body hurling to the ground in an angle. Breaking off a few trees before stopping in a sizable crater. Sanji came down, fixing his suit with a snarl on his face. Get up, bastard! I'm not done with you yet, he said, smirking. Hearing that, Enel snapped his eyes open, his eyes crackling with electricity. The pain he felt from Sanji's two attacks were fuel for his power, foolish Blue Sea Dweller. I will show you what true power is. His form levitated up, with lightning crackling through his system. He glared at the Blue Sea Dweller, as his golden staff fixed itself due to his powers. Just from the short exchange, Enel knew he had to take this seriously, or else he would be in trouble. But luckily it seemed that he was faster than the Blue Sea Dweller, he was just caught off guard, that's all. Sanji came down into a half squat, preparing to attack. While Enel turned the staff into a dangerous-looking trident. He said nothing, turning his body into lightning, zipping right towards the pirate. Sanji didn't back down either, his observation haki flared up as he used Jeppo to bounce through the air, which would make his captain proud. With that, both fighters met at the middle. Boom! A large explosion occurred as sparks of black lighting due to Sanji's haki and blue lightning due to Enel came off from their initial clash. Both fighters looked at each other, with a hint of surprise. One thing became clear. So you know mantra? Is that what they call observation haki here? Sanji said as he ducked under Enel's spear before almost kicking his head off. But at the last moment Enel dodged it. Still, it won't save you from my kicks. When an opponent's intent was hard to read, it became obvious that the other had observation haki. Still, they could each sense each other's aura, making it harder for Get in a sneak attack. It won't change anything, Enel snarled, I will show you what true terror is. Please, you can't top off anything that I haven't already seen. Enel just growled as he continued his assault. His trident managed to hit Sanji a few times already, but surprisingly, it didn't draw blood. On the other hand, Sanji was having a hard time hitting Enel as he was fast as lightning. While Sanji had a bit of an advantage at first due to his shoes having sea stone solace at the bottom, Enel had an easy counter for that. Just not getting hit. A very effective way to avoid damage. Sanji's observation haki was good. But Enel's was better. Why wouldn't it be? He had prided himself on improving it. He had worked on it for years, but even then he was impressed with Sanji's own abilities. He was reading through Sanji's movements a bit quicker. Reading through his intent a bit faster. That's why Sanji wasn't able to hit him. Not with his current speed at least. Shit. Captain wasn't kidding about this guy, his speed might be even faster than his own lightning. Sanji thought. If I push it maybe I can hit him and end the battle quick. But I'm not in a hurry. Enel on the other hand was able to stab and attack Sanji with his lightning. But due to Sanji's exoskeleton and durability due to all the training, the attacks weren't doing much. Instinctively both of them knew that they weren't going all out. Both having good reasons. While Enel was more or less being stubborn, not trying to put in any effort. Wanting to prove himself that he was not a threat. Sanji was doing it for something else. Enel was an opponent that attacked him with a true intention to kill. So his haki was improving. This was also why he wasn't using armament haki either. Focusing on observation, instead, trying to improve it. Sure, his exoskeleton was receiving cracks, but he needed to improve his observation haki if he wanted to get strong. And besides, Sabo and that Marimo are watching me. I have to make it look like a show. Sanji thought. He, of course, picked up their aura. Who knows, with Robin-chan's powers, she might be watching me as well. Hey, why are you dancing like that? Enel growled, with disgust seeing Sanji noodling through the air, with hearts in his eyes. Vari 50 million V. Enel said as he shot off a stream of lightning at Sanji. But rather than avoiding it, which was a bit difficult at Sanji's current speed, he tanked the attack. With flames and a burst of armament haki, he completely removed the after effects. Hey, I was having a moment here. Sanji complained. That was a direct hit. Enel asked in surprise. You? What are you? Sanji smirked, just your average cook from the Blue Sea. 330. That was a direct hit. Enel asked in surprise. You? What are you? Sanji smirked, just your average cook from the Blue Sea. With that he attacked, engaging Enel in a close fight, pushing his fire and observation haki to the maximum extreme. While Enel's lightning was strong. But due to him growing up, in Germa Kingdom, he was used to getting hit by lightning attacks from his brothers. Always pointing out, how their powers were superior to his own. So he was used to shrugging of high volts of electricity. And combined with his devil fruit's power to generate electricity, gave him a passive resistance to it. Yes, in that aspect, Sanji was a counter to Enel. Though he is resistant to lightning. Not immune to it. If he wasn't careful, he would be in trouble. The damage would add up and he would lose. Kicks and blows were exchanged, and crackling of lightning and sparks of flames laced the battlefield. Each strike was stronger than a cannon shot, that shook the air, and ground below. Their fight was devastating, destroying anything that was remotely close to them. Even the guards of Enel, and the people of Skypiea knew something big was happening in the upper yard. It was as if two forces of nature were clashing against each other. And even then both of them weren't going full at it. Enel because of his pride, and Sanji because of his own benefit. A few moments ago, back with Luffy and the others, the people of Shandora were awed at what they saw. "See, I told you, these guys will help us," Isa called out. "They even gave me candy." All of them looked at the Straw Hat Pirates with new light. I thank you for saving one of our child." The first one to speak was the old leader of the tribe, making everyone look at the old man. He came forward, like everyone he was also injured. But even then at the old age, he stood like a veteran warrior. He came forward patting Isa on the head. "This little one has always been a bit rowdy, but I thank you," he said to Luffy, before turning towards where Enel and Sanji went. "Still, you might want to send help for your friend. Enel, he might be arrogant, but he is powerful." "I know, but don't underestimate Sanji," Luffy said, moving his head towards the ship. "Still, just to be safe. Zoro, Sabo, why don't you guys go, keep an eye out for Sanji. And if it's an emergency, only if it's an emergency, intervene." Luffy also noticed something strange. Enel shouldn't have been this strong, based of his canon knowledge. But he was much more a threat. That's why he cautioned Sanji at first. But still, sending backup won't be too bad. "Sure." Zoro grunted, "Here goes my nap time. I haven't even eaten breakfast yet." Saab chuckled, "Well, let's get going, Mr. Vice Captain." Zoro grumbled, a bit embarrassed by being called by the new title. With that both of them used Jeppo to fly towards where the battle was happening. While the Straw Hats, and those that were on the ship, were used to seeing people run in air. The people of Shandora wasn't. "Amazing, did the Blue Sea dwellers develop the ability to fly recently?" Raki asked. The others also wondered the same. Luffy grinned, "Well, not quite," he said, before looking over his shoulder, and gesturing towards Cricket to come down. "You see, we didn't actually come here to fight Enel or whoever that was. You see my friend here?" he said, pointing at Cricket, who came towards him. "Has an interesting theory." "Well, it was actually my theory. But are you guys aware of Mont Blanc Noland?" Hearing that name, the chief's eyes widened. A look of recognition flashed through his eyes. He then also noticed Cricket, who looked hopeful. But that wasn't the main thing the old chief noticed. No, it was the chestnut shape on his head. Are you a dissident of the great hero Noland?" Water started dropping from Cricket's eyes. Seemingly hearing his ancestor getting called by something other than a liar. I am. Current time, 1 the upper yard. Enel stabbed forward with his golden trident, but Sanji ducked under it in the nick of time, kicking Enel in the jaw. Or at least trying to. At the last moment Enel backed off, holding up his palm, discharging a lightning bolt that made Sanji back away, dodging it. Though Enel had prepared for that, a small black lightning orb had missed Sanji's detection. And when he backed off, he accidentally touched it, falling for the trap. Zzz. Ack. Shit. Sanji hissed, gritting his teeth. Enel grinned, using the chance to slam Sanji on the head with his gold-made hammer, which made the cook drop out of the sky and into the upper yard. "Ya ha ha ha. You are no threat to me." Enel had noticed that sharp attacks did little to no damage, that's why from time to time, he switched it up to hit Sanji with blunt weapons instead. Sanji growled as he supported himself inside the caterer. He stood up, before falling to his knees. It seemed all the lighting attacks were adding up. "He caught me off guard." The only reason why he wasn't incapacitated was because the clever use of life return that he used to protect his nervous system from getting too much damage. Seeing Sanji kneel, Enel smirked, a smug expression on his face. "Did you finally see the difference between our power?" he said, smirking. "Tell me your name, Blue Sea Dweller. You have piqued my interest." "Sanji," the cook said, "what was your name again?" "Eel." "Enel," the self-proclaimed god said with a tinge of annoyance in his voice. "I will say for a Blue Sea Dweller you are strong. Join me then, your power could be useful." "Yeah, sorry. But I'm not going to get recruited by some half-washed battery." Sanji snorted. "And besides, I have more than one reason to be on the crew," he said, running his fingers through his hair. "They are hopeless without me." Enel was a bit irritated by the lack of respect. But he didn't give up. "They must rely on you, your strength I mean. Don't you see? I will stop you right there, while I'm strong. I'm not even the strongest in my crew, my captain. He's a monster. But his sister though. Ahem, like I was saying, your recruitment pitch needs a lot of work." Enel snarled, lighting crackling around his body. "Be stubborn then. You will certainly regret it." With that Enel came forward, this time. He was faster than before, his attacks stronger than before. Utilizing the speed aspect of lighting, every attack was fast as a thunderbolt. Enel stabbed, and shot, while Sanji kicked and attacked. Both doing their best to win. This guy is on a whole another level, and he's still holding back. A small smile appeared on his lips. This is getting fun. While others might have saw this as Enel going all out. But from experience, Sanji knew Enel was still holding back. Enel on the other hand was surprised by how strong Sanji was. "He's able to keep up with my lightning speed. And somehow he's improved his mantra in this short time, how's that possible? It's getting harder and harder for me to read him," he thought. "It seems I have to put a bit more effort into it. I need to get rid of his shoes. Other than that he shouldn't be a threat." With that in mind, Enel attacked, putting more effort into it. His lightning attacks became faster than any normal lightning and deadlier as well. Sanji was struggling to keep up, but he was also had something up his sleeve.
Thanks for listening.